control in my faith. I grind, I rise, I thrive. I'm coming alive.
Yeah, keep it simple. Drop a rock into the water, watch it ripple. Tides turn quick, just keep your head on a swivel. Competition getting stiff, I'm here to make you wiggle. You know me, surround your whole town, make you yell siege. All-star, homie, this the king's speech. You can lock it down, we gon' still preach. Boy, preach. Who's next in line, can you make that climb? Now is the time, get out of your mind. Raise up the lights, we all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight. Who's next in line, can you make that climb? Now is the time, this world is mine. Raise up the lights, we all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight. Boy, you already know I'm the real wonder. Before I bring the storm, you gonna feel thunder. So your body count is up there with killmongers. How about you come take a look at some real numbers? Might just double up on you while I still slumber. I'm the living proof, I'm just coming through for the thrill of it. Room full of all-stars, we all guys. Somebody gotta be Zeus, I'll take charge. Who's next in line, can you make that climb? Now is the time, get out of your mind. Raise up the lights, we all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight. Who's next in line, can you make that climb? Now is the time, this world is mine. Raise up the lights, we all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight. Positive, negative, I'll take charge and shake eyes, remain great while I pay homage. They always said that pressure can make diamonds, so keep climbing all the way up, that's where you'll find me. Right next to the legends, I go off my brethren. Said goodbye to the old me, I'ma make sure that you know me. After this here you gon' own me. Didn't choose a game, it chose me. You know what G-O mean to an OG, let's go. Fight, who's next in line, can you make that climb? Now is the time, get out of your mind. Raise up the lights, we all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight. Who's next in line, can you make that climb? Now is the time, this world is mine. Raise up the lights, we all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight. Who's next in line, can you make that climb? Now is the time, get out of your mind. Raise up the lights, we all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight. Who's next in line, can you make that climb? Now is the time, this world is mine. Raise up the lights, we all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight. Yeah, get your back off the wall. Come on, yeah, come one, yeah, come on. Get up, yeah, get your back off the wall. Come on, yeah, come one, yeah, come on.
Moving too fast, life is moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I act if you don't know. Homie, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. And you force, you will block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the 9 was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah, shutting it down. Been in the ground, and my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing, go to my rank. Royalty up in my veins. I'm no gold, think I'm so cold. I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 넣은 날로 모든 배 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게. 이기든 지든 my crew make the beat. No one could stop us. They'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no. Giants.
gathering time. I'ma just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You just quit sleeping on mine. You got your back on reclined. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprised. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Biggest my self-esteem. Run it back, running man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run at a time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now, our eyes are wide open. We're running this world, we're keeping it turning. We're living like giants, yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants, we're giants. You thought that we were weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants, yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants, we're giants. Oh, sleeping giants, sleeping giants.
I'm going to leave that one there.
Welcome back. Game 2 between Gio and KC,
Thank
the
you.
LFL derby.
Rescued. Indeed it is. And we're straight into picks and bans because this is a pretty serious one because I think the desk had it right. The early game went pretty awry. And yes, the draft we had some questions with, but Carmine Core didn't get to play out their draft particularly easily. And honestly, the 2v2 kills were not what you wanted to see. We wanted to see some adaptation here and some change if Carmine Core want to come into a mid-game with less of a disadvantage.
I mean, Dagna mentioned it as well. It's like, it's not good enough. If you're going to play Renekton, play for him. You know, take that Rift Herald, play towards the side. It was Cabo and Cabo alone trying to bail out 4 other players that I felt like were a little bit idle in the very early game, and you cannot do that when Gio's composition scales to the gods. Now, KC over on the blue side for this one. Blue side is usually the side that teams will choose primarily, unless they lose 2 times on it, then you see the swap. Blue side is the favored one, and Azir still open in case KC want to snatch it. Forsaken. Rel still up. Tristana has been banned away. Now, I'm looking for potentially something like the Zeri, because if KC choose to go for something like the Rel, for something like the Azir that we mentioned, Zeri gets left open. It's one of Jesu's go-to champions.
And it's also things like, we have seen a little bit of things like the Callista as well as kind of that kind of gotcha moment. It was an interesting time in the quarterfinals where it almost worked but didn't quite in that game.
It sounds like a meme to me, man. Callista on Callist is like saying the champion's name but in a silly way.
Yeah, no, but it'd be Callista versus Callista because it's Jesu who would be playing it. So we're like, oh no.
All right, Rel.
My brain. But Rel first pick again.
I'm worried.
Last game, it's coming this way around. Now the response is just going to be the Talia Zeri for the type of Geo.
The Ivern is still open.
Oh, true that.
Still up and available. And I don't think Geo are going to let it go away. They're going to lock in the Talia for themselves. We've seen how hugely impactful this pick can be, especially against a lot of engage. Rel provides you with that. Once it's in, she gets stuck on the rocks. You throw her up, she gets poof.
I mean, exactly that. And I think there are a couple options you said, because look, there is that Zeri. You could just be a repeat of the last game, just converted. It could well be that Ivan, as you said, and
do it.
That's a decent Emperor Palpatine impression. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Right, okay, we both got a little bit high-pitched there, but this is one of Jesu's most famous and most comfortable champions. He played it a lot this split. He played it a lot this year and looked very, very good on it. It's another option to follow up on a Talia. We know how well it scales, and Kai'Sa has been terrorizing ARAM on the AP build for a little while. It's certainly been doing the same in Pro to boot.
Okay, I say please get Synchro from something like the Sejuani potentially. You've locked in something that could potentially be your top lane, your bot lane. You've got the Rel right there, but please, I'd like to see Synchro from something a little bit more facilitating. He has been a monster onto the Sejuani. Maga Sejuani extremely strong when it comes to finding picks, and it's also a non-committal ultimate also on the Sejuani. You can snipe someone from far away and follow up with the rest of the team. Second, come on, man.
If this gets locked in, I'm going to have to do some very swift looking up into field.
You know what? It happened.
I saw it to you, didn't it?
It happened in groups. I was like, I have no clue what this champion does. Let's learn it together.
It shoots dogs at people. It's very angry. But instead, it'll be the Nico lock. And of course, it's something that Seiken is very comfortable on. It obviously provides a lot of engage and some sort of follow-up to pair up with that Magnet Storm. But of course, the response will be something like Camillus on the Alistar. And Alistar, one of those champions that has been very, very potent across the EMEA Masters, and of course just generally in pro play at the minute. Very, very strong champion.
Yeah, and I love Nico for very many various reasons right here. One of them being that if you look over at Gio, Alistar, Kaisa likes to dive into the backline, melee champion Alistar, you're most likely going to have another melee champion instead of Gio. Nico loves all of these melee champions, stun them in place, absolutely blow them up with the Zeri. We saw Seiken as well, found some fantastic and extremely creative flanks over in the quarterfinals that KC had. But now, of course, jungle pool could get pinched right here. We have the Sejuani out of the picture. Also, don't let the Taliyah fool you guys. Linces does play Taliyah.
He does, yeah,
from the side of Gio.
But he does play it, and there is that world where it goes into the jungle, which would be a little bit of a throwback. And again, it's something we certainly used to love seeing when we got the chance. But of course, that was a very different meta. It was a very different time when you could pull the Taliyah out in the jungle. And there's still a world where it happens, but I think it is more of a necessity than an expectation here if that doesn't come on through.
I feel like Ivan here could be huge as an R4 from the side of Gio. They can lock in the Ivan, and then since you have the counter pick over the top side of the map as well, you can actually get that counter pick melee for Ragnar in the top lane. Helps a lot having the Ivan around as well. You can play for Ragnar. All the tools are there for Gio. If KC leave that Ivan open, I'm pretty sure it could get locked in.
Gio just decided, look, Synchro, you've been most potent when you've got a champion that can force picks. The Maokai, the Sejuani, the Nocturne, they're all off the table. Maybe you go back towards something like the Jarvan. It didn't look particularly great last game, but I wonder whether this game, it might be a little easier to execute, not having to deal so far with things like the Zyra.
There he is!
But instead, it will be Linces onto the Viego, locking in the Ruin King. It's a little bit more of a carry option, and if you overdive and you give over the body of a Rel or a Nico or a Zeri, that could get a little bit dicey, and it's certainly a champion we've seen a lot from Linces in years gone by.
You don't have a lot left from the sort of Synchro, though. You've got things like the Trundle, but it's not particularly a huge pick right here. If you want to play towards that, you could go the AP route if you want to do something like a Lilia. It's huge. There's so many melee short range champions right here, but Synchro doesn't tend to go towards these, so the only facilitating champion that I can think off the top of my head right now is only Trundle that remains in the pool, unless Synchro wants to go towards something crazy like a Lee Sin, which doesn't do very well into Alistar and Taliyah anyway. Oh, hold on.
Because the Rel's
it's Rel jungle.
Yeah, of course. It's the. I would say we've still got the Rel locked in here. So I was following along with you. And then wait, hang on. Rel's been first picked, and of course, Rel jungle has been so potent. It's Targamas back on the Nautilus, who didn't have the easiest time of it in game one. I think that early 2v2 where the dredge line went wide up a couple times didn't look fantastic. Was getting blown up in some of those fights, trying to face check against some pretty scary champions to face check. Looking for a bit of redemption this time around, but I think honestly, Trouble, it feels a bit more playable for Karmine Corp this time around.
Oh, absolutely. There's a lot of playmaking in their hands and a lot of engage with the likes of Rel and the Nautilus, but I'm looking onto the other side, and every time there's a Viego locked in, of course it's in Linces' hands. He used to play a lot of these fighters, more aggressive junglers that in your face, I'm gonna farm a lot and then one-shot you. And usually when you see champions on the other hand side of Viego, you're looking at them without the ultimate, because when he steals the soul, he cannot use their ultimate. And I see so much value in the Rel, in the Nautilus, in the Nico, in the Renekton for the follow-up of Viego taking these souls and being able to prolong fights and chase people down. These 4 out of 5 champions are so valuable for him to steal.
We'll also say for Karmine Corp, it feels like they've got more ability to play through a strong Cabochard. Now between Synchro and Seiken and Targamas, your ability to find some of those big team fight picks and set up for Kalist and Cabochard in that mid and late game to blow up some people feels pretty good. Of course, Ragnar, it's not carries, it's not a Yone, it's nothing like that. It is the Malphite he's gone for this one, which feels perhaps a little bit against what we've seen across most of the tournament here, but feeling a little bit happy about that one. Of course, see whether they can make it work between the Malphite and the Alistar. They can make themselves some pretty scary picks happen in those team fights, should they hit the correct R buttons.
Absolutely, I think Kalist cannot afford to misplace himself, especially in the team fights. He doesn't have much protection once the rock is in. The rock is in, you're gonna have to flash. If you don't have it, bad luck, you're going down. On the other hand side, Seiken is also extremely immobile. Now, what I've learned from the LFL, and a old but a new face for KC, which is called Adam. He was,
Never heard of him.
He was very adamant. That's
Very good.
Okay, no pun intended. He was very adamant that roaming level
Yes.
3. You push down the lane. Of course, it was with Bruises and Fighters. It was very easy for him to push with the likes of Olaf, with the likes of Darius. But now, Ragnar, the second he gets that level 6 and leaves the lane, he is a threat. The second he dips into Fog of War, you actually have to respect that Seiken extremely squishy. You get hit by the knockup from the Malphite, you'll get hit by a consecutive one from Taquisalia.
I completely agree, and also, you know, with some of those changes that came through a patch or two ago to teleport, you can get down towards that bot lane a little earlier at the 10-minute mark. What you can also do, guys, and those back home, is head over to forthright.com/EM tickets to get yourself those finals tickets for Montpellier, where you can see the finals of this incredible tournament live and in person in France. Hell, the LEC's happening at the same time, so you can double it up and have double the tournament fun.
Hey, it's a big weekend.
It is.
Just go on holiday, you get some esports up in there.
Sounds like a great time.
Yeah.
I know. Also, you know, it's a pretty part of the world. If you've never been to Montpellier, it's a beautiful city.
I have not.
It's great. Recommend it.
I've heard.
What we also have to do, though, perhaps highlight a player who has been having a pretty good tournament on a bit more of a carry option, Linces. This guy on the Viego is feeling like a bit of a monster. He's moved on to a team where he's not having to be the carry himself. Last year, he was a carry jungler. This year, he's been asked to be a bit more facilitating, but my God, has he done it so well.
I mean, it's great. Look at his stats. On facilitating junglers mostly, your KP at 1491%. You're basically included in every single game, maybe except one that maybe Ragnar got on his own in the top lane.
Or the bot lane this time around, right?
Or the bot lane, right? Yeah. Every other kill is generated by Linces. And the cool thing about... I was having a chat with some other pro players about junglers in general, and it's like, it's so easy to take a fighter jungler and one that has a lot of bite and aggression and turn them into a good facilitating jungler. But a good facilitating jungler is hard to be a fighter. Linces is it.
Gonna try and make this one work. Linces gets the stun. Cabochard, though, will throw down a Colvemy, can be just fine. Takui and Syncroft will spot each other in the river, but Syncroft flashes in for a shattering strike. Can still crash down. Misses the seismic shot, and Seiken is here as well. Takui may well need to flash. Trying to hold on for as long as they can, but Cabochard will just dice over the wall. Takui with no mana in a spot above them, and now Cabochard is on the wrong side of the wall. Had to flash at the up buff. This is absolute madness in the early game. Syncroft eating the wrong end of Ragnar, who doesn't have any mana, and now he's in danger. Remember, he doesn't have a flash, but over the wall, Takui's still throwing out some more rocks, but I don't think he's got any more in the pocket. He's out of mana. First one goes the way of Cabochard's Renekton. Syncroft dies, and now the body can be stolen. I just don't know how much further he can go. We're going to crash down, but look at Takui's pool. He can just throw autos, flash.
Oh, you got the other one!
But the double root, Linces desperately trying to run away, but can get no further. Cabochard ends up with 2 kills.
Oh, baby, if Cabochard was left all alone in game 1 and tried to 1v9, guess what he can do right now? 4 minutes in, almost 1,000 gold up on the map. And let's look at this again. Syncroft flashes very aggressively. A lot of question marks were raised there because no one was around to follow up on that flash. But they forced Takui into a choke point, into the Baron pit, and then forced him to flash over the wall. Now, Cabochard is in deep trouble right here, but a very quick flash away forces Geo to split around that red buff pit, and by that time, Seiken's there, Syncroft rejoins him as well. That Crocodile is a pretty beefy. The only scary part is Linces getting that reset right there and hoping that he can turn this around, but Takui has no mana to follow through. So KC, what a fantastic skirmish. I felt like this was like,
Never mind, we don't get time. He's right back at it. Linces looking to right some of those wrongs, but a well-buffered Dredgeline gets Targamas out to safety. Will cost them the flash, but they stay alive.
You know what I was thinking about? A lot of these police movies where it's like they're chasing the thieves and the thieves are like splitting.
Yeah.
So the police doesn't know who to chase. That's what I felt like KC did there, and it worked wonders for them.
Get away with it. I hadn't seen that, but now I'm there with you. Maybe that's going to be an Arcane Season 2. Saw a little thing on Reddit earlier that maybe the date has been announced somewhere out in China, so we might see what that's coming.
Arcane is my favorite.
I know. It'll be great. It's a good movie. Good movie, good series. Not a movie yet. Maybe one day.
You know something we don't?
All the time. I just pretend I do.
Movie
and then
coming
just
out, guys?
ask, why is it Sage? Exactly. I've just spoiled it. Riot's going to come to my door and have a stern talking to with me.
All right.
What have you got?
Cabochard has already established the 1,000 gold lead.
Yes, he has.
I want all hands on deck to play towards that Crocodile. Render Malphite completely useless. Get him to build all that AP. I love what Syncroft is doing right there. Crash that tower under tower. Ragnar is on level 5. Cabochard is level 6. Pop that ultimate. Get him down. Grab the tower platings. GG, well played.
Level 5, he's a very stoppable force, and Cabochard looking more and more like Godzilla in this game. Will not be asked to pick up. No, what? They didn't quite get it. He walks away. Oh no!
Huh? I want to
Missing pings.
I want
Get that sound effect on right now.
I want to say this again because I think Synchro cancelled one of his auto attacks. Cabochard walked out because he was tanking, of course, the tower. He is the tankiest member between the two, has level 6 for that extra HP, and Synchro was only level 4. But that was disastrous. That should have been Cabochard getting away with the kill, pushing that wave and the tower, getting some tire plates for free, and it was disaster. Absolutely disaster. We're seeing this again. Thank you very much for the replay right here. So Cabochard is going to tank the most of it. Lots of CC onto this, and Syncroft gets body blocked and can't get that last auto attack down. And of course,
minions.
You can't overchase because Tukui was there by that time, and Ragnar has that level 6.
Calculated.
He has unstoppable ultimate, and you lose Dragon on the other hand side of the map. Disaster.
Geo get away with absolute murder, or perhaps in this case without it, which is a huge, huge moment. Of course, this Renekton still very, very scary. Still up 1,000 gold, 2 kills, and 20 CS. So it's not the end of the world, but that should have been lane over. That should have been Ragnar in an absolutely desperate position.
Yeah.
He's still hanging on, in part because of some very lucky minion placement.
Yeah, it was the perfect timing because he had no ultimate, he had no flash available, and he had nowhere to go. Right now, you need to pull more power towards the top side of the map, potentially have Seiken arrive. Targamas has been known to be one of the best roaming supports we had in the LEC and in the ERLs currently, so get some power towards the top side of the map. I think Alice is at a very great position to stand towards the bot side of the map in a more safe position on his own, but as you can see, Seiken already towards top side of the map. Synchro going up top side as well. We get that turret plating almost.
Watch Tukui leaving the lane, and Linsis is going to be on that side of the map as well. So we've got Herald spawned and started, and of course Renekton at Herald is a notoriously strong champion. Seeing a little bit of attempt at roam that's cancelled out. And I think Geo are wisely saying, look, that's going to be a very rough fight to take. We're going to leave this one well alone.
That's exactly what Dagda was talking about. The strong side of your map is that Renekton right here with 1.1k app. You've got the whip in your pocket. You've got the other component. I don't remember what it's called. You probably do. Thank you very much. You're so close to your first item as Renekton. Of course you're going to want to take these objectives towards the top side of the map. Use that to your advantage and snowball that. So very well played from KC. You saw that Kalis and Targamas also shoved in the wave and instantly started roaming towards the top side of the map in case a fight breaks out. I can English, I promise.
We might also be seeing some big game hunting appear as Linsis looking to see whether they can make this bait work. They're going to find a huge chunk, but burst him down. The heal is good. Gets away, still has the flash. Gets the slow, is forced to flash and survive. So that's Cabochard down all of his utility.
Oh, they chained their CC so perfectly together, and Cabo just about manages to press that ultimate button and get that HP back. But knowing there's two members of KC towards the top side of the map, Synchro knows there is not going to be a jungler around. Tukui is also a little bit hurt with not enough mana, so they're popping down that Rift Herald for Seiken. Seiken's going to cash in 2 tire platings, a third one on the way. So a really great play in general towards the top side of the map for KC.
And I think it's also worth pointing out that actually this is much more reminiscent of what we expected from Karmine Corp.
Absolutely.
Particularly from the quarterfinals onwards, a lot more coordinated in the early game, a lot more in control.
Hey, maybe they need a warm-up game.
Well, maybe they just did. We saw that a lot last year with the Wildcats, right? Who, defense Karmine Corp put to the sword in their quarters, so...
Well, they showed them.
I realised the moment I made that reference, like, maybe that doesn't work so well in the current state of the tournament, but Karmine Corp looking a lot more in control, a lot calmer, and a lot more proactively, because last game, in the green room, both me and you were pretty disappointed with Synchro. He didn't get a lot going on that Jarvan at all. This time around, Cabochard much better off in terms of where he's at in the lane state. The gold in general, much better off. They've got the early Herald. Yes, they have lost the Drake, but they are feeling pretty happy. Look at that gold at the top of the screen. This time it means something.
It's only going to get wider, the gold gap on the top side of the map. You see another tire plating going down and another tire plating going down for Cabochard. 1.6k up in the lead right now. And sure, this Malphite is going to slowly but surely start stacking armor, but it's not going to matter if you get a Renekton on top of a Kai'Sa that plays very low range. On top of it, Aaliyah, Linsis as well is going to want to play this fight at some point. You run into the Renekton, you're dead.
Looks like Karmine Corp are throwing a party. They've certainly got enough plates to serve everyone at this point. I'm feeling very happy with this early game. As, Ragnar loses his shield, but again, this is a Malphite, and eventually you hit a point where the Renekton doesn't do meaningful damage to the Malphite, even if you can get the shove on in.
At the end of the day, your Malphite right here is just going to be your trigger for starting a team fight, right? He's not going to do necessarily too much damage, even though his base damage on his spells, as you level them up later on, they do hurt a lot, especially if you hit an ultimate on the Seiken or a Kalist, who are extremely squishy carry champions. This hurts. But at the end of the day, what Cabochard needs to do is to bully the Malphite around the side lane to try and break open a lane. Talking about breaking open a lane, Casey are looking towards the bot side of the map that Syncroft has not necessarily visited too much in this particular game, not series.
Worth pointing out as well that despite trying to avoid vision, Syncroft was spotted on that red wall just the top left of your screen, so they will know that Syncroft is starting off this dragon. And Linces is still around, so we might just be about to see a little bit of a fight. Both those abilities go wide.
But look at the mid lane, right? Seiken was able to shove in that wave, which means he's the first one in the river. Now, don't get me wrong, I feel like Taliyah is one of these champions that can get away with not being the first one in the river, because you can throw down your walls, split the fight, and then your team can engage however they see fit. And this is going to be exactly the case. Tukui is going to throw down the wall.
Here we go. The wall comes down and the teleports are summoned. Everyone's ready to go. Dreadline goes wide, but now the dragon goes down. It is taken by the side of Signal, but the fight commences. Pop Blossom lands, but not as well as they were hoping. Body stolen. That's a rel. That's a massive shattering strike into a crash down, and Jetsu to the backside begins to unleash a Cathian hell. Targamas has no flash, no hope, no dreams. He's dead to rights, as well as Linces picks up another one. Can look to hop over the wall. Cabochard and Kalist must back to safety. That is an angry bee, but I don't think your sting means much in this one. G.O. bite back.
That was a beautiful wall from Tukui to force the entirety of KC in a pit. Forcing you in a pit versus a Malphite and a Taliyah, making sure all the spells are being landed because you're stuck in a chokehold, is so great placement from the side. And honestly, Tukui, what a fantastic play from his Taliyah. KC, a little bit lost right there. They get shoved in. Don't necessarily have a reply for this fight. They're lucky to get 2 out.
They very much are. Jezu comes away now with kills. I'm looking at a 3-kill Viego, who is looking to become a real threat. The Trinity
he didn't have any before that.
Oh, no, he didn't. Now he does. Let's look at this one again, because it just turns into a bit of a snowball once those first kills come through.
Look, what a great wall. The wall comes out from the left and the TP comes out from the right. The right one is the Malphite. So KC are funneled either in the pit or towards the choke point where Gio are running through, and you cannot follow through a Taliyah. Look how Tukui is sort of guarding that choke point and allowing Gio to play around that. That was a marvelous played team fight to get KC exactly where they wanted them.
And Tukui and Jezu both got out of the Pop Blossom. Neither of them were hit, and that meant that that didn't really land that much. You hit an Alistair who was ulting and a Malphite who already ulted. You're not getting much value with that Pop Blossom, and then suddenly your Rel gets stolen, and then Linces begins to rub his hand and goes, excellent, I have the Rel jungle now.
Trinity Force.
Exactly, and now he's got a Triforce. Now he is very much in a position to be a threat in this game. Syncroft and Targamas maybe about to face check Camilius and Linces, but nothing too much more to be found.
And mind you, again, it's very good to reiterate the value of the champions that this Viego can get once he gets his shutdowns. He stole Syncroft's soul, became the Rel, stunned people right behind him, which then snowballed onto Seiken's death. He takes Seiken's Nico and then stuns the next person, which the next person with the Nico. So the value of the champions that you can steal from the KC is chef's kiss.
It very much is. Carmine Core, though, doing a very good job of walking together as a unit to put down absolute tons of blue vision into this kind of bot side river to ensure they get the ability to shove on through the jungle and make sure that the likes of Camillus, the likes of Linces are known quantities. Herald number 2, though, has spawned, and this is a side of the river that Geo have a little bit more control over.
You would think that with the Renekton 1-point-something K up in gold, you wouldn't do that, but Syncroft has been caught.
That's a Hex Splash into the headbutt, Pulverize, and Pulverize is exactly the right tome as the horse is crushed. Geo. Cabochard has thrown down the Dominance, but gets stunned up. Another big double headbutt, Pulverize buys time. Herald secured by Geo, but they won't go for the eye quite yet. Camillus needs to try and escape. Will use the headbutt as a taxi to try and get out to safety, but his Dreadside will surely fall. It is a 1-for-1, but the Herald is secured by Geo.
And that's the list of the Warriors right now. You just lose your support from the side of Geo. You got what you wanted. You got that Rift Herald in your pocket. But KC are now got them in the numbers, and they're going to take Military Ones.
Needs to be a little bit afraid. I wonder whether Jezu might consider going in on that fully stacked plasma, but instead Karmine Corp will get an additional prize in the first turret there in the mid lane of all places.
And that's a great stuff right there. Getting that map a little bit darker potentially gives you that chance with Targamas onto the Nautilus, with Synchro onto the Rel to find some angles in this fight. You see Synchro, Hexlash is over the wall like, what? There's no Geo players around? And he instantly gets jumped by 4. And look at, again, what a marvelous freaking wall coming in from Takui. Absolutely gets Casey stuck in this corner. And even though Caboshot is flanking from the left side of the map and trying to get into these fights, the fact that Takui misses that knockup is what allows Casey to chase over onto Camilius's Alistar right there. Other than that, again, honestly, I am mind blown by Takui, and the way he places walls on the map forces KC in a very disadvantageous position when Geo want to fight them.
Still need to give credit over, though, to Karmine Corp, who are up a fair amount of gold and are, as we said, still in a position to be very scary
I wonder where all that gold is lying.
Well, it might be towards that top lane. Seiken as well, doing pretty well in this mid lane. Gets himself another turret there, of course. There's a Herald available. It's dropped towards Ragnar of all places, but it will ensure they get a turret up here. And there's a dragon being spawned in about 8 seconds. I suspect both teams might be looking to contest that one. Ragnar doesn't have his ultimate quite yet, but all the while, Karmine Corp getting on towards this tier 2. They've done this across both games now. Play towards these side lane split push conditions pretty damn well.
Yeah,
tier 2 secured.
I would think that with Geo having the Rift Herald, they're going to use Shelly to push that tier 2 in the top lane as well. They had Linces around. He's emptied the entire jungle, pulled down the ward. So they knew that KC had the advantageous position when it came to moving into that dragon area because they were already on that side of the map. So you give one up, it's fine. It's only 2 dragons in. You take 2 towers to your advantage. Linces took the entire top side quadrant of Synchro's jungle as well. So you take this straight for Geo.
You absolutely do, and I kind of agree with your statement there, because again, it would have been risky to teleport in there and try and fight that dragon. And look, it's only second dragon. We can get more gold into our hands and keep the gold within 2,000 or so, which is very reasonable considering, as we said, the Renekton has managed to earn themselves a significant advantage themselves. We're seeing kind of match discrepancies in jungle and mid, but you have spotted something.
I'm getting a lot of pings on Jezu in the mid lane from the side of KC. They're like aggressively pinging that he's in the mid lane, and they're looking to potentially get a pickup onto Jezu, yeah.
Kalisto goes forward, but there's a teleport behind. That's so much damage! My god! Flash on forward, but the ult afterwards is good. Kalisto taken low! Gets the solo kill! Bot lane though, fights commences. Linces looks to get a kill onto Seiken, does so. Massive damage! Double kill! That's not Seiken getting, because of course, it's a stolen down body as the Ruined King ruins Karmine Corp's day. Caboshot knocked up, trying to survive, slices, dices, and will roll well on this one. Still gets stunned up, will not roll well enough the second time around. That's a nat one, and he will die. Linces claims another one, and that is a damn terrifying Viego.
What a wild turn of events! Jezu gets absolutely ditched by his top laner.
What's happening?
He gets engaged by Khaleesi, he gets ditched by Ragnar, but for a good reason. Again, if we look at this replay, we're not going to look at this replay, but we might in a bit. But that's a great turn of events for the set of Geo. Linces on the carry role this time around, not on a facilitator. On that Viego 6-1 and 2, and now we're gonna have a look at this replay. So Kalista engages onto Jezu in the mid lane if you look at the minimap, and Ragnar absolutely ditches him because he sees the potential down the bot lane. Linces is their carry this time around, and they're facilitating for him. So the TP from Ragnar secured Linces another 2 kills. And again, look at the follow-up once these souls who are so valuable come through. Then Nico with the root, the Rel with the root as well. They're just such great targets for Linces to put his target on.
And sometimes it feels really good when you set things up earlier in the game. We bring up a little graphic about the guy.
Man, I would be salty if I was Jezu. If I was Jezu and I went past my top laner and he pressed his TP button while I'm dying, I'd be pissed.
He's not as important this game. Clearly, it's Linces. We brought up the graphic for him. He's 6-1 and 2. He's got 2 items. And in fairness, Jezu nearly played that one pretty well, but he can't outrun a ghosting Zeri, it turns out. That
oh, wouldn't you want to have your Malphite there?
Like, Malphite, please! Like, no. I see 3 kills in the bot lane. Goodbye.
I'm out.
Fades into the distance.
All right, on the other hand side, though, for KC, 2 kills for Khaleesi. Now, what Khaleesi needs to be very careful of course, is that he's moving into the next fight in 2 minutes without his flash.
Yes.
He becomes a really easy target for Ragnar to go for. And of course, once that target has been locked, from the Malphite ult. It's such an easy follow-up with Linces and with Tukui having that long-range access with the ultimate on the Viego and of course the knockup from the Talia. So that would be a very easy lockdown from the side of Geo. Now KC have the Baron in their sights.
Mind you, Jezu and Tukui don't have flash themselves, but this looks like a little bit of a flip. Last time around, Geo won the flip. The burgers went their way. Looks like we are back in the kitchen. We're back in the burger joint. As Seiken has got himself a clone in there. Massive two-man knockup into the follow-up. Oh my god, it's a beautiful wombo combo. Cabajot though into the backline, trying to play time onto Jezu, but he just can't do enough damage. But whoa, come on! He can, does at least get the Kai'Sa, but not before the rest of his team is forced to run to the hills. They must try and escape. The wall comes down, and they will claim Synchros life as well. Kalist goes to the backline, can't get anybody, falls down. Karmi Core are wiped. The blue wall crumbles.
What a terror! I never expected KC to come up with a desperation Baron to cause a teamfight. Yes, they see Tukui down the bot lane, but it's Talia with teleport. He teleports in, throws the wall down instantly. What a fantastic engage by Camilius, followed up by Ragnar, instantly zones away Kalist. Kalist is on 10% HP. That Zeri cannot walk up to assist you and put down the damage. It's your only damage dealer remaining. Excuse me, on the map, and Geo absolutely spats on them. I'm lost for words. The world is lost. My words are lost. Everything's KC. So desperate.
It really is. And honestly, Geo, a team that in some ways a lot of people have written off. This is against Karmi Core, who just slammed the defending champions, who are, you know, 3 times at EMEA Masters, 3 championships. They're here for their 4th. And they're about to go down 2-0, it feels like. They just lost Baron, they can't win a team fight. And this is a team on the side of Team Geo who struggle with communication, struggle to find consistent team fights, who have been so inconsistent considering the raw star power on their roster. About to take KC to match point, it feels like. Maybe this can be a moment to turn it around. Maybe this can be a moment to get themselves to soul point, but you have to start to fear if you're a Karmi Core fan.
What's Seiken and what's Kalist's positioning right there? They both have flash. They can get out of Ragnar's ultimate whenever they wish. What angle is KC gonna find? Look at Targamas. He's playing from the right side to angle.
To get on in, just gonna get that much value back. They get to the backside, take it down about half HP. He gets stunned up! That's a massive ultimate! But wait, the Pablos comes on through! This is down! They finally prevent the engage. Cabashot, gold to the backside, does go down. Jezu stunned up in the back end of it, but will survive with attacking the dragon. Camille is also desperately low, and now Geo are the ones in danger. Ragnar needs to run away. Kalista begins to fire. Gets another one onto the side of that Talia. Does go down. Ragnar gets down as well. And actually, Karmi Core finally bite back, finally stop Linces and get themselves to soul point. Baron will be absolutely neutered to boot.
Seiken. 4 times, because he's looking for his 4th title if he goes over to the finals. He's the OG member of KC. He's been there for all 3 titles. He's been there for the entire era, and he baits Geo in the pit. He is the Malphite all because he knows he is not threatened by anyone else, and when Linces jumps him, he sees him to death. The whole of KC jump on him as well, and he gets out scot-free. Gets the root over the wall of the Jezu as well. What a fantastic performance in this team fight by that KC mid laner. And again, one of the staples for the organization. He's been there from the very beginning. He has been part of all 3 titles and their success. And he's coming back in this team fight to bail them out. 1, 3, and 5, his KDA does not speak for how much he did in this team fight.
And let's be real, if that stopwatch hadn't come through, Linces was claiming another kill. That was a body stolen, and the game looks very, very different. Instead, Linces dies, and look at the gold. He's 4,000 gold ahead of this 056 rel. Syncroft has been struggling, Linces has been feasting, but you kill off the Viego, and these fights look a lot more playable when the Renekton, when the Zeri get to free fire on those very low health members afterwards. Ragnar ults on the top side, and Seiken's going to be forced to ult early. Now the teleport's coming on through to try and prevent a further chase down. I think it must be. They're going to try and get in here, but there's not much of a wave left. Still jumping onto Ragnar, who doesn't have a flash, but will get on out, and that's the teleport force, and Ragnar gets to walk away.
I think it's kind of gonna find, because mid lane is pushing, top lane is pushing, and now KC can actually split through mid and top. There's only one lane that is actually under attack for KC, and that's the bot lane. So they can actually trade 2 towers for 1. KC can actually keep pressuring right here. Geo, until the reply comes through, you will see that Seiken does have the teleport, so he's gonna be the one going back to base to defend that bot lane push coming through. But that was a very clever TP, I feel like, from KC. It resulted in them having both tier 2s in the mid lane and the top lane. Great macro.
Helped defend Seiken as well, because you felt like the Malphite could keep running at that Nico for a while. Otherwise, I think he said Zeri, but that's very much the wrong champion. Play does buy some time there. And yes, you got the tier 2 for Geo, but Kamiko get both tier 2s, as you mentioned, and that was against the Baron that really got absolutely nothing done. What have you spotted?
The story of the carries has changed for Geo. Last game, it was Jizu onto his Aya. This game, it's Linzas onto the Viego. And if he's slippery enough and difficult to kill, and Seiken had to pull out every card in his box to get him trapped into this pit and play fantastically that fight start to finish. Now you need to kill Linzas twice.
Yeah.
He has gotten his Guardian Angel, so has Caboshot, to be fair, but Caboshot is playing more to zone away the fight and try to dive into the backline, whilst Linzas is looking for this opportunity. This Ragnar, he's
Cap just
flanking.
picked up for Seiken. That could be important, this potential fight. Seiken just get a bit of a route onto Ragnar, and everyone's around. Caboshot looking to get onto the Malphite, who gets hooked up, taken very low. Still has the ultimate, gets into the backline, but may well likely be traded out for it. Seiken gets a pop loss, but it's not the highest value. Resurrecting his Linzas. He's surely dead here. Seiken trying to buy space and time, and he's dead. He's down. It's a double kill to Kalist and Kamiko, Caboshot. This incredible roster of talent beginning to come online across these last 2 team fights.
It's a KC magic, baby. They're coming back together. They were lost game 1, game 2. They're doing everything possible in their power to pick Geo apart. Look at that TP coming in from Seiken. It's guarded by Ragnar on the top side of the map. Seiken, though, plays around Ragnar, and KC pull the trigger to engage on the tank, because if Geo pushes through that choke point, there's a gigantic Renekton and Nico ult that can stop you dead in your tracks. And Linzas falls for the bait. He sees the low HP bars and falls for the hourglass again, which means not only does he go down, he lost his GA.
Jesu just had to cleanse an ult there as well, continuing to run at him. He's not having the easiest time on this Kai'Sa. Been pretty quiet. At least the 3 items now can be a threat. And Linzas back on the map, looking to try and redeem himself. It's a couple important deaths. And yes, he is strong, but the problem is now he's diving in. He's diving into 5 people by himself, and that is just so hard to deal with. Zhonya's stopwatch, GA, you can look across the board and see some very difficult targets to deal with. Kalist now with the Bloodthirster. Who on earth are you getting to burst through?
Now, if you're KC, you have the reins of the game. You are sitting on soul point, so you can choose whether you want to go for the dragon or allow Geo to try and stop your soul and just take the Baron.
Double headbutt pulp. Togmus has to flash. Caboshot also taken pretty low. That was a little overeager, but Cabo doesn't actually have the teleport. 30 seconds on Infernal Dragon might cost Carmine Core.
Tukui's chasing.
Tukui has gone down. Yes, he has. That's a wall on the backside. Looking to see if we can get someone in the pit. Leaves Carmine Core in an awkward position. Caboshot does have the start of that GA. Into the backline goes Ragnar. Kalist taken low. Trying to run down. Big pop blossom. Gets onto Jesu. He's dead. Seiken uses the stopwatch well. Ragnar cannot kill Kalist, but does so finally at the end of the day. Looking to get some more work done as Linzas. He's got himself a body. It is, of course, the Nico. Tukui trying to run away. Caboshot still trying to survive. Chameleons into the backside. Does get a big knocker, but there's just not any damage left. Big knocker onto the side of Tukui, trying to run away, gets the shove, gets the GA. Linzas needs to back. It is a 3v3. Caboshot doing some healing, desperately low in Synchron, body secured by Linzas. He gets to hop on through, and despite the health bars, Geo win out.
Oh my god, I think this game has been the story of the 2 mid laners. Tukui played this to absolute perfection. Again, look at the TPs coming in. You will see that Kalist gets hit by the big rock from Malphite, and then Ragnar walks him down while Seiken has his eyes onto that Kalist. He's like, that's the carry. That's not the carry. Linzas is. So when you use your entire HP bar to take down the Kai'Sa and allow the Viego to take you down, all he needs is one reset, and Linzas got his reset that game, that fight, which wasn't Seiken. They have been hunting him for 3 team fights straight, and now that they got him, he saw that there was no damage left.
Got so close here, but Chameleons finds another big pulverize. 3-man knock up there at the end of it. Unspoken MVP, and now with the GA down, and they head straight back towards his Baron. Here we go again. Those are some big damage numbers. We'd love to look at it, but we just don't have time. Baron secured, and Geo looking to extract, looking to get back to base, looking to ensure Carmine Core cannot collapse as them as they escape.
I don't know if they can chase right here, but what Cabo is looking for is potentially for everyone to back, and then he catches somebody onto the retreat. He sees Zhu right there, but Zhu eyes him down, and he's like, yeah, I don't want none of that, so they're gonna back off.
Close.
Huge wave over on the top side of the map. You want to be able to push this away before the Baron Siege starts and the minions become a lot stronger. We'll see right now what Gio can actually do with the Baron, but this has been, again, a very close game. 2,000 gold difference over for Gio, but all the gold lies within Lince's, within the jungler. If they can manage to find him in one of those fights, if they can manage to bait him in again with Seiken's Hourglass, and you take him down, that's great. But if Lince survives, KC lose the fight.
Stopwatch now on Zeri as well, increasingly hard to take down. But I'm looking at Jezu, he's at 3.5, he's got a stopwatch. Yes, he's down 3,000 gold, but in terms of active fighting power, he's not miles off. He's still a threat. And again, this Viego, unless you deal with them early, before the resets begin, is such a problem. It's that additional X factor that Karmine Corp dealt with for a couple fights in a row, but that last one they did not. And he survived and managed to win out a fight that looked oh so dicey, no puns regarding Renekton's abilities intended.
I feel like it's been so difficult to deal with Ragnar as well, because Ragnar is literally body blocking every auto attack from Kalist. He's like, yeah, okay, I'm here.
Yeah, what does Zeri do against Malphite? Exactly.
Ragnar literally is walking down Kalist, and Kalist can do nothing about it. He cannot use the power that he has onto this Zeri, into these team fights. Another wall coming in from Tukui, gonna zone away KC, take out this tower in the mid lane, the tier 2, easy peasy without any commitment right there from the side of GO. And now KC are looking, what have you got? You're engaged. It's not the easiest. They hit a root onto the Malphite, but that's not the target you want to be taken down.
And again, it's always been one of Zeri's flaws. She's not been the best anti-tank champion. She's wonderful at running down low health bars. She's wonderful at staying alive. Can certainly deal with the absolute best of them. You can see that in the amount of pentakills, that's for sure. But against a Malphite, you kind of said it right. You just get run down a lot, and you've got enough targets to be dealing with, and Seiken and Cabochard played out some of these fights beforehand so well to ensure Linces didn't get the resets. Great stopwatch timings, using the GAs, all of those things, but it's easier said than done. 2 minutes until what would be Infernal Soul for Karmine Corp, and that would be a win condition, but it does feel like this game could go either way right now.
We talked about a lot of the times the Soul being the win condition for a team, but it's also the downfall, right? Because you need to get there and team fight for it. It's not like GO are going to be doing anything else on the map. There is nothing else on the map for them to do.
Elder for next the whole thing.
Yeah, their Baron is the Baron's about to run down. 3 minutes and 10 seconds for the next Baron to come up. So they literally have nothing. Their weekend is open currently, just for that dragon fight. So
just call me. I'll be there. Just whatever.
Exactly. They're gonna be there nevertheless, right? They still have the Baron, which is very valuable for them because they can still pressure the waves, which means that allows them to freely put down a lot of vision before that dragon gets up. So a lot of setup. They'll have vision onto Karmine Corp before that dragon begins, and by pushing in these waves with the remainder of their Baron buff, that also allows for very free resets while Karmine Corp is dealing with the pushed in waves.
Also important though, Cabochard no TP quite yet, of course Seiken does. Ragnar and Tukui still up with both theirs, and of course Tukui, but it also means the opportunity to reset, to move around the map pretty high for Geo if they can get some of these lanes shoved in.
Camilius need to press B. Yeah, there you go. Presses B. He set down all of his wards, but because KC, you see right here, they have to deal with the waves that have been pushed into them due to the Baron buff. They have the time from the side of GO to reset while still all of their vision is down. The problem from the side of KC is that they don't necessarily have anyone to face check for them. Syncroft is kind of squishy because he's gone for more the protective build, if you will. Exactly. He's more of the supportive, protective build onto the Rel. Cabochard as well has the GA. Doesn't want to lose it by just face checking for some vision. So everything's going to be played around that mid lane wave. And if KC can enter the river on that side, Cabo loses half his HP, even attempting to walk into that river.
Linces, never mind completing a 4th item, just gone for the
Kalist is zoned out.
It's a big zone out. Kalist can't get hit. Tarkmas goes golden. They're trying to buy time. Syncroft runs away, but Tarkmas must flash. Must try and stay alive. Gets knocked up, but that is the ult used to kill off the Nautilus. It's taken away now. Linces squishier, but has stolen the Nautilus body. Lands the dredge line. That's still the Nautilus.
Seiken!
Golden. Seiken doesn't get as much value as his own big 4 Cabochard on the back. There's Jezu, who dies. He's dead. Ragnar staying alive. Tukui trying to do as much work as he can on the backside, but still Ragnar down. A double kill to Cabochard who's trying to stay alive. Kalist desperately low. Has the GA to work with. It's a 2-for-1. But importantly, the health bars for Karmine Corp are just desperately low.
Cabo and Seiken still have TPs to get back into this fight. Syncroft can stay around. He has 50% HP. They can TP straight back into this fight and fight for the dragon. Only 3 members of GO and 4 for Karmine Corp. Kalist has also gone mid lane. He's stolen back so much HP. KC found their soul.
They look at it, honestly, I thought the moment they jumped Kalist, it was going to be a disaster.
Seiken!
But Seiken gets the stun. Let's have a look at it again.
Oh my god, this is why this guy says, I don't care if they pinch my pool, I still have Nico, it works pretty well. Now, Tagamas right here gets a little bit too deep, Casey cannot commit right there, but most importantly, Ragnar commits the ultimate onto one support. And Kalist right there, you think he gets caught? Look at that beautiful flash all from Seiken to lock down 3 members that threaten Kalist. And the second that Zizou goes down, Litzes doesn't get his reset because Tagamas hourglassed it earlier on. It is beautiful to watch from the two mid laners. The things Tukui and Seiken have done to win these fights has been incredible. Seiken coming out on top in this one.
You thought when the stopwatch came through that Jezu could play it out, but Kabashov was right there to snap him up. Infernal Soul for Karmine Core. Gold lead nominally to Geo, but I don't know how much it means right now. Whew. Game on a knife's edge. Karmine Core perhaps with a decisive edge with this Infernal Soul, perhaps. You know, I felt like I've said that a couple times this game to both sides. Oh, that certainly stings now.
Now, of course, Hourglass still not quite up from Seiken. He's gonna go all the way back to base to purchase a blasting one, I think it was. A little bit more AP power for these fights to come. But Tinkoff is engaging right here. You do not have your Nico. If you get caught out, it's a 4 versus 5. He was trying to see if Geo would commit anything, but again, your Nico is way too far away. No flash on Seiken, no flash on Kalist. You cannot overexpose your 2 carries because Malphite is still there. He's still praying, he's still looking. All eyes on Ragnar. If he finds the target and Viego can dive in.
All right, Baron started. Kabashard trying to zone people off. Linces over the back, does not have flash, does have ult, can get into the pitch. So hard to stop a Viego from getting in. He's off vision as well, they don't know where he is. He can get to the pit, they know where he is. It's gone. Cannot get there in time. Seiken will be resetting with a clone. But now Karmine Core needs to run back out of here. Ragnar in danger, gets jumped on by Kabashard. Karmine Core want the fight. They want to do this. Over goes Kalist, who gets stunned up. They must try and reset. I don't know about this.
Oh, that was so scary.
Where are they going? They've got a wave. Are they going to keep shoving?
KC are going to shove towards the top side of the map. I mean, they have an entire wave. They have 2 cannon minions. They're gonna Baron the map as well. Seiken is gonna press B to try and see if anyone pushes further from Geo. It's not going to be the case. Every single member of Geo went back to base. They want to defend that top lane side of the map. Ragnar still has his ultimate.
Baron, hook goes down onto Ragnar. And Karmine Core continue to siege on forwards. The depth charge comes on and Ragnar knocked up but knocked down. But he's still able to ult in. Seiken takes a big chunk back though for the temerity of stopping forwards. And look at this Kai'Sa, now very much online. That's a sorcery elixir on as well. These W's certainly begin to sting. Still though, the inhibitor is down. The inhibitor turret has fallen, of course. Before that, Karmine Core get a decent value out of that initial shove top lane.
They still have 2 minutes left on their Baron buff as well. And they've got 2 more lanes of attack from the side of Geo. So Seiken, Kalist, I think their flashes are about to come up as well. You see Kalist has finished his last item, full item Zeri, 4 items on Nico, sorry, for Seiken as well. We're looking at their flashes right there. They still have like just a couple of seconds left on them on the cooldown. The second you have flashes on both of your carries, you can play even more aggressive. If you are KC, they have been fantastic and fighting these angles. On the other hand side, I'm looking at Tukui. The placement of that wall will be so instrumental for their team fights, for splitting apart KC and allowing Linces to dive in, not to fight people.
Oh, they're going to catch on to Syncroft. Pulling him across the wall, can't quite kill him.
Camilla's dead.
Desperately low. Kalist, shot back though, will still survive. Still has the flash, still has to go, still has the GA, and is just fine with that. An attempted pick goes desperately long. Camille's down. The wall behind them is Kabashard's not going to get into this fight, particularly Syncroft gets a stun onto Ragnar. Seiken throws out a clone forwards. It's not him, of course. It's just that W, that trickster. Karmine Core get another inhibitor.
Funnily enough, these 2 creeps had to walk around because of the wall of Tukui and went towards that mid lane. But Geo, they're chasing the jungle. There's no objective, Geo. What are you doing?
Trying to get something in the back end of it. Kabashard has hysterics pop and not down. Targmas gets the depth charge onto Jezu into the Pot Blossom. Not as much value as they were hoping for as Ragnar goes over the wall. Can't get that much. Seiken desperately trying to...
Cabo!
Cabo to the backside though. This is Godzilla, all right. It ain't no alligator from the swamp. He's a city-destroying monster alongside Kalist, who claims Viego. Linces, what a game he's had. It's just
KC are ending. Seiken and Kabashard both have teleports. They still have Baron. They have a wave towards the bottom. They have a wave in the top lane. They can pressure Geo. Linces dead. Jezu dead. All their carries dead.
The siege continues with all the minions crashing into the base. The gates are broken. Their bodies are broken. And we're going to 1-1. Karmine Core, even the series out.
moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. Homie, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You force to oblige to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the nine. Was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah. Shutting it down. Been in the ground, and my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing, go to my rank. Royalty up in my veins. I'm loco, think I'm so cold. I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 더운 날로 모든 배워 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게 이기든 지든. My crew make the beat. No one could stop us. They'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we coming right back. This time they're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
I keep on shattering time. I might just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. Yo, you just quit sleeping on mine. You got your back on reclined. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprised. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Biggest my self-esteem. Run it back, running man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run at a time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we coming right back.
Qué alegría más grande. Tu alma brisa y me hace cantar.
Little moments of joy are not so little. They are pure joy. Therefore, treat yourself. Come to Andalucía.
Danke, Marine. Okay, come up with a new banger copy pasta. Ask that later. Definitely speak to Law about some hair advice. Have a break. Yes.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Be on time. Oh.
I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I am no regular citizen. Do you understand what you witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions so I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they out for me. Just do it and stop at I'm talking G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one son that don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up.
Buraya ilk gelişim değil. Ama bu defa onları yerle bir etmek için buradayım.
Alles stand in Flammen. Aber jetzt ist die Zeit für Rache. Napotkałem na swojej drodze wiele trudności, jednak tym razem nic mnie nie powstrzyma. ¿Quieres demostrar al resto que tú no te brillas?
Il vous a manqué. Il est temps de reprendre ce qui nous appartient.
And welcome everyone to the grand finals of EMEA Masters 2023 summer season, live from Sud de France Arena in Montpellier, Occitanie. Today we kick off the weekend with home favorite Calvin Cup facing off against the Spanish super rival Movistar Riders before the NEC takes over tomorrow and on Sunday. And for today, I will be your host, Amlo, joined by Trouble, Yamato, and Dagda. I'm so happy.
Holy moly, the crowd! It is nuts! Listen to that!
If you guys never experienced an event with Carmine Corp, get ready for it. It is going to be insane. We need to look at that. It's a really nice field.
What do you mean? Seiken just showed on screen
Right.
for a second and they went, wow, I can't believe what's going to happen when he actually walks on the stage.
It's going to be an amazing finals. At least we hope. But before we get into this, let's recap what happened in the competition before that and how both teams made it. Starting with the groups, I believe best of one. Both teams finished with a 3-3 record in their group, with Casey needing a tiebreaker to make it. I don't know how we're gonna go through pre-show.
They made it so dramatic.
Right?
They made it so dramatic. They lost games. They played Tryndamere. They lost to the GP. Everyone was nervous, but that's the show. That you jump on the show. They need to make it dramatic because the KC fans, they think the EMEA Masters is a given for them.
Absolutely. I just want to remind people that even when they won, back when they came through play-ins, no one expected them to win. No one expected them to even make it into EMEA Masters. They made it through play-ins all the way to champions again.
Yeah, and I think the big one is, I mean, going 3-3 seems to be the secret sauce, because when we look towards the playoffs, that's where we really got to see these teams pop off, right? Movistar Riders going undefeated on the top of the bracket. You have Carmine Corp at a very tough time against Istanbul Wildcats, but they were able to take it in the end.
I mean, that's the thing, right? When you look at the group stage and best of one and how things went for both teams, I don't think we could have expected these teams to be the tournament favorites. And then when the knockout stage, where I think Casey knocking out the undefeated Istanbul Wildcats, for me was the most expected one here, but also the way that the Spanish team has been ramping up so far up until reaching finals has been impressive, Yamato.
I think the trend for both of these teams are just in the best of fives. Regionally, they were also super sharp in the best of fives, and the experience and the willingness to really perform under pressure has really delivered in the kind of knockout stage.
And I want to give a little bit of an 0-7 GTZ, the Portuguese team, making it all the way to quarterfinals, making history. Matchko making semifinals, making history, not only for the org, but PG Nats as well. And of course, GO tried their best one more time, falling short to K-Corp.
They tried their best, but yeah, as we said, I mean, I feel like at every iteration of EMEA Masters, we have new regions becoming stronger and stronger. You were mentioning Italy. What was the highlight for you of EMEA Masters so far when you think of both teams we have in finals today? Like
I mean, can I lie? I just go here. I mean, this is nuts. But honestly, yeah, I think a huge amount of this is kind of, as you say, seeing these teams head up. Natives for me is the big one. The Irish team that managed to come in, and we actually were relevant for a little bit of time on the esports stage. That was always good to see.
And it all comes down to this, right? The LVP, one of the strongest regions we have initially, versus the LFL. But when you look at the LVP and Superliga and how things went for them, 4 years separate. The first titles they got to the last one they had last year with Team Heretics grabbing the trophy in summer. What happened to this region? Because when you look at the players coming from Superliga, usually they are really successful players in the LEC. What happened for this region for the past years, Dagda?
Yeah, it seems to be just a case of having so much of these. The talent that initially was there with like Mad Lions back in like 2018 summer. You had like Origin who were there in 2018 spring, right as EMEA Masters kicked off. But we kind of got to see a lot of this talent picked up by the LEC. Like you saw Nemesis moved on. We got players like Aljoy that were moving on from the Spanish league. And bit by bit, the region kind of got, well, they got sabotaged. They got all their everything stolen.
You can call me guilty.
The LFL.
You can call me guilty because I just took the championship winning team, the Giants roster. I made it my own. Jizuke, Gilius, Jacktro, Attila. Keep Kabushat in there, but that was the boys that I stole from the LVP.
And when you look at this, I think Movistar Riders already made history, but making it to finals, now they're one step away from grabbing the trophy. And when you look at this team, they had the most appearances at EMEA Masters Trouble, and overcoming K-Corp usually, I feel like would be the peak achievement for the region, but also following up on what Heretics tried to bring back to former glory for the region.
I just want to say the Movistar Riders history started in 2017 with their first ever competitive tournament in Montpellier, where we are right now, and it would only make sense to remake history by winning their first title here too.
And who is best to talk about Movistar Riders than their jungler himself, Isma. Bienvenue.
Merci. Ça va bien, ça va bien.
What do you think about the crowd, about the audience, about everything so far?
It's pretty insane, not gonna lie. Right? I mean, we were warming up, it was pretty insane. I can't wait to play.
It's actually really funny for you because, okay, we're gonna do our best here.
Yes, no problem.
You're a French player playing for the opposition, playing for Spain today. How does that make you feel?
I don't know what to expect. I mean, I expect to be the kind of the villain, of the series. The people don't want to cheer for. But as I said, I mean, we are kind of used to. It was like this as well in LVP, so I'm really excited to play. Like, really, really excited to play.
Fantastic.
Isma, I just want to remind that this crowd is French.
Yes.
So even though you could be the villain today, I'm sure that they have a backup plan with you. They're like, hey, maybe K-Corp loses, but we have a French player on the other hand side. Now, of course, that's not only the case. You're coming in as the strongest jungler of the two. Does that put any pressure on you?
Not really, to be honest. I mean, I know I did my work. I know I did good. So I'm really confident, to be honest. And I can't wait to show it.
What is your resolution coming in today?
My resolution?
Yeah.
I mean, in a way, I would like to have a good final, so 3-2 for the fan and stuff. But not gonna lie, I am 3-0 fast, and that's it.
Fast 3-0, that's it.
I need to ask, now with everything is like a melting pot now. You've been playing these tournaments offline, and now you're coming, of course, here into this venue. Do you think it's going to give you guys, are you in the mental state where it's an edge for you?
I mean, we are kind of used to the crowds because we did 2 finals. I mean, I did 3 in front of kind of big crowd, but not that much. But so we are kind of used to. We already won 2 finals. We like it. We are better kind of under pressure and when there is people. So
very good to hear.
You guys had a really smooth sailing, a really cool journey through the knockout stage, not really losing and being ahead most of the time.
Yes.
What makes you think that it's going to stay like this today? I know you can't say too much because you want to keep the breath, but still.
I mean, as I said previously, I think we did good on the scrim. I mean, throughout of the year in the summer split, we had up and downs, but I think now we are really in a really, really good state. Maybe it won't be 3-0, but I'm really confident on all of my team.
Yeah.
I mean, even if it's versus KC or whatever, I'm really, really confident.
Perfect.
I'm really, really confident.
I want to ask, in the Thai tournament, we've been seeing the Maokais, the Ivans, the tank, the boring junglers. Do you think are you going to peel off the layer and maybe force Syncroft to play something that is mechanical and maybe test him out there, or just secrets all along?
I don't think. I think Syncroft will keep playing Ivern and Maokai. I don't think he's good enough to play mechanical champion.
All right.
I love it.
Okay, I'm loving the jungle rivalry because that was my question. Last time I asked, I was like, hey, you're one of the very few teams that actually you find a gateway to play through the top side of the map, like through mid or through top that you've done before. Do you see potentially an avenue? I'm just going to say, the crowd cannot hear us right now, so you can say whatever you want. Do you see an avenue of playing through your top lane that's extremely skilled mechanically?
I think it's gonna be most of the time I will be both sides. Not gonna lie.
Level 3 bot, level 3 bot.
Yeah.
Unless you're forced.
Unless I'm forced.
Okay.
Unless it's really the lava bot, maybe I come top, but most likely I will be bot.
Oh, R.I.P. Maki.
Isma, we don't want to take too much time for you. It's already really nice that you took the time to come to the deck. So best of luck today.
Thank you.
Have fun. And I hope you have a good time.
All the best.
Bye.
Enjoy.
Thank you. I love the confidence coming from this player, but also this team. I love it when players take the role of the villain like this. And also, strong words coming from his matchup in the jungle against Syncroft. I didn't expect this from him, honestly.
I asked him, I was like, hey, you're coming in as the strongest jungler. Like, technically speaking, through what we've seen, and also stats-wise, he is coming in as the strongest jungler and the most versatile. To see him be there and like, nah, he's not going to pick any mechanically strong champ. He's just the dog of K-Corp, you know?
Just dog champs.
Yes, dog champs.
But it must not be easy, honestly, coming when you look at the arena, massively K-Corp favored so far. But I feel like this is what is going to fuel him, because when you look at the LFL, this era of domination, 5 titles between 2019 and 2022, but no titles in the past 2 events, Yamato. What happened to the LFL? It feels like it's no K-Corp, no party, actually.
That's what it seems like. A couple of players, of course, they go over to the LEC. We mentioned that the crowd is something that favors the LFL, but it's also the history. Ever since the beginning, we've had a lot of known players back in 2019 in the Misfits roster. The LDLC players, it's like I'm thinking of Yike. You have so many players that have gone over to the LEC.
Yeah.
And then Kamin Corp has been such a vital part of the story of the LFL's growth. It started with them being in LFL 2 and then jumping in, of course, with the Adam roster, and then all of a sudden winning and making a name for themselves that echoed throughout the halls of League of Legends beyond what the RLs mean. It's a team that everybody knows of.
And I think it's far beyond if KC is not here, LFL doesn't win. If KC is not here, it feels like the winners that we've had in the past don't necessarily feel as if they're pushed to their highest standards if KC is not here. Wildcats, Heretics were like, yeah, they won, but they didn't beat the final boss. And now Movistar have the chance to do that for themselves.
Zach, welcome back.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hello.
Smooth.
I have a point for you. The LVP won the last 4 best of 5s against the LFL at EM Masters. Is it a bad omen for the region today? How do
I
you
mean,
rate
it's
it?
hard to say, right? I mean, there's a couple of different things that are working against Karmine Corp. Even the fact that, as you were saying, I think earlier on, it was like they haven't won a tournament online, or offline even, I should say, where they've been actually in the best of 5 on a stage. So this is going to be a big test for them. But I do think as well, like looking at the incredible performance we've seen from the LFL, it has started to diminish. Like, let's be real. Last split, we had Heretics who won. Or then in spring this year, we ended up with Istanbul Wildcats who ended up taking over as well. Like, we have seen other regions rise up, and it feels like LVP now, the old dog is now coming back, roaring into this to see if they can then take it from the LFL once more.
That's the thing. Can they do it? Because KC never lost a best of 5s in EMEA Masters history, but they never had to beat an LVP team to do so. But when you look at this trouble, among all the KC players over the years, there is one consistent member who's been through all their success, who's been with all the lineups. Seiken, of course.
I was about to say, does his name start with an F?
An F, an S, Faker, baby Seiken. This player has seen it all, and he stayed with the team, and he's been a key factor to K-Corp victory over the
Back
years.
in 2021, we got to know KC over in the ERL, so it was my first time ever casting a final, and this guy was there, K-Corp was there. That's when the domination began. Him bringing out his Azirs, his infamous rise that he's played over and over again. The fact that he can draw so many bans. We've seen so many games with 5 bans directed towards Seiken, shows the caliber of a player that he has and how feared he is from his opposition.
I had the pleasure of working with him. He subbed in and delivered right away. I feel this is a player that just delivers under pressure. And now he has won 3 titles. Every time when I was reviewing the K-Corp games, all the fans told me when I criticized Saken, you wait for EMEA Masters. And I waited, and he delivered. The bans are coming his way, as you mentioned, and he just keeps delivering. He keeps performing. And I love the fact that, you know, everything just points to the fact that this is his tournament.
I mean, it is his crowd. It is his tournament for sure. What makes Seiken special, Dagda, would you say, when you think of K-Corp and the fact that, again, he stayed the consistent and key member for the lineup, but what defines him?
But I think it is that consistency. I think he is the core. You see them play through him with Targamas running, with Syncroft playing. This guy is the heart and soul of this roster, and now he stands on the stage for his 4th potential title. This man owns EMEA Masters, and as we've already said, if you don't beat Seiken, you don't get to win the title. And now, on the doorstep of that, you have to take down this man once more.
Can they overcome? We will see about this in just a few minutes. But before that, Trouble, you caught up with the man in the mid lane earlier today, so let's listen to what he had to say.
I'm here with Seiken ahead of the huge EMEA Masters final in Montpellier. Seiken, how do you feel?
Hi, I feel really good right now. I'm so happy to be there to play the final. So yeah, let's go.
You know, you're one of the most storied players when it comes to EMEA Masters K-Corp, the whole ERL system. And you're the only one who's chasing their 4th consecutive title in a row.
Yeah, I'm the only one for now, so I really want to win 4 times. You know, it will mean a lot for EMEA and for me as well. So I have to give it all tonight, and the team will do the rest, and we are gonna win. I think. I believe it.
Well, to get here, you had to walk through the arena, and you saw there's like a lot of people, and I'm gonna guess that majority of these people are gonna be K-Corp fans out there. Does that add any pressure having to play in front of such a huge crowd that's cheering for you?
No, we are used to K-Corp fans. They are always there for us, cheering for us at events. So no, it's just easier for us if you have them with us. It's so good. They give so much energy for us. So I just love it. So I can't wait.
Can't wait to see the energy when you guys step on the stage. But you say they make it easier for you. I'm going to tell you who's not going to make it very easy. It is going to be the Superliga. They actually have you guys on the last 4 best of 5s that the Superliga played against the LFL. They've won all 4 of them. So how do you see today's match going?
It's final today. So I never lost EMEA final for now. I don't expect to lose right now. So even if they won against other French teams, it's not the same. We are K-Corp. We don't lose in finals, so we're going to win tonight.
You don't lose in general when you guys go into the playoffs at EMEA Masters. You are the final boss. So if they want to win, they have to go through you, and you guys never make it very easy. Now, we talked a little bit earlier, and I asked you about 2 very special suspects for K-Corp. You've been there for like such a long time, and people come and go. But there's 2 particular members that returned this year. What helped in the development with these 2 joining, of course, being Syncroft and Targamas?
I mean, we know each other since a really long time with Syncroft and Targamas. we are really good friends outside of the game as well. So it's helped a lot when we have issues in games and we have struggles. So they came in and made the team way better. So I'm really happy to play with them tonight.
Well, can't wait to see you guys play together again, potentially winning another title together. Now, Seiken, last quick question, which I had a little bit earlier, and I was like, I'm surprised I haven't seen you in like leagues like the LEC and the LCS, and you told me that you weren't necessarily approached. Do you think that winning this title, proving that you are the king of the ERLs, holding 4 titles, potentially after a win here, will give you that breakthrough?
I don't know. To be honest, I'm not waiting for it anymore. So I'm just doing it for me and for K-Corp right now. I just want to win for myself and K-Corp, that's it. I'm not waiting for anything else for the moment right now.
And personal goals are great to hit, Seiken. Yeah. I wish you best of luck in this final. I wish you best of luck on the chase of your 4th title. And I'm going to throw it back to us on the desk.
It is Seiken's league, and we're happy to watch it. Honestly, amazing confidence again on the side of the French mid laner. And I want to keep on talking about solo lanes, but talk about Kabo this time around, because Yamato, you know the boy in the top lane. You've been working with him for years. What can we expect on this side? Of course, he's been playing the Renekton a lot, and we know that he won the blind top lane right now, so it makes sense that he would be put on this kind of champions, but is he going to bring the I'm French to the Renekton again today?
we will have to see. We will have to see. The Renekton, of course, for both players today has been a massive pick in terms of how you play, how you connect. The games are so fast and so rushed, but I feel like the edge that Cabo has is the fact that, what do you pick into Renekton? It's all about the tanks, and that is something that maybe gives Cabo the edge here, because I think in terms of the answers to Renekton, that is going to be an important layer to this.
And I feel like you heard Isma say it. He's like, hey guys, if you're looking for me, if my team is looking for me, I'll be down bot lane. Renekton's one of these champions that's so self-sufficient, great wave play, his trades are great, he does great into tanks, and also, if your bot side of the map goes wrong, you have a gateway to play for that Renekton and potentially create that split push scenario.
But especially for players like Marky, when we look at the way Movistar Riders likes to play, it's, hey, we want to get that control in top lane with the Renekton and then start to group up, very quickly collapse onto mid lane, and they're more than happy to drop an entire lane and just go, we are playing off these 2 lanes, and we're just continuously going to play off of mid lane. So I think that's going to be a large portion of what they're going to look for here coming into these, alongside some of the other pocket picks that we might see along the way.
I mean, that's the thing, when you look at Movistar Riders and the way they advanced to the knockout stage, they were ready when it comes to draft. Every single time, kept on innovating, stay ahead of their opponents. But can they do it also against K-Corp, who keeps on bringing new picks, but also pocket picks in the likes of Rise, as we saw?
No, for sure. The Rise is such a classic. I was reviewing this game on my stream, actually. It was funny because Jizuka and Saken were there, and Jizuka said, yo, you had a good Rise performance. Good to look it into Talia. I think that's going to be the key matchup. Always with players that are so experienced. We mentioned Cabo already. Saken the same. He's just so much experience, and it shows when he can bust out champions like this.
Yeah, I love the fact that he's able to utilize these ultimates, reposition him fights, get a tank into a position that he needs to, or even just move himself into a position that he wants to. But I mean, he is going up against Isma, and we are well aware of how often this Nocturne has been banned against him. This guy is a menace on it, and the fact that we're already saying, hey, this is a team that likes to quickly group, likes to try and pick you off. This is the perfect opportunity for you to have that Nocturne, play alongside those dive competitions that Movistar like to go to, and constantly threaten you every time you try to approach away.
And for me, that's where it's going to be important, especially when you're on the side of KC, because Isma, king of the early game in the jungle, but when you think of Syncroft trouble, maybe a different journey for the jungler and something he has to be worried about today.
I feel absolutely. This is the magic in general of ERLs and of League of Legends. The fact that you have 2 junglers doesn't mean they play the exact same playstyle. I feel Syncroft has been the facilitator for the longest time, especially when he's played in KC paired up with Targamas. That duo is what rose them to the top back in 2021 as well.
Speaking of dynamic duos, we talked about pocket picks, we talked about how Isma's going to gank the bot lane, the Nyla and the Senna. Targamas has been hovering this champion for so ever. It was a secret bot lane, Targamas classic. This 2v2 kill was so cheeky, but the fact that you can bring these things out, you are allowed to take more risks, and in those risks you find more about yourself, because as the series progressed, they were picking Nyla 1, 2, 3 and just forcing the strangest bans out of the opposition.
I feel like what I remember from Targamas, especially when he played in the LEC, is how he always found these experienced leads when it came to team fights over at the Rift Herald. And this is what Nila gives you. Nila gives 50% more experience when you share. So the fact that we saw a bunch of team fights and the Nila was level 6 when the jungle was approaching and the bot lane was level 5 was the defining factor in these 2v2 skirmishes. And I feel also the fact that you have to ban 2 champions that pair up so well with Nila, which is the Sen and the Taric, leaves up an entire pool potentially elsewhere on the map that doesn't get trimmed down.
It's also just that it gives you so many answers to what's strong at the moment, right? You try to pick an Alistar, well, here's Nila Senna, what the hell are you going to do about it? It's like, it causes so many issues in draft, and it's things that we see from like teams like G2 and the LEC as well, that just make it such a threat coming in. I think that's what makes it so exciting to see Karmine Corp bringing out these kind of picks, is going, hey, yes, you have to do your regular bans, but now you've got another wrench in the work you have to deal with, and we, right now, haven't seen a team that's able to deal with it.
All right, let's take a closer look at both teams and how they usually play, because when you look at Movistar Riders, 6-0 in the knockout stage so far. But the question I'm asking in this moment is that if they keep on grabbing leads in the early game and snowballing from this, are they going to be able to do it today? And what made them success so far, Yamato?
I think this has just been their biggest strength. I think ISMA has been very, very good at finding gank timers. This is what the jungle meta is about. And I think how they transfer their leads in terms of how they play, it's all about making sure that they connect, because when one person commits, you know that there's going to be 5 Movistar players in that fight no matter what. Very sharp with the TPs, very sharp with the fight timers, and they always commit. Whether it's a bad play or a good play, it makes it into more good plays more often.
But I'm not gonna lie, like every time I watch Movistar play, I'm like, wait, there's only 5 people? Because it seems like 6, 7, 8 people are coming out of the woodwork.
Cousins are coming in, you know, everybody.
Where did you get here? But it works so well, and I think that's why we see them at such high like kills in the early stages, because it's plays like this where they're like, hey, look, we're gonna very quickly just jump on mid lane. We'll even have like our support Alvaro just sit in mid lane for like a minute and a half. He'll just see if we can maybe find an opening. We're gonna have Marky roam down as well, and it makes it very, very tough to deal with. But I think that's what Karmine Corp are gonna have to do today. Get Targamas to cover Alvaro's roams, make sure that Cabo's keeping Marky honest in lane, and making sure they can't get the scores that you're seeing on your board right now.
And that's why I think it's going to be interesting for Movistar Riders, because they always have been ahead. What is going to happen if they fall behind? Can they overcome KC in that sense? Because when you look at K-Corp and how they ramped up throughout the tournament so far, they threw a lot of games, Yamato, in the early phases of the tournament. But how did they fix their issues, you think?
I think just the key thing is that they've been very good at stabilizing the game. In terms of how they manage waves later on in the game, they manage to stabilize leads. Even if they die bot, they know how to convert the Rift Herald to make sure that the right people get gold. And I think in terms of macro, they've been the sharpest at this tournament.
And have also been tried in a best of 5, right? Especially versus GO. They pushed them to the limits. It came all the way to a game number 5 where a team, and that was K-Corp, had to win on red side, and it hadn't happened for the entire series, and KC pulled it off. I feel like when it comes to Movistar Riders and going 6-0 through the entire tournament, have you been pushed to your limits? And if so, have you managed to learn how to adapt if you do get pushed to these limits?
Yeah, and I think that's where, especially because we have seen that adaptation from Karmine Corp, like as Yamato was kind of highlighting, the way they set up around the, like, they're not tossing a Baron like they did against Matchco, right? They're actually setting up properly for objectives. They're playing well in team fights. They're playing to their composition strengths. I've seen the adaptation for Karmine Corp as we've gone throughout the tournament. Now it's time for Movistar Riders. I mean, look, maybe they do just have that very strong early game, but if that doesn't work, what's the fallback plan? What's plan B?
They also have, I like the fact that Cabo has that cheeky cheat code, which is just pick a tank top and just fix the macro, because in the group stages they look rough, and the main question will be, can they hold back the early game onslaught that Movistar brings to the table?
Which team will come more prep? We will see about this in just a few minutes, but tomorrow, of course, the LEC will continue here live from Sud de France Arena in Montpellier, and we ask our teams to tell us what players we should watch today in today's finals. Let's check it out.
Yeah, I think Kalista, we've been seeing him a lot in solo queue. I think he's really good. He's been pretty high on the ladder for a long time.
I think I would say both the AD carries. I think both Kalist and Supa are playing like very good. Yeah, I played versus Supa, for example, last year in ERLs, and I think he's very good. Same with Kalist, he's like upcoming now. He's like 16, 17 years old, and he's playing very good.
I only focus on the AD carries. I think Kalist and Supa are both really, really good. I think Kalist could be like this new talent prophet, you know, since he's like fresh 17 years old and he's already like playing at the highest level. We scrimed against them as well, and he's pretty good, so...
Probably the player to look at, or the players to look at in the finals, in my opinion, is probably the bot lane. Kalista versus Supa
is gonna be really hyped because they're both like very young still. The people hyped a lot Supa, he's actually playing very good, and Kalista is like the new ADC or legend or like the rookie that's gonna be in Europe. So yeah, pretty hyped about that match.
Yeah, I'm excited for K-Corp's bot lane. I think their AD carry is very promising, you know, and it's some player. Same with Targamas. I don't know how he's not playing in the LEC stage. Those players will be there sooner or later, you know, and you can see it by the way they're playing. Targamas was already there multiple times. Like Kalist is a player I really like. I think he's a very nice guy. He's very talented, it looks like. So young, you know. If he gets developed well, then he can be a very dangerous threat to even Hansama.
Wow. A threat to even Hansama, one of the best AD carries over in the LEC. 07, I'll be your temporary host for now. You'll see where Laurie is in a little bit later. But what a surprise. Kalist and Supa, the story of the day. We're expecting somewhere to be fiery. And Isma said, you know what, you'll find me in the bot lane.
Oh, of course. It's the only thing that makes sense. Both of these players, they share characteristics. Kalist coming in, he plays so aggressively, and at the same time, whenever a minor mistake might happen, he's so resilient and always bounces back. This is the hallmark of a player that is going to grow into a fantastic player in the long run because he tries to push his limits.
Yeah, I think when we kind of look at Karmine Corp having that killer instinct in team fights, I'm always keeping my eyes on Kalist. The guy is willing to put himself at that position to make sure that he can step up and carry, like flash under towers, do whatever he needs to. But it's a very similar story for Supa. You can see it, he's picked up pentakills, he's looked absolutely fantastic. And again, it's like positioning like this where he's willing to put himself forward into aggressive positions, catching all the abilities that could potentially catch him out and saying, I don't care, I can outplay this, I can outmaneuver you, I can outclass you. And now he's got it to the main stage of EMEA Masters. And it's these two powerhouse AD carries facing off today that are putting forward their argument for the best AD carry in EMEA right now.
It's huge, it's a big stage. And it's very K-Corp favored, so Supa does have a big work to do in front of him. Guys, can I please ask real quickly for your predictions?
God, it's so hard. And like this game, this could be a 3-0, this could be a 5-game banger. Like these teams are so close and it feels like momentum's gonna mean so much, but even then, I still think I gotta give it 3-1 Karmine Corp. It feels like the narrative's too strong, the improvements we've seen, the draft they have, it's just too much to handle.
Honestly, on my end, I have to say, I hear blue, I smell blue, I wear blue, and let me tell you, I also see blue. Karmine Corp, the experience, the history, everything that has gone behind this team, it is too perfect not to happen. It is written in the stones, and the gods will have it only one way. Karmine Corp is going to win it.
Karmine Corp from both of the analysts right here. Thank you very much, guys. We are so close to actually inviting our players on the stage. I'll give a very quick prediction as well. I think it's going to be something like a 3-2 K-Corp, just because we would like to have 5 banger games, like Dagda mentioned. The time is coming because for the first time, EMEA Masters is joining the LEC on the road. And what an incredible final we have here in Montpellier, France. Hometown heroes, Karmine Corp, the Spanish rivals, Movistar Riders. It's time to kick off the EMEA Masters Grand Final.
C'est sûr qu'on ne peut pas se permettre de perdre face à l'Espagne ici à Montpellier, avec surtout tout le public français qui va être là, le public qui nous soutient la K-Corp.
Desde tiempos antiguos ya llevamos peleando por las RLs y por el EMEA Master.
The front line, trying to keep them all low. The equaliser back isn't the best I've ever seen. Destroy still trying to do some work, taking against the pop block. There goes back against so many. Oh my god, they're doing it anyway. Who needs to make it happen? The Kalista is dead.
De pouvoir montrer mon potentiel, montrer à tout le monde que la hype autour de moi c'est pas juste de la hype et j'ai vraiment envie de montrer à tout le monde de quoi je suis capable.
Creo que la gente tiene mucho hype por este partido porque creo que creen que Kalista puede ser el futuro. Entonces les voy a demostrar que por qué yo soy el bueno.
Ahora mismo delante de ellos, encima en su propia casa, va a ser algo que les vaya a fastidiar bastante.
Supa que se apunta una doble, va a ser una triple, puede ser una cuadra, asesinato cuádruple para Supa. David Martínez
Je suis là pour représenter la France et remettre l'Europe sur le toit du monde.
Callisto's unstoppable. Into the back of Luke Millis, but cannot find the pulverize. A double for
El campeón de la Superliga, Movistar Riders, estará en Montpellier.
Esta es mi oportunidad para demostrarle a todo el mundo de lo que soy capaz.
And they will make themselves a blue wall all the way to Montpellier.
C'est notre moment. On est prêt à entrer dans l'histoire.
Le LEC est fier de vous présenter
LEC παρουσιάζει περήφανα.
LEC è orgoglioso di presentare
LEC sa ponosom predstavlja.
La LEC se enorgullece de presentar.
LEC gururla sunar.
Stolz präsentiert die LEC.
I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down.
Bonsoir Montpellier, j'espère que vous êtes prêts pour la toute première finale des EMEA Masters ici en public entre le champion espagnol et l'équipe la plus titrée des Masters. Mesdames et messieurs, je vous prie d'accueillir sur scène Carmine Corp et Movistar Riders.
Et entrant premier dans l'arène, sur la top lane, le vétéran et capitaine Cabochard contre le nouveau espagnol Marquis. Dans la jungle, le stratège Zincroft et le très agressif Isma. Sur la mid lane, le triple vainqueur des EMEA Masters, contre le champion Ocean de Frescovi. En ADC, deux prodiges dans leur ligue, le MVP de la LFL, Caliste, contre le monstre, Soupa. Et à leur côté, au poste de support, il est revenu dans son équipe de cœur, Targamas, contre le très dangereux Alvaro.
Montpellier, une fois encore un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour vos deux finalistes, Movistar Riders et Carmine Corp.
Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else. Welcome to the caster desk for your EMEA Masters Summer Grand Final. My name is Quickshot, and I'm joined to the desk by Gulbog, as well as Jamada, and I'm going to say it outright. I want the Riders to win after hearing that crowd boo the players in the introduction. This is a gigantic blue wall.
I have seen 6 versus 5s because of a crowd being so one-sided, but this has to be the most absurd crowd I think I have seen practically ever.
I mean, there's only two ways today is going to end, either with thunderous applause or with an absolute silent library, because they will not be cheering for Movistar.
Do you know what I love? Both options are going to be fantastic from where we are right now. I'm not sure if you heard it earlier in the broadcast, but the OTP shoutcasters all had predictions. Trayton predicted a 3-0 in favor of Movistar Riders, the only member of the broadcast team to do so. The crowd started chanting, "Traitor! Traitor!" My word, amazing. Okay, look, we can see the players on stage right now. And listen to the crowd cheering with Carmine Corp as they are pumping up the crowd. Now, Jamada, let's turn our attention. Movistar Riders had side selection. They elected red side. This is the team that's come in smashing smashing early games all throughout the knockout stage. You heard the analyst say 6-0. What are you expecting for game one?
I think it's very interesting that they've gone towards red side just because we've seen such a trend just globally of teams wanting blue so much more. So I think for Movistar, this is going to be about getting counter picks as frequently as they can, especially I think the top side, even though we're going to be talking about the bottom lane a lot tonight, I promise you. I think getting counter picks also for Marquis so they can enable all 3 lanes when possible is likely the reason and the key to success here for Movistar.
It's also going to come down to some of the flex picks we've been seeing. There's some Rel coming in there down towards the support position or jungle as well, but also just the Talia that will be so pivotal today. One of EMEA's most played champions, at least today. I studied his solo queue account. He's been spamming it a lot. So I think that's a flex we need to keep in mind for the mid lane as well, to keep it all the way down to the bottom. But Carmen Corp, I mean, they're happy about this side selection as well. They get blue side, which has been their most preferred side.
And let's talk about the superstar in the bot lane. You heard almost every LEC Pro interview talking about Kalist. We've seen him running the Nila plus the Senna. Will we see it today? It's questions we'll have. We are into draft for game number 1 and straight out the base. Nila ban. I wondered if it was ban worthy. Immediately Movistar don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, so far from Carmen Corp, we've seen a lot of Tristana bans as well. We've not really seen Seiken played at all whatsoever. But one of Frescawi's weaknesses as well is that we haven't actually seen him play too many of the AD champions either. And Movistar, right themselves coming through with a Talia ban here, it's actually a big question mark to me. I expected this to be on their side. Maybe Carmen Corp having a Rise ready for it like we saw earlier in their semifinals.
Yeah, I think they're a little bit scared potentially of Seiken's Rise coming out, and also just maybe they know something we don't, right? Maybe that has been K-Corp cooking something up. For Movistar now, I'm expecting, I was actually going to say the Maokai, so there you go, just to remove it, because Syncroft has been leaning on that so much.
Absolutely, it's been just first pick junglers, and with the Rel coming through now as well, Terry is still alive, and something we've seen both Super and Kalist absolutely prioritize whenever they got the chance for it too. Now with the Nila already out of the way, is this something you want to pick up?
Well, immediately out the bat, the Rel, you talked about it, Coolborg. The Renekton's been locked in blind. I want to touch on this LeBlanc pick as well really quickly. It's something that's actually been banned against Carmen Corp. 93% of the games they've played in EMEA Summer here. This time they've banned it away themselves. Ismail will once again get his hands on that Sejuani. No surprises. It has been one of the favorite picks for both junglers throughout this entire event.
I mean, already very interesting adaptations coming through. Marky's been playing a lot of Renekton, but it's also a takeaway from Cabochard, who's been playing a lot. Now pairing it up with Sejuani, that also sometimes speaks to the fact that you want to be up in that top side as well, fighting them.
Yeah, you can always have the default option, can't you? If things are starting to fail on the bottom side, even though you feel like they likely won't, they will get there towards the end.
And also super quickly, that Azir being locked in. We saw a graphic earlier today how Seiken is called the faker of EMEA Masters, one of his most successful champions. The crowd erupts immediately, and I love the fact that Zeri's now being secured here for Super, and straight out the gate, Kalist banned Kalista. Not going to be playing it this time around.
This is definitely going to give the AD carries an edge on the side of Movistar Riders here. Just the availability for you to take away the 2 strongest AD carry. Nila already out from the first fan base. So is Saya, banned by Carmen Corp themselves. And usually, Kalist was one of the guys that would default to Saya. It's one of his most played as well, at least in the top 4. But there's still other champions. Aphelios, Kaiser, still available for the bot lane of Carmen Corp.
Yeah, I wonder if they're just going to go down the aggressive ban route though, you know, something like the Draven alongside it, just because you've already got the Rel, very strong 2v2. However, they're going to go towards something more scaling and, you know, very common for Kalist. It will kind of be that, I suppose, mix, right? You can play kill lanes with Kaiser, so I like this removal here. And for Casey, again, you know, Frescawi is predominantly a mage player, so if you see something like a Victor come out here just to remove away that kind of safety, anticipate that as well coming out too.
And with it as well, wonder what their last ban is going to be, because how this draft is shaping up right now, Movistar is just going to 4th pick a mid laner, have that counter pick ready for Seer, allow themselves to open the hand of the Rel to see if it's actually a jungler support. And so far, no Alistar has been banned. So if you're to send this Rel down into the bot lane, there is a big ace up the sleeve of Movistar Riders then.
They're going to hold R5 for support, surely. They've got the mid lane pick to think about right now. I wonder if it's going to be a melee champ. It's not really anything towards Frescawi. You know, he's playing Azir, he's playing Ahri, things like this. So we'll see exactly what they want. Silas, I mean, it works, right? It's a mage, and it's going to pair up very well with the Sejuani pick.
I mean, when we take a look at that, Frescawi has only got 1 Silas game played this event. It was a win. And of course, in that support pool, likes of Rakan, Nautilus, Astos, so many champs that we have seen in the past, leaving that as the final pick. I think it's important because all of our prep coming into this, talking about bot lane, all of our anticipation was looking at how Movistar Riders play around their bot lane, and also the impact that Kalist has. Now we need to see what that support final lock Yasuo with Senna? What?
Now, the Senna was already a surprise at this tournament. While you might be familiar with Takuma Sasena, they hadn't played it all summer. They only brought it out at the EMEA Masters, and now the Yasuo is one extra in this combination.
Movistar are going to have to watch their backs. Rel ult into Yasuo's are going to be a thing throughout this entire game. They're going to need something huge for disengage. Movistar, actually, they're going to go towards the Rakan, so they want to go into this meat grinder potentially. I can respect the aggression wanting to come out. A lot of setup, very, very dangerous player on this bottom side.
Help me understand. This is Kalist's first ever Yasuo. I'm assuming that's going in that bottom lane. Rel in the jungle, Sen in the hands of Takemas. Is that right?
Absolutely. I mean, it's just going to be down there. But I think there's so much about the jungle matchup that has to go into account of the first 3 waves coming into it. Yasuo does not do too well with a push. Yes, you have the Senna in the background to help you out. But if you get ganked already early into Rakan hookup, into the Sejuani as well to come through, you're going to have troubles. You can't allow them to snowball super. It has been their main win condition throughout all of playoffs. And you would shut down Carmen Cole's win condition as well in the Yasuo.
Yeah, this is such a strange take from Carmen Cole, but I love it. I love it. It's so out of the blue. Movistar couldn't have been expecting this out of a game 1 in a best of 5.
Did you hear the crowd's reaction to the Superstar and KC locking in the first time Yasuo? What will Super do against Kalist? That is going to be the question. The coach is on screen right now. We are priming for game number 1 in EMEA Masters Summer Finals.
LVP versus the LFL. So many times has it triumphed towards the Spanish, but this time Carmen Court, the face of the LFL, so many times looking to repay.
On home turf with the crowd behind them, it's game 1 of your finals.
Nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number 1 feeling, don't have but the options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up.
Sorry, where did they rise up from? I didn't quite hear that. That's what we're going to find out. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else. We do have a very brief pause, and you can feel the tension and the energy here in the room. This is the first time we're seeing this stage. Reminder, tomorrow Fnatic will be taking on the Mad Lions. I can see a lot of both squads sitting right behind the caster desk, here to watch Carmen Court take on Movistar Riders. So as we take this moment to catch our breath, Goldborg, listening to the crowd.
I mean, just listen to them saying.
Give me some expectations on how this crowd will either cheer or cry once you look at the straps and see how the early game might play out from your perspective.
I mean, as we already established, you're playing against a 6-man today. See it even when they're getting ready for the games. They're part of the handshakes as well. They're part of the yelling. And now leading on to the rift, Jamada said it. The Super Leaker against the Ligue La France. It's time to kick off EMEA Masters final.
And we are in the rift. Kudos to the observation team once again. Beautiful setup. Seeing the logos in the background. And now Jamada. Okay, help explain this to me, Jamada. As you know, I'm not the smartest at League of Legends, but when I see Carmen Core's comp, I see a very, very recent type of team composition in terms of the kit, the mobility, and the death ball that it can put together. How early do you think it comes online? Where do we need to be paying attention?
They need their ultimates realistically, right? I think so much of this is going to crutch on that last breath out of Kalist and all of the displacement tools available to Sake and Syncroft. Cabochard as well with the Pathmaker, the W. Don't forget as well, that can be used to ult off of 2. I think for Movistar on the opposite end, it's the solo lanes, right? I feel like you can't really play through a Zeri Rakan. You're going to have to try and get Rakan out of that lane, link him up with the Sejuani and move towards a solo lane.
Listen, that would be the logical approach, and I completely agree with you. But any single game I've been watching of the Movistar Riders,
that's the thing.
It's all about pathing into bot side. I mean, Super getting the most attention out of his jungler, out of any AD carry here. It is all about the bot laners.
You want to talk just a little bit some of those stats? I mean, look at this. Damage per minute. You see the teamfight KDA, the impact they have. We are anticipating Super to get love and attention, and combine that with the fact they're playing into a Yasuo Senna. If that gets ahead, it becomes terrifying.
Yeah, you have to imagine something like Yasuo Senna. It's got to be a very volatile lane. If it starts to fall behind, it's going to be very difficult to get it back and involved in, unless, again, you hit those level 6 marks and you start to feel confident.
You can already see it in the wards and river, right? KC, they were anticipating an early gank already from the side of Isma. Started Raptors into blue buff, now on Gromp. Everyone is anticipating someone coming down this early river, and now with a crash through from Carmen Corp, it's going to be interesting to see what Isma is going to do with his pathing.
Keeping an eye on that, sitting in that tri-bush. Also, keep note, Node's also sitting on the side. of the Movistar Riders. Isma can come over this wall with that Arctic Assault. And he does. He's out of vision. Targamas and Kalista don't know. Wait for that big bore body slam. The knockup connects. This is able to slice his way to safety. Flash forward from the ball. The flail is wailing. No stun connected yet. Kalista and Targamas escape with their lives.
Yeah, the thing is, Isma has to go over the wall with the Q. He doesn't commit the flash to do it, so he doesn't have that extra bit of CC, the gap close to make that one work. And Alvaro's W gives Kalista the way out.
Yeah, this is huge tempo as well. You can see now Isma is forced to recall. You take a look at the enemy jungler, Syncroft now. He's on the path down towards the bottom lane. There's no visions right now whatsoever for Movistar. They need to get this crash through soon.
Cabo Shard been watching Broken Blade from last weekend. Marky goes for that slice and dice, ends up getting nudged just a little close to the tower. Takes a chunk for his troubles. Pretty even on CS there. Small advantage for Super in that bottom lane. I think as you would expect, especially in the early levels. Keep in mind there is a Senna in that lane, and we haven't seen Seiken or Muscoi just yet as they are continuing to trade. So, Isma out the gate. First gank, he manages to get the flash from both Kalist and the heal from Targamas. Cost him his own.
Yeah, let's call it round one because there's more rounds to follow as well. We need to keep track of this, but it's already a huge success for Common Core. They got to crash the lane early, got a bounce back, and now that they have their allied jungler in the back pocket, they can just bring Syncroft down, not necessarily for a gank, but just make sure they can get that push in and get that reset for themselves.
Exactly. It's going to be a nice window just to spend some of that gold that they have picked up in the first couple of waves. And of course, you know, Yasuo, Targamas, getting to those first couple of component items as well, very crucial to kind of getting them over that hump towards the first item.
And we saw there Syncroft clearing out the Skull Crab on the bottom. Wondering whether he wants to fancy and sort of move. If Super and Alvaro step forward, there may be an opportunity, but you can already see Syncroft's backed away. It's a little bit of a trade there under the tower. And thus far, it's Isma and the Movistar Riders who made the first move. They are a minor amount of gold behind, thanks to that top lane advantage in favor of Movistar right now. And take a look at this. Under the tower, teleport coming in for Cabo. They fancy a dive.
Absolutely
I don't
not.
think so.
Absolutely
no,
not.
don't think so.
This is just how the matchup go. You often see the Renekton as well take Conqueror just to look to push in the lane. Get that plating down just for yourself. And most of the time, the top laners will be isolated, despite of the fact we're seeing a Sejuani and Rakan, not Rakan, but the Renekton. Just because there's that Rakan for setup in the bot side that you want to play towards, and just straight out the gate. You can see Syncroft now does have cams respawning on the top side, but he's moving down towards the bottom side. And Movistar Riders, they might not be expecting this gank approach.
I mean, look at Movistar Riders pushing this wave a little bit. Super was stepping forward. He's currently using that sweeping blade to move through the minions, and both junglers are in the area. Jamada, the knockup won't connect. Alvaro's going low. Forced to fly to safety, may need to flash. Ignite's thrown out, the exhaust won't catch Super, but Alvaro's stunned! First blood to France, to Carmico in Montpellier!
Yeah, and it all comes from the creative pathing of Syncroft. You can see the top camp, they were alive. They anticipated he was going to be up there. Instead, he takes the direct approach to the bot lane, and that gives them an edge. They are there before Isma, and that's why they win the skirmish.
And that's the worst part. Isma has the correct read. He's on the right side of the map, but he's just not here in time. And punishment comes through. Alvaro just has to sacrifice his life. He sacks it, acknowledges that he's not going to get out of this one. The sticking power between Kalist and Targamas is just simply too much.
And just a bit too early as well from Alvaro. They expect they can take the 2v2. They're not expecting the enemy jungler. They know they have Isma just clearing their own camps in their blue side quadrant. But in the end, it's just not enough. They get overextended on it.
And look at the minimap. Carmen Core are hunting there. Wilborg, number of members moving towards the middle lane. Kalist left alone in the bottom lane. Kill was secured by Targamas. For now, at least, a numbers advantage for the Riders.
Now, this is one thing I'm going to be really curious about, because in the quarterfinals and the semifinals, Movistar had a very, very low priority on taking early dragons. It often took almost 10 minutes for a dragon to go down in some of their games. I'm curious about what they're actually going to do with the Dragons series, especially considering how volatile this bottom lane matchup is.
Yeah, just looking at the top side right now, already priority for Marky. He was thinking about moving down, just getting the honey fruit, getting back to lane as well, but that could have been one of the things we often see from Adam. When you have a TP advantage as a top laner, you push top lane in, you group around Drake, and then you TP to the top lane after, because it's not unleashed just yet.
Well, Alvaro's wings have not been clipped yet. He didn't use the flash in that bottom lane. Number of members of Carmen Core trying to challenge for him. Do you think we have a moment to talk a little bit about the early games from how these teams have changed? It may not look like the case, because Jamada, you might get an answer here. A potential challenge around Dragon, neither team's committing for it.
Yeah, again, I feel like Carmen Core, you know, the level 6s are starting to come online, right? Between the solo lanes, just hold on a minute, Super.
Dashing forward, Wind Wall will at least force Super to use that spot just to get away to safety, but you can feel the threat already with just the Berserker's Greaves.
Good dash from Isma here, he should be able to get out just alive, but yeah, you're right. Getting that Yasuo ahead early is pivotal. One of the main win conditions, but also the fact that you shut down Super. Movistar Riders usually find their win condition playing through their AD carry, and quite generally, we haven't really seen them come back because they've been ahead in every single game that they've won.
Yeah, I mean, I'll show numbers in just a moment, but I love the fact, by the way, talking about Kalista and the impact he's going to have, the number of options for that last breath, to our final breath, to actually have the impact. Bear with me for a few seconds, because both of these teams during the group stages of EMEA Masters struggled a little. They both went 3-3, and you can see how Kamenko actually looked better in the early game. This will have a very different story once we move to the knockout stages, and I'm going to come straight back to you, Goldborg. What do you make of how these changes, and especially how these first 8 minutes of play out? Because Movistar Riders, they dominated their quarters and semi-finals.
It's a story much like their own Superliga. They got knocked down in the upper bracket, fell down in the lower bracket, and had to fight their way all the way to the finals there as well. And it was through Super in the knockout stage of the EMEA Master that they finally found their footing. He was struggling in the group stage, only finding Winston Kaiser. Then suddenly he brings out the Seri, and they continue to win and win and win. And that right there has been their main win condition. It doesn't look like it right now, though.
Won't be this game, it seems like, as more pressure keeps on mounting. But I agree with you so much. And not only the number support, they've said it themselves throughout spring. They're like, hey, we are not a good best of one team. Bring us to the best of fives, we'll step it up a notch. And they have so far this tournament.
They have indeed. Take a look at the top of the scoreboard. 1-0 in kills. It's 1,000 gold in the lead for Kamenko. Pretty much even CS for top and mid. Small lead in this bottom lane thanks to the kill. But Isma wants one back. Cabo can go all out. Can use the flash. Taxis through the ball. Dashes across. The prison goes wide. And Isma, you need to take notes, my friend, because it's Kamenko escaping.
And he sacrificed the Herald for this as well. He wanted the top lane play for it, but now bottom side.
Oh, Super's in trouble. No flash, no
that's
goes.
your...
Knocked up! The final breath! The spark is out and Super survives! Super stays alive. Talking about this, one more auto. The heal, the tower shot. His target down! Super goes superhero!
Yeah, they still have vision here. You can see Fresco is on the way down. Don't know how long Kalista's going to stay around here. He could have fake information from the mid lane.
Is using the sweeping blade, dashing forward. 2 minions used, trying to stack it up. They need that wind wall. Has just become available. Doesn't get the knockup. Dashes forward, avoids the change, using the entire minion wave, and finally the kill will be secured. One lost hit is all that's needed. Finally taken down by Friscoa. Movistar Riders are now on the aggressive. Seiken throws out the Emperor's Divide. Marky and Isma running for their lives. The Sand Soldiers, they want to conquer and shift the sands in favor of Kamenko. Flashes are out! Another to the faker of EMEA Masters!
Listen to the crowd, and can you blame them? Movistar, they miss out on the Herald the first time. They go for the top play, it doesn't work out. They go for the Herald, they get the Herald, but they don't get to pick it up because Movistar, Seiken shoves them off it. It's just going from bad to worse, and Kamenko are winning at almost every angle.
Yeah, it's skirmishes again. I mean, the bright side here is that Marky did pick up the Rift Herald, so they didn't lose out fully on this one. But the tempo advantage as well, had to put Super into the mid lane. They're still getting the push here. Kaliska now can collect the bot lane, and they're back to even states.
Yeah, but listen, zoom out for a brief second, because when you take a look at the overall gold, overall kills, the itemization, it actually is currently Movistar Riders in the lead in terms of completing those big objectives. But GB, take me through this fight here as it went so good for KC.
Yeah, I mean, it's curious as well. They've just used a lot of their tools in the topside skirmish where they did not find the kill, so that's already 2 ultimates down. So Seiken moving first here, with Fresco just being bot lane. It is an interesting approach from Movistar, and they end up paying out for it as well.
We're going to come out of the replay, straight into
another
action.
skirmish.
Blast Cone sends Alvaro over the wall. Targamas sidesteps the chains for now. And just to hijack that Senna ultimate. Synchro's in trouble. The hijacked Senna will fire back, traded forward. Alvaro throws down the quickness. It's enough for Synchro to be taken out. But here comes Seiken. Gets another. Super force the flash for his life. The Sand Soldiers are putting the work in, but Super survived. Use the entire mobility. Isma over the wall. Seiken forced the flash. Turn their attention over to Kalist. Gets the knockup. The breath is final for one more kill. 3-3 Kamenko favor.
And these skirmishes get so messy. But it's game 1 as well, but they're so aggressive in terms of finding an outplay potential. The W won't be enough, but it's close. But Kamenko once again winning out on it. And it's small leads, but it's also the momentum. Every single play that goes wrong for you as Movistar Riders here, with the crowd cheering behind you, that has to mean something in comps too.
All this as well was likely for Dragon. A nice collapse, but Marky.
That's still got that dominance available to him, despite the fact it was pulled back by Cabo. All out does not do it enough. All right, slow this down. 9 to 9 in levels from mid laners, both of whom got their first big ticket items. Because Kalist went for those Berserker's Greaves, still a little behind the damage front. And are we looking from Seiken's perspective here? uncertain for the time being. So just kind of jump back to live, and he's going to rejoin the fight here against Friscari. I mean, GP, pretty even. And as far as containing the Movistar Riders in playoffs, this is the closest it's been for a number of games.
Oh, absolutely. They usually run away with all their skirmishes, but you can see it. They're happy to play the high-tempo gameplay. They often like to skill check their opponents. It often works out for them. But against an opponent like Karmine Corp as well, you can see that it's not the same caliber as well they've been playing against. The bracket has been a bit different leading to it, I'd say.
Not only is it just the caliber, but also I feel like this draft from Movistar so far, it's not really enabling the strength that we've seen from them throughout the quarters, throughout the semis. Trying to lock down a bot lane like this with Rakan, Sejuani, it's a difficult ask, right? The wind wall as well is going to stop that Sejuani more times than it doesn't for the chain CC. Seiken's going to slide out of this, he's all right. And it just feels like Movistar, they're not able to play through their strengths right now, the solo lane, the top lane. And they have not been able to play through the bottom side because of the draft.
It's just not connecting, right? These skirmishes could be good. The ultimate was available for both the Rakan and the Sejuani, but once again, they're not throwing it out. And with the initial W not landing, they're just not willing to commit on it either.
Okay, let's talk about this Dragon. Has not been a priority, really. Ultimately as well, neither bot lane has really been able to stamp authority on the game. It's swung back and forth, so that might play into effect. And both teams willing to set up these engages in and around the jungle. They want to fight one another as opposed to playing for the neutral. And let's see who's going to get control now as Super, as that goes to Variable, may need to spark over the wall. Isma connects. Bird is the word. Empress Divide is stolen, hijacked, and it's a free kill for Friscari.
Very lovely from Friscari. He comes in there to interrupt the dash. If not with the ultimate, then at least just with his body. But they lock the kill down. Takes a lot of resources though. Maybe this does get the priority for Drake. They go in once more.
Quickness and a grand entrance indeed. Zap, zap, zap! The steal, the fire back, and it's Super taken out in a 2v4. It may end up being a 1-for-1. Target wants to skip with his life.
But just the fact that they trade 1-for-1 there is amazing. You still waste town now. You don't have the same priority for the Drake. You can't just start it up like you thought earlier. So it still buys K-Corp some time with death timers.
All right, let's talk about these top laners. Frankly, this is the biggest island I've seen in a
long
long time.
They'll continue to exist.
Give it about 10 minutes, they'll show up, I promise. But right now, they are just having a staring contest.
All right, look, they've both got teleports available. There is a minor advantage to the fact that Marky has got that CS lead and already picked up the Mythic. We'll see Seiken being taken down in just a moment, and I caught a glimpse of the Dragon being secured. Looked like Karmine Corp. I mean, beautiful play. And I just love this turnaround, Jamada.
Yeah, turnaround was excellent. Timing is great for Targamas on the Ulma as well. Knows to pull the trigger early so that Ulma can connect. The engage comes through from Alvaro, and it's not bad to be fair, but Isma's just a little bit too far away. I think distracted by a ward perhaps, but here we go. Last breath into that center ult. Just about almost don't have the damage, but thankfully Targamas' ult comes through.
I mean, Kalista's just making the most out of every single play. Even if he's overextended, you know he's going to skill check it. You know he's going to get a favorable trade. Now Turret as well with Marky just alone there, taking down the first one.
Yeah, completely alone. They're existing, GB. I think that's a great word. What I will say is, first of all, kudos. You talked about how the bottom lane is going to be so impactful. Marky and Cabo continue to trade. I think both can get away from this potential fight. We have seen almost all of the action focused around these two bot laners. 4 assists, 5 kills, like 4 out of 5, 5 out of 5 for both teams. Dragon has obviously been picked up, and now we need to see how they utilize these bot lanes to push the pressure forward. The question I want to see is now, Movistar, for the first time in the summer knockouts. They got an even footing past the 15 minutes. Super is not phenomenally massively far ahead. So how do they compete toe-to-toe, especially knowing it's a non-traditional comp with the Yasuo?
I mean, we've seen it already. A lot of it has been execution. I think they need to wait just for Super Splash to come up alive here, because if that's available for him, then you have outplay potential against the Nasia, against the Yasuo. Without it, though, it's like shooting dog for Karmine Corp.
But not only that, Isma and Alvaro have to be together. We haven't really seen them sync up properly just yet. Karmine Corp seem a little bit eager to try and get this Herald started up, or perhaps they're trying to bait Movistar into a fight, but Super, Cabo almost finds a knockback.
Yeah, Rift Herald number 2 was used, all out. Super gonna get tagged up by that Dawning Shadow. Friscari's stolen. Cassante ultimate himself. Marky waiting in the wing. Dominus not available. Knocked up, and Rakan Alvaro is down. Isma forced to flash. They were together, Jamada, but it didn't work out this time around.
No, not this time around, because KC, they've got the meat grinding comp. As soon as someone gets knocked up, they can just burst that target out. They dump all of their almost into Alvaro. He cannot move. He gets picked off, and now this is just a free Herald. That numbers advantage here for Karmine Corp. And you take a look at the mini-map. Movistar aren't really getting too much for this. Friscari's getting a little bit of free time on the bottom side. That's just about it. I doubt he's going to get the full tower. I feel like Cabo should potentially be able to get in here and just clean this one up.
Yeah, but you can see the pressure that Cabochard applies already in a team fight like that. It looked like Movistar was panicking just a bit as soon as he was on Super. Super touched out on it, but he ended up taking the Silas ultimate on the Kazanza, which is not the best. Every single other ultimate just get thrown out. Surely this is not a solo kill out of nowhere. He's just going in. Kalist!
That is exactly what Karmikor want to see. 2, 2, and 4. And I'm starting to realize the beauty of this composition. Because even if they throw the meat grinder at Movistar Riders and lose one in the process, in the ensuing skirmishes, this Death Ball, Casante, Rel, Azir, they just keep coming at you. It's unrelenting. And you can see the pressure building. It is still dead even in gold, but it feels like Karmikor are taking complete control. The tower falls in the middle lane. First of the game, and they immediately peel back towards the river.
You're so right, Trevor. Even though, you know, Karmikor, they're barely ahead. Realistically, they have so much control of this game just because Movistar, specifically the carries like Super, Frescavi, they have to be careful of getting displaced once into a last breath from Kalist and being bursted out. So they can't really freely play the game, and even if they try and clump up, that's the worst thing that you can do, trying to be there as a 5 in so many of these cases, just because Karmikor will pull the trigger instantly.
Yeah, you see the replay here again. This just shows Cabochard almost alone, 1 versus 4 members coming in. And the ultimates just get used and disengaged. Nothing is applied here together. Sejuani ultimate, buys you nothing. Alvaro, overstep, does still have his ultimate, trying to dash out into the tornado, and he's just instantly dead. It's just not connecting in the skirmishes.
And when you see that ultimate connect, can you feel the energy of this crowd here, Montpellier? 7,000 fans packed in, and they are believing in what KC are doing. Right, the map is starting to open up now. With 2 towers to 1, we see a lot of movement around and KC grouping up.
Listen, I'm so glad you're bringing this up, Trevor, because the scariest part about Karmikor in the knock-up stage was never actually their early game. They would go even or maybe 500 plus up, but it was once we came into the mid to late game, when the objective started spawning, they are scary around their setups and the way they played out. Now they're coming into the mid game already with a 1k gold lead, with the skirmishes going in their favor. And it's not been territory where Movistar Riders has been thriving in a deficit.
And it's territory they're going to have to tread very carefully. Because frankly, like you say, their mid games have been, at times, I think, lackluster. Left a lot to be desired. And that's when they have leads. So
yes.
Right now, they're going to have to get a little bit creative because, again, you know, the ways to engage on this composition so difficult with the amount of disengage tools available to Karmikor as well.
And look at this, Synchro from the flank, level 10. Magnet Storm's available.
TP coming
Dragon
through as well.
Is up as well, making their way back down towards the river. Marky waiting in the silence, level 13. Dominus may be needed. Synchro goes forward. The final breath is used. The Croc is the target. The Empress divides buying time. Taken has done it for the squad, but a lot was invested. Karmikor didn't find the kills. Frescavi, he's stolen his ears. Empress divide. Let's see if the chains will connect. Dragon down, 3,000 hit points. The first was secured by KC. Final shadow is fired across all of the Movistar Riders. Frescavi is golden. The first kill to Cabo of the game. Manages to take down Frescavi. The Dragon helping out the second to Seiken. It's done. The Riders are running. They've been wrecked. They've been ruined. And the Sand Soldiers set up another.
It looked like for a moment that maybe Karmikor would struggle without those ultimates from jungle, mid, and bot, but frankly, they didn't give a damn. They just run straight into the hands of Mobistars, and they take out all the key targets as they run into them as well.
You're completely right. That was the fight where Super had to outplay it. He still had his own ultimate. We're looking to see if he could find a play. In the end, the Riders are on retreat, and with Baron up, and 3 members still dead of Movistar Riders, this should just be Karmikor picking it up.
Beautiful re-engage after the whiff onto Marky. That's what we are highlighting a little early in terms of this composition. But it also feels a little bit to me, the Movistar Riders are panicking a touch. They were trapped, they still stuck around, committed to that Dragon, and got punished for it.
I mean, you can see it in the way that this fight starts, right? Or not even in the start, because they got dissected in the beginning. A lot of ultimates have been thrown out. And Frescavi, he's looking for the play, but he's not really finding much. It's only an ultimate onto Synchro.
I think this is just down to the positioning of Karmikor, though, because they're so spread out that Frescavi never really has an opportunity to find more than a 2-man ult at best. And I think that, realistically, Karmikor, as soon as they see Frescavi going, they're able to just pick off one after the other, front to back.
And it looked like they might have been able to kill Kalista in that skirmish, but he's just playing so well around his wind wall. As soon as he gets stunned out, he's already stashed over, and Super's just left to retreat.
And listen to that crowd. Obviously, they very hugely favor
I can't help but hear him, buddy.
KC. The truth is, nobody's surprised to hear that. The 2 dragons under their belt. 5 members of the
here we
Riders go forward. The grand entrance followed by the quickness, but look at the turnaround. Super, he's got one. Immediately replied. Seiken gets one, followed by Kalist. Now Super's forced to dash and run for his life, holding on to the flash. You will be needing that, my friend, because you're about to get slashed and cut down by the superstar bot laner. Listen to Montpellier scream. Super's escaped. Ultra Shock Laser. It's bot v bot. And while that's happening, Seiken is taking Movistar's base, pushing that inner mid turret.
I feel like we might be wasting time a bit here. He's probably going to dash over a wall soon. Maybe Synchro.
It's time ball.
Shattering Strike into the knockup. Sweeping Blade.
There he goes.
Dash over the wall. Ding, 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 left. Ding, 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 ding. Kalist gets another.
And it's not like there was a lot of neutral objectives for you to take anyway, but that fight in general, that is desperation for Movistar Riders, at least in this game 1.
Just feels like we give these guys an inch. Take the whole damn thing. And I mean, like you say, it's desperation. They have to try and find something. They find target mass barely, but then the gravity well with the last breath.
And I mean,
it's just so much wombo.
Initially, it's a good engage, but it's just in a position where you're far behind. You utilize so much just to kill the support. And there's still so many members alive. Even looking at the build of Kalist, he's not gone towards a full hyper carry. He's sitting there with the Glacial Fist.
He doesn't need to, because look at how much damage is on his side. With the Cassante, the Senna, the Azir. Look at the damage dealt throughout the course of this. I mean, frankly, Synchro in that role is the only member that's not expected to do damage, right? The rest of the squad can clean it up. But what I think is a little more important, of the 13 kills for Karmine Core, 10 of them Synchro, 9 of them Seiken, and they're grouped up once more, easily securing their 14th of the game. Another tower. Isma shut down before even getting out that glacial prison. And the Movistar Riders are being pushed back into their base, pushed back onto their inhibitor turrets. And I don't think they'll be able to hold it against these Baron and Power minions.
Over the eye. Synchro's over the wall.
There's a Shattering Strike. Marky running for his life. The blue wall stands tall. The inhibitor will fall. Another broken base and nearing 10,000 gold in the lead. The favorites here in France. Absolute control. Woo, that was close.
They're buying themselves time here. Karmine Corp gonna retreat off the Genghis inhibitor, but the question is, how much time is Movistar really buying for themselves? Oh, they're still looking.
Gets Alvaro into the wall, forces out the quickness. The sands are conquered and shifted. The shadow is dawning, and it's Movistar looking like game 1 is done, dusted, and finished. Friscal is down, Kalist with another! Seiken! With the scoop and the dunk! Another kill setup! Karmine Core are dominating the fight.
It's a rampage. It's a complete rampage. Karmine Core, they've routed Movistar in game 1. It took barely anything but these engages and re-engages from Synchro, from Seiken, and the follow-up time and time again from Kalist has just been phenomenal.
Nexus is the next target. 3 members of the Riders are standing. Make that 2 for now. Another kill secured in just a moment. It's Seiken going unstoppable. Cabo gets another to boot. The Nexus turrets are falling. And in 25 minutes, we're saying Yasuo bot lane. Karmine Core strike first. Nexus tower will fall in just a moment. And listen to this crowd roar.
And it is KC that strikes first. We were worried about Danila. He got banned away. Now that's a Yasuo with the Senna. And sometimes they ban the Senna, but then they pick Danila with a Rakan instead. And they're just bringing so much flexibility, not just from the draft, also from their play pattern in this game 1. Because the early game was usually where we saw Movistar Riders take the lead. Not this time around though.
Keep in mind, it was the Riders picking red side. It was the Yasuo blue side 4th pick there for Kalist. He went 7-11. First professional game ever in front of this crowd. And they made it work. That scrappy style of play worked in their favor. I think, Shimada, you highlighted the Dragon priority or lack thereof. And we saw that coming in later. Not that it would have had a significant impact, but you could feel the bloodthirsty game. It leaned in Karmine Core's favor.
Yeah, it did. And I feel like not only did it lean in Karmine Core's favor, but then because on the opposite side, Movistar have that kind of similar composition where they can permanently skirmish on the top side, they're never able to actually utilize it. It was all being drawn down towards the bottom side, the attention by Karmine Core. And I feel like for me, ISMA, a whole bunch of Movistar riders, they were distracted about just the volatility and the general, what do you do about Yasuo?
It felt like they were a bit panicky to me.
No, I mean, it definitely turned out like that, but I
Yeah.
also think Syncroft did what no jungler had been able to do in the knockout stage against ISMA, and that was outpath him. He was there in the bot lane before ISMA was. You can even see it in the way the Movistar bot lane was playing. They thought they had the comfort of jungler in the back. Syncroft was already in front of them, and it was too late. Those early kills is definitely what's haunted them, at least in the first game.
That is the first game that the Movistar Riders have lost in the knockout stage this EMEA Masters summer. Now, we'll have side selection once again, but I think what it matters a little bit more to me is that we all knew the game was going to be bot lane. We all knew that it was going to be a lot of gank, a lot of pressure. The Yasuo was a surprise. Now I think I want to see Movistar. They felt this crowd. They felt the boos. They need to calm down and reset and figure out what their answer is. Both, what do they ban? Does Nila get banned again? Does Yasuo get banned again? And how do they clean up that early game play?
I think earlier priority on bot lane is the immediate thing for me. It might seem a little bit strange because then you're giving the opportunity, obviously, for Karmine Corp to pick into what they see.
Yeah.
But I feel like this kind of situation where you land on Zeri, you land on Rakan, these are not champions that you can very easily play around if you land on a jungler like Sejuani as well. So I think trying to early prioritize some picks which are just, you know, lower threshold of execution to play around is probably the easiest way, at the very least, to try and get out of this game on hold. Because you look at Yasuo in game 1,
It was great.
You have to be shook.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for guiding me through this first game. We hopefully have more to come. But now I think the analyst desk is ready to break down that post-match. So I say back to Law and the gang.
Thank you so much, Quick Shot. Back to us here at the desk. It is Karmine Corp playing in France, and you can feel it, guys. Absolute domination for game 1.
I mean, they went full anime. They got the Yasuo on the ball. I was like, what the hell is this? Immediately, like, we were sitting together and all I heard was, oh, where the two of us? The second that was locked in.
But that's the thing, when you look at the Yasuo bot lane, I'm surprised, but I'm not shocked coming on the side of K-Corp. And I feel like we're going to have a champion pool defy on the side of the bot lane if Karmine can play champions like this. But guys, talk me through the draft, what you think of Karmine's priority when it comes to what we said in the pre-show and what we anticipated to happen, Yamato.
I think in my end, right, we have the tank junglers that just want to be level 3 bot side. They can be very, very effective in the game. We have classics for the mid laners. It's like I could talk about all these boring picks that they picked in the 1, 2, 3, but it's all about the Yasuo Senna. Yasuo, very strong into Zeri, good with the wind wall as a counter. Very difficult to play against the Renekton Sejuani, but I like the adaptation of going a little bit tankier after the Kraken Slayer.
I feel like after the best of 5 with GOKC, I realized that they need Syncroft on a very strong facilitating champion, and if they leave him for over the 3 picks, a lot of them will be gone. So good stuff that they got that rel first. But I just want to say from Movistar Riders, very predictable. A lot of their games have been around Renekton, Sejuani, and Zeri, and I was actually really surprised to not see ISMA playing towards the top side of the map and ignore that Yasuo Senna.
I 100% agree, but I think it's the parts that are actually different than the usual that actually stand out to me, and it's Frescovi going for the Silas here. Like, I don't think it's the best of picks, but I also think it kind of highlights a problem that is that Frescovi doesn't have the best of champion pools for the current meta. I'm not the biggest fan of the Tristana, not these kind of things, but now he's getting put into a bit of a pinch.
Yeah.
But we're also seeing these pocket picks like in that bottom lane with the Senna, with now the Yasuo coming out that I think caught Movistar completely off guard.
Yeah, and that's the thing, and we've talked about Karmine leading the pace in the early game and how would Movistar be able to answer here, but I realized that whenever Movistar were trying something like that, it was always Karmine fighting back and just taking the lead in the end.
And that's the hardest part here, is that like we could see Movistar going for what they like to do, right? We are going to play to group up in River, we're going to try and group up on the invades as well. We see that first Rift Herald fight at 8 minutes. Oh, we actually don't get the Rift Herald coming across from Movistar because even though Marquis secured it, they got pushed out, they got the kill for Targamas. Then you look towards the bot lane, they want to go for a gank. Well, actually, Kalist has this fantastic turnaround play on the Yasuo and wins that one for them. Then they go for the invade, and Targamas and Kalist turned that around. Everything that Movistar tried to do, the bot lane said, no, get the hell out of here, we want nothing to do with it.
I think that was very reminiscent of 2021 Targamas, where it's literally, you open your closet, he's there. You open your fridge, he's there. You look under the bed, he's there. A little bit scary, but he's still there. And I feel like they brought out the Nila Senna, and it became a problem, right? Because at the back of your mind, you need to think, when you leave bot lane for 4 or 5 for K-Corp, you're like, okay, I'm getting ready for that Nila Senna, I have it in mind. But then they throw out the Nila, they put the Senna with a melee champion. Then in the next game, they can put in the Nila in with a completely different support other than the Senna. So this becomes extremely problematic, and I'm really happy to see this in game number 1, because for the first time in Knockout, Movistar needs to problem solve.
I mean, Karmine came ready and innovating once again. We'll touch a bit on game 2 after this and see what we can plan on the side of Movistar Riders for them to combat. But Yamato, it all came down to objectives and river fights here. And once again, it feels like it was just K-Corp's world.
I think the crucial thing is, like, the scary thing was, can they go toe-to-toe with Movistar in the early game? Because there was not a single game in the knockout stage where Movistar riders were actually in the deficit. And coming into this matchup, we saw the ganks on the bottom side, we talked about the bot lane too, but when it came to going blow for blow, punch for punch, K-Corp was so sharp at making sure grouping at the right timings and expecting Movistars to bite back, and they were there, and they stood tall, and they were ready for it, and they stood their ground.
Where do you feel like Movistar missed the mark, maybe, when it comes to just coming back on their feet, maybe coming back in mid-game, or do you think they just couldn't do it with the tools they had here?
I think it was a bit of the tools was the issue. I wasn't the biggest fan of the Rakan. I actually, like, Yamato kind of highlighted it when we were in the game beforehand. But I think the fact you could see Alvaro was just struggling to get onto Kalist. Every single time the engage came through from Rakan in the early stages, he'd eat through him, look very stylish, walk away, slam up to take notes and be fine. I think coming back, you have to try and find an easier way to try and engage in that bot lane. Because I think the biggest problem was, well, Targamas was free to roam. They couldn't get onto Kalist in any of these fights. He was having a fantastic game in the Yasuo. And then as well, even when you found like the opportunities where they found a pick on Seiken in the mid lane, they were like, oh, we can set up for our first dragon in 15 minutes. They try and go bot lane, it all falls apart. It's about trying to find that cohesive moment that you can then pounce and continue snowballing. It's just that every single time, Karmine Corp are ready for them this time.
And you mentioned the dragon. I want to take a look at the second dragon of the game, because for me, this was the last nail in Movistar Riders' coffin, Yamato, and you can't really come back after a play like this.
It was just everything started from before, where all of the cooldowns were blown. I think it's so cool to see Karmine Corp being so aware of their situation, darting in and out and playing around cooldowns and finding the right opportunity to strike. This is what team fighting is about, and K-Corp in the first game just showed the high level of class and elegance.
And I feel like it's a little bit difficult to play these fights, being on such a huge deficit when there is a Yasuo and a Senna. This is why I'm like, hey, go back to the drawing board. And I really hope that Movistar are going to go back to the drawing board and choose blue. Because I feel like for Skoe, you mentioned being on the Silas. For me, it's a no-go. You need that priority. For example, with the Thalia that he used to play, but they have to ban it because they were red.
And that's the thing. They won't go blue. They're staying red, same sides. So for me, it feels like they have something going. They want to keep on going with this. But we've been talking about the fact that they went undefeated in the knockout stage. What happens now that they're falling? Can they jump back on their feet? And can they find the solution when it comes to playing from behind? Because for me, it feels like this time around they didn't.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of options for them. Like, they went for Renekton, Sejuani, Zeri in those first rotations. I think going for a comfort pick for Frescovi in the early stage is going to work out significantly better for them, make sure he's going to be okay. And then also just, I think, better rotation on the support. Like, I just think that Rakan couldn't really do a huge amount here. Yamato was kind of saying maybe the Alistair. I think just something that's a bit more reliable in that bot lane is going to work out.
I think a crucial thing as well when you think of a best of five, how it develops, them running into that Senna Yasuo, this is something that can only happen once. Sure, you have to dry out your resources by banning it 4-5, but you have to see, now they are being educated, they see what they need to ban 4-5. Most likely Senna is not going to come through, and that is where the adaptation will follow, because Zeri, Renekton, Sejuani on this patch is a fantastic 1-2-3, but K-Corp just had this extra little spicy sauce.
And for now, the Blue Wall strikes first here in Sud de France Arena in front of the huge French crowd. Let's see how Movistar Riders adapt to the atmosphere right after the break.
Forced to fly to safety, may need to flash. Ignite's thrown out, the exhaust won't catch Super, but Alvaro stopped. First blood to France, to Karmine Corp. The sands in favor of Karmine Corp. Flashes are out. Another to the faker of EMEA Masters.
Yeah, win this. I need to win. Remember when is low? Hold on.
Silas ultimate on the Xanto, which is not the best. Every single other ultimate is just getting thrown out. Surely there's not a solo kill out of nowhere. He's just going in. Kalist!
Shining strike into knockup, sweeping blade. There he goes. That's over the wall. Kalist gets another.
for a little salvation. Those flags you wave will represent them. The world is watching. Here's your judgment. Here's your reckoning. Write your story down. Here's your history. Pride and country. You could have everything. So bring home the glory alive. Here's your judgment. Here's your reckoning. So go and bring home the glory alive. Here's your judgment. Here's your reckoning. Write your story down. Here's your history. Pride and country. You could have everything. So bring home the glory alive.
Hello, Bs, Gs, and NBs. Welcome back to the EMEA Masters finals here in Montpellier, Occitanie. And Quick Shot joined once again by Jamada and Coolborg. Going into game 2, Movistar Riders have once again selected red side. I think the pressure is on them. I think let's humanize this for a minute. Playing into this crowd, playing into the fandom, playing into the boos, I think had an impact on their game. Let's forget about the fact that even had to deal with Yasuo. Now I think Coolborg, we get to really see what their metal is. How do they adapt? How do they adjust? And they know the enemy they're facing.
I really hope so, because the enemy is not just the stage,
Yes.
it's the crowd as well. And when no one in the crowd will support you, well, if you're looking support, look no further than your teammates. You've just been out with them. It's about reconnecting on what made you come so far in the EMEA Masters, longest Movistar Riders has ever been as well, and really just find the tools that allows you the correct skirmishing in-game as well. They felt a bit short-ranged. It felt like they missed the mark a bit on their engages as well, and I think specifically Alvaro had a hard time on the Rakan.
Yeah, you know, I think obviously there's a lot to take from the game. I think right now they just have to reset.
Yeah.
You know, keep the head screwed on, just pretend that game didn't happen. Look at this as if this is game 1, but you're just in a bye, effectively.
I want to say, I do think they remember the game, but what I wanted to do for them is I wanted to fuel their anger. I want them to lean into the dark side, come back in and try to turn this arena into a library. Jamada, I'm going to ask an unenviable, impossible question. How can they do it? In my mind, I think you let Nila through, maybe ban Yasuo, because I think you know how Nila plays. Why are you shaking your head?
I mean, calm down, because they ban it because they're not really sure how it plays either.
Yes.
It's a lot of tools on the side of Common Corps that you have to be wary of. And when there's too many tools, all you can do is rely on yourself and what makes you good as a team.
I think the likelihood is they've seen how Nila works. They've probably at least prepped something that they feel comfortable dealing with it. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Considering they banned
did,
it in the first 3.
If they didn't, if Nila and Yasuo are 2 of the 5 banned towards Kalista,
now,
wild.
The way around it for me still is just go for full bot lane priority, right? In the first 3, you can circumvent that issue and then you just target ban bot. As long as Common Core don't adapt and pick their first 3 as well from the bottom side.
Did. The thing is, they did, you know, in the first. At least they got 4 AD carry bans out of the way. They banned 3 themselves. Common Core had the Sire ban as well.
Yeah.
It makes you wonder if it was already preemptively banned for Yasuo to come through with Sire already being out of the way too. But I mean, they might be digging deep. And yeah, it's going to be difficult to find the response in terms of what Common Core picked. But I think longer range, seeing Frescovi as well, on the Silas, not usually what we saw him have success with, but they banned him out nicely. I think Common Corp targeted his 2 best champions, got the Ahri out of the way, took away the Asir. It was a bit hard for him to play the game.
Quick reminder, game 1, it was Poppy, Zaya, LeBlanc. On the side of Common Core, it was Nila, Talia, and Maokai. So far, we're 3 for 3. Are there any pivots? 4 for 4. Come on, salty run back. Give me the same comp, so let's just play better. I don't think it's going to happen. GB, let's see if there's any pivots. So far, exactly the same from KC.
I mean, I still think you could see the Maokai ban come through if not substituted for Red.
Senna.
No, it's actually going to be the Senna.
Okay.
And now both Neela and Senna is out of the way. So those kind of bot lanes that we've seen both Targamos and Kalista perform with has been taken away. You can also do a trade-off now. So they prioritize the Red, but now you have the Maokai available for yourself.
Now does Isma want the Maokai? Does he want the Sejuani? Well, there you go. It's going to
Okay,
be Sejuani
well, there you have it, yeah.
So they don't care about the Maokai at all. They feel like Senna is the thing that's gluing these picks together. And it seems like for now that may be the answer.
Very similar. Jamada, what does this make you think is going to happen in the bottom lane? As we've seen the same 4 picks coming in, and in game number 1 it was Cassante locked in here for Carmen Core, but that's because they had that ace up their sleeve at the Yasuo center bottom lane. They don't have the center this time around.
No reason to change, I think, on the Carmen Core side right now. You know it's going to neutralize the Renekton enough. It's more about what Movistar are going to do on this 3, whether they go towards something for the mid lane to sync up again with the Sejuani, or whether or not they want that bottom lane priority now so they can look to start removing away this champion.
You're right. I think that's the only question right now. For Scurry was just banned out in the second rotation. Still loads of AD carries available. You know you will miss out on the Seri, but is it worth it to sack your mid laner Void in the exchange?
I mean, listen.
And Movistar Riders, they're completely happy with it.
1, 2, 3 has been exactly the same. So now the pivot has to come in. It was Kalista as well as, I can't remember the final ban. Thank you, Kai'Sa, on the side of Movistar Riders. It was Ari Tristana for KC. So we're almost at the salty, run back. It's just going to be this bottom lane, the support that's going to look different for now. I mean, Jamada, I'm quite shocked by how this is playing. To actually ban Yasuo, that is a surprise.
I mean, you're already seen the Senna taken away. You've seen the Neela taken away. Take away the Yasuo as well. Make sure that no one of these fancy picks comes through, and it's going to be a normal AD carry match.
Exactly. They just want Kalista Targamas on something as standard
Why
as they
can't
can
you
get
just be normal? That's what they're screaming in their headset. That's what they want.
So they're going to remove away the Alistar, KC. So I imagine Frescawi, does he really want the silence again? Because he didn't necessarily look the best on it. And I feel like you're probably going to be happier leaning on a mage still nonetheless.
I mean, listen, that Silas is his second most played all-time ever. 20 games, 66% win ratio. Yes, he's only played it once prior to today, this summer. But it is one that he's got a lot of experience in. He's near 300 games. So it is locked in, and we're going to see what Alvaro runs in that last pick. I might want to see something different to Rakan personally, but let's find out what Kalista and Targamas are running bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 options in my head here. You either go for the Aphelios for him or you go for the Kai'Sa. Those are the 2 that we've often seen him on as well. It's going to be the Kog'Maw instead. They might just blind pick the Braum. And there you have it.
Gentlemen, how many games of Kog'Maw has Kalista ever played?
I'm just going to say none. I bet it's enough
2 games.
Okay,
2 games.
But when?
Both of them were victories, and he has not played it a single time this EMEA Masters summer. So this is the first of the tournament. Targamas locking in that Braum. He's played it once before, also a victory.
But now here's the thing, you'd want to go and enchant into Braum just because you don't really want to pick a melee champ, but also you want as much engage as possible. You've already got Renekton, Sejuani, Silas, so it feels like the hands are really behind their
I
eyes.
want to
They
live
go
in
to
the world. I want to live in the world where KC have been scrimming G2, who will be playing here on Sunday. And Summer and Mickey, this is the duo that has taken over the LEC Summer Players. We're seeing it now in the EMEA Finals. GB, zoom out, how did these comps win?
Well, before we get to that, just this Braum in general has really shut down Alvaro. His most played champions are just engagers. It's a facilitation between Isma and Alvaro when they're getting the bot lane ahead, because they have the setup for it. There is not a lot of setup for your bot lane for a gank here. Yes, the Lulu thrives into the Braum, but not in terms of actually getting kills.
Yeah, that's the big problem, right? It's about the lane priority. It's about actually getting out onto the map if you're not trying to strip away the plates. So this is a big problem. I feel like the mid-game fights might be okay. They've got enough setup between the mid-jungle. But realistically, Kog'Maw after 2 items is just going to be a terror.
Jamada, Movistar Riders, yes or no, have won through Super in the bottom lane?
Yes.
Coming into game 1, there was an answer from KC into Super and Alvaro in the bottom lane. Yes or no?
Yes.
Coming into game 2, the Braum, GB, is it an answer into Super and Alvaro in the bottom lane?
It looks like it.
Looks like it. Have KC figured out the LVP representatives? The fans here in the stadium absolutely feel that way. And it'll be up to Super, Alvaro, and the rest of the Movistar Riders to turn this series around. Game 1 was a shellacking, a stomping. Will it happen again? Let's hit Summoner's Rift to find out.
There's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number 1 stunning, don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Both sides have started off defensive. 5 players split across the respective rifts. We had no real shenanigans in game number 1. Let's see what's going to happen on early here in game number 2. I think EMEA had a pretty effective gank to start. Fortunately for him, he didn't generate the kills. Both Kalista and Tiger Mask again were able to escape. Just as I cast a curse, the shenanigans. Kalista starting to run for his life. The turnaround around him. Monster Flash! Seiken gets first blood. Super does get a reply. Seiken's now flashless. Caught up by the flail. The piercing strike from Syncroft may have saved his life. Zoom out and take stock. Flash is blown, as well as Ignite for Alvaro, for Seiken. And of course, the ghost used by Kalista.
Yep, bot lane vulnerable. Alvaro can be very easily picked off. He's a Lulu, very squishy. But also, you have to remember Seiken now dealing with Sejuani Silas with no flash. Even on Azir, that's a very scary thing to look at. Even pre-6 Alvaro, what's he looking for? A ward? Is he looking to get a bit of poke on Seiken? It looks like it's that.
Yeah, it's a response to what happened in the top side. They thought they were going for a larger and wait for the people who boarded their own red buff. So he thought he could walk in, but they were actually anticipating it. But I think Carmen Corp as well overestimated how much they could actually do in this skirmish, because they are able to trade it back on the side of Movistar Riders.
And of course, when you do look at those kill distributions, Seiken in the mid lane picking it up, but he is flashless into a Sej-Silas combination. And of course for Super, he's got that flash and that kill under his belt. Hasn't necessarily generated the advantage yet, but can it be, escalated or taken action on?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be curious to see bot lane action already coming through. Level 2 hit for
Andre,
Super.
flash forward, one more right click. Kalista forced to flash for his life. Super committed it. But can they take over this lane now? Level advantage, CS advantage. Kalista is low, he's got potions to work with, and Syncroft is wending in the wings.
There's a big difference. Isma's pathing is so different. It's full topside. He's not here to match Syncroft this time.
Oh, Movistar, have they mucked this up? Well, the ward is good though. Syncroft is spotted. And keep in mind this Lulu. Turn him into a munchkin. That can be so impactful. Kalista too low to get involved. He needs the CS as well. 2 waves crashing under the tower. EMEA on the way.
Yeah, I think very fortunate. Movistar, they stacked up such a big wave because they've got that range advantage. But now they've actually traded places.
Oh, the boar and the horse. Look at my horse. It's amazing. Super's caught down. What is happening? Braum sets it up with the Winter's Bite. The crash down comes forward. 2 kills to KC.
And once again, it's disaster for the Movistar Riders bot lane. Syncroft as well is just there before EMEA. But I don't know what happened in that 2v2. Super and Alvaro, they should be winning. One of them gets stunned up and suddenly it all just collapses.
If we get a replay of the pathing, I need to see how EMEA and Syncroft traded places.
He must have missed.
They must have just slipped past each other, ships in the night.
Oh my word. 3-1. A kill to Kalista, another.
Yeah,
look at this.
I think he W's here earlier, right before EMEA comes around.
Oh my
so he
God.
just misses it. You only saw the Bulbasaur on the side of it, but I'm not even sure if he saw that. Alvaro getting hit by this, Super dashing forward with your jungler coming down as well. Even if you got the gank through, you're throwing away the entire setup in this exchange. And Carmen Corp running away with the bot lane once again is disaster. We've already said it. This is where we find the win conditions.
Look at the reaction. Super making a surprising misstep. Seiken's been flashless. This bird is the target. Beautiful by EMEA, but Kalista's nearby. We get the kill. The immediate reply from Syncroft. The Pokeball gets another. And all of a sudden, Marky is running for his life. Syncroft doesn't have the backup just yet. More kills to KC.
Why is Kalista mid? Why is Kalista mid? They're not expecting it as well coming through from it. He killed bot lane. He got the push. He got a favorable reset. They backed up mid lane knowing it would be under attack. And Seiken, after getting out or respawning, just teleported down to pick up the entire wave that Super has just picked in. That was an amazing sequence of play coming out from Carmen Corp.
Beautifully set up. I'm going to ask you to think about how did they know. If you are watching at home, we are aware that the heads-up display, the scoreboard, is not properly updating or reflecting the in-game kills. It is 4-2. The team is aware of it. We'll give you any updates as we can. It is 4 kills to 2. It's a 700 gold advantage in favor of Carmen Corp and Jamada. Do you have an answer to that question? Why was Kalist mid?
So I don't necessarily have a why, but what I will tell you is Movistar did the exact same thing to Matchco in the semi-finals. So this could have just been a very nice read. They've got such a big window for Kalist to just move here. And even if he misses the wave, I mean, he picks up a kill, he's got double buffs, and it could have been a lot worse for Movistar, all things considered.
But that's the thing, he's not missing a wave. He's picking up the mid lane. Super's pushing in bot side. Teleport comes through, and they take no losses outside of Seiken's life.
Look at this. Reactions from the coach and support staff. They know why Kalist was mid, and they're very happy with the results. As soon as we jump out of this, okay, Dragon have been started. Chamada, when we were in that replay, it was the Movistar Riders that started off the Dragon. They ultimately were pushed away. You can see the ward just been chucked in the Dragon pit, so Casey stepping forward. And of the 4 kills, Kalist is 2-0-2 on the Cogmore. Bearing in mind his Yasuo was banned. Kalist, so Casey banned. Zeri taken away from him, and this is so much problems. Super currently falling further and further behind.
It's a catastrophe for bottom lane.
Oh, that's panic buttons going right now.
Yeah, panic buttons have to go right now for Movistar. And when you think about it, comp to comp, you've only really got one big form of engage over the top, and that's Isma once he hits level 6. But there's a Braum to block that. Dragon's up now.
I mean, I think they have to back out. I think Seiken just around the corner. Braum as well after. They have no engage outside of Isma, or just full sending Franskau in there, and you can't do that.
No, you can't.
It's just
Super. I mean, Super again has been dancing on the edge of safety with the Zeri, using that wall hop every time it's available. Level 4, Isma on the set 20 can't even look for that long range, initiation. Now, with the Dragon secured, it is only a small gold lead, but it is very reminiscent of Game 1. With the skirmishes, the small decisions, it feels like Common Core have already jumped off to an early lead. Isma's in trouble. Gonna get caught out. Look at my horse. My horse is amazing. Shattering Strike sets up the stun. The battle ball gets bopped, pooped, and obliterated. Seiken gets another. Hops over the wall. Empress Divide is available to him, but the Winter's Bite will not find a target. 5 kills secured for Common Core.
They thought a reset was coming through some Synchro, so they saw a window available to them where they could go for some counter jungling, but just quickly sending Takamas up. The vision control is not in favor of Movistar's either. They just get caught with their pants down, and now Super under the bot lane turret just hit 6. He might be able to save his life, but completely forfeit the palm.
I mean, Super needs to find all of the Dragon Balls, hope to go Super Saiyan, and pray he has the power of Beast Mode Gohan, because right now, it's starting to look like a bunch of Krillins and Yamchas being squashed across the lanes. There's still a lead, and while we're seeing this trade or potential dive at the bottom lane, the top laners, what did you say, Chief? They
exist, yeah. And nice reminder right there as well. Capo is quite low. Synchro is coming up as well. I don't think we're fancying a dive.
It's just an ult trade.
There, right?
It's just an ult trade. It's like, hey guys, you know what? We can fight each other.
Not again. Not again.
Oh.
Not
He's in the bush just waiting.
Oh, Tagamas! Unbreakable is up! Sparks over the wall! Super escapes, but my word, you are dancing on the edge of safety.
Can I just claim my mantle as CEO of ADC Hate for a moment?
Go for it.
Why is Zeri still... all right, I'm going to continue. It's fine, but Super does a great job. Goes over, very, very clean, and very difficult to lock that champion down easily.
Sorry, let's just clarify. Does a great job to escape from the situation he put himself in.
Yes, exactly.
On the other side of the map, Riftel has been started up because of that little exchange. Both Kalist and Takamas is going to be a bit late on the play. You can see Takamas still making his way up in River.
Alvaro doing a good job there with that polymorph. Syncrop is interrupted, is stunned up. The Emperor's Divide by some time. Here comes Targamas. Cabo's over the wall. No wall out available. Mark is going low. Dominus was used. And the Croc gets bopped. Seiken with another. Targamas buying time. He's popped the Watch Guard Golden, and the Sand Soldiers will just about do the work. It's a bloodbath in the mid lane, but it's Seiken, it's Hermanko, it's the French representatives taking over.
They still come out on top again, and they've got the Herald as well if they really want to off the back of it. I think the death timers will be long enough, and like you mentioned, Goldberg, it's just so difficult to move forward into this KC lineup.
I have to say that I am impressed watching KC at the moment, but I am disappointed in what I've seen from Movistar. This is not the team that I came to expect from Knockouts. This is not the early game I came to expect, and all of these skirmishes just feel like they are so heavily KC favored.
I just feel they're playing so away from the strengths that we've seen. Like you're saying, they're not really playing around the bot lane. This is more about moving around the map, and trying to find skirmishes with the numbers advantage. That's in their characteristic, sure, but it's normally around the bottom lane, and they've just not been able to utilize the strength of their champions. And Karmine Corp on an execution level are just beating them 1-for-1.
I would have loved to see how much damage Seiken does in this team fight, because he's just untouched in this chokehold. Even when Movistar walks up, got the ultimate available to separate them from each other. And Fresco does get one, but not more, and goes down after that exchange.
Well, look, I can tell you what the total damage is across the entire game. Unfortunately, it's actually not working at the moment. Maybe right to the I should have checked that first. I should have checked that first. But Isma, we'll find out Syncrob. At least WN, there's not going to be a whole lot. No Glacial Prison available to him. Keep your eye on this river. Both teams starting to group up.
Oh, sorry.
Goes forward, trying to find this Pugmore. It's a fight on two fronts. Kalista dodging everything. But can the passive blow him up? Back in the river. Cabo is looking for all out. The ball line is trained 1-for-1. But Seiken gets another. And it's Karmine Corp finding another objective.
Kalist spacing was so sick, but he doesn't quite get it.
Super missed so many autos, bro.
Can
You
you
have to
see?
flash forward to
Can you
hit.
see? Gentlemen, ladies, everybody else around the world, can you see why so many people watching EMEA Masters, so many LEC pros are talking about Kalist? He is stepping up. Let's not disregard the impact Super has had this event, but today, so far, in the first two games, Kalist is in charge.
He's definitely exciting to watch. I think the one that's popping off the most in this game, though, is right in the middle of the screen. It's Seiken 6-1 on the Asir. He's been absolutely untouched. And just looking at the composition of Movistar Riders, I see no way out of Frescovi finding an insane flank with an Asir ultimate where they actually are able to attack him.
How many titles has Seiken won in EMEA Masters?
It's 3 so far, sir.
This is his 4th attempt, his 4th finals, and right now it's looking like his 4th victory.
You say attempt, but he don't fail, Trevor. If he's at EMEA Master, he succeeds.
I love that. This was his 4th success, is the current expectations. Once again, I will say though, neither of these teams really heavily prioritizing Dragon. First one was secured a little bit unceremoniously. Movistar Riders have got a minor numbers advantage, but they don't want to pick this fight. They simply can't. With itemization difference, Super does have himself that static shift completed. And look at the north of the river. Seiken with the Azir ultimate. Cabo started it earlier. Marking is going to arrive into the fray later this one, and all of a sudden it's 1, it's 2, it's 3, it's all the Karmine all day. Allez blue! The LFL is putting on a show, and Super's doing what he can, but it's Braum. It's one of the answers. He stepped forward, he finally gets it. He gets a second!
Oh, Super!
Super is powering up. He simply cannot do more though, as he almost gets the 3rd. How close that could have been. It's the Karmine Corp on top.
It was a valuable attempt for Super there. He almost found the Seri moment. Really good movement as well, at least in response to the play we saw earlier from Kalist. But initially that team fight was so beautifully orchestrated and fired out by Karmine Corp.
It's just Karmine Corp pulling the trigger first again. Plain and simple. They're so quick to it.
Oh, it's the old one here. All right, let's have a look at the movement. 1, 2, 3. Oh, no. 3 Qs missed. 4, 5. And does hit the next one, but there's spacing here. And then the last one, you know, if I'm going down, you're going down with me.
Big area.
Oh, he's enjoying it.
I'll tell you what, the Michelin sponsor on that one running it down is going to love that.
But look at the team fight, because it looks like Kalist is out of position in a bit where he gets sandwiched because they have to turn on Isma. Look at the turnaround from Tarkamas, and they're all there. They're just moving the places, or rather their pawns around it. That's what we want to call it, in terms of how the team fight is playing out.
It's just so well orchestrated by Karmine Corp. They just acknowledge where their strong point is in this fight and where the weak point is, and they immediately exploit Movistar. And sure, Super pulls off some magic moves here.
Yeah.
Oh, if he doesn't get stunned here, right? There's a moment where you think it might turn into more, but
if he doesn't get stunned, connects the Q and the right click onto Kalist, he gets, unfortunately, he gets insta-geared by the Conk passive. But let's zoom out very quickly. What is your professional opinion on Leandra's at the death cap? 15 minutes here from Seiken?
That's when you're super far ahead and don't really have to care about any sort of resistances and just want to absolutely pound your enemy.
He wants damage, and he's going to have it very, very soon, no doubt, as...
Sidestep, sidestep, sidestep! Oh, he does get taken down, but even in that moment, getting away from the prison, Targamas and Kappa, they're running onto Super. Why are you there? I am very sorry to be this direct, but that is mistake after mistake that we need to see cleaned up. Super punished once more.
Just stepping a little bit too far forward after the pick. They feel like they've got the territory, not expecting Gabo Shard to collapse in from the top side. The cost of the play, I suppose, for KC will also be this top side tower.
4,000 gold lead, Jamada, in favor of KC.
It's a big one. And again, we're talking about the compositional differences here. For Karmine Corp, 2 hyper-scaling carries, mid and bot, with very limited forms of engage that are going to rely very heavily on pincer movements and teleports and flanks.
Let's try and keep our eyes on Seiken. That Rabadon task come through. That's 2 items at 15 minutes. It's already 2 Drakes. Just got the other one 4 minutes onto the next one. But so far, not a lot of outer turrets has been taken. It's a lot of skirmishes, but so far it's just a turret each on both sides.
Yeah, exactly. Now we're just waiting, realistically, for the Herald, I believe. Once that's up. Actually, no, it says the timer's up for the Baron. So
yeah,
I guess
exactly.
The Herald is a no-go. Either way, these guys, they'll sit here, they'll try and scale up. It's realistically Movistar that need to try and find some core items to try and find a bit of an avenue back into this game, because right now Seiken is the mountain to climb.
So let's zoom out very briefly, because I want to live in the glasses half full zone. Super has found some fancy footwork.
No, there's no glass.
That glass is empty. He spilled it, he dropped it, it shattered on the floor, and it's not getting repaired, buddy.
That was insane damage. Oh man, onto one of the frontline members. Karmine Corp are starting to take absolute control of this game. And the only answer, kill Seiken quick and hope you have enough left in the tank to take out Kalist and Cabo and Syncroft. It's only 1 tower to 1 for now, and look at KC grouping up top. For Movistar Jamada, I'm going to hear what you were saying. They need to buy time, they need to stall, they need to farm up those items. But my word, you cannot take couple of orders from those Sand Soldiers because it'll just finish everyone.
Yeah, it's a delicate line they have to balance right now, because not only do they need items, they don't really have the time to get to those items right now. You can see what Seiken was doing to Cabo. He's going to do the same thing to all of the frontline, well, the other frontline member in Isma. I tell you what, it's going to look a lot worse on the other health bars of the squishier members. So.
Hey, wild growth, that's where it's at. That's your save us, GB, I believe, right? The front line and what? No, obviously not. I'm saying this sarcastically.
Well, have a look at this one then. We might be able to find a pick here. Cabo.
Okay. Where's the prison?
He's quite durable though.
But we need to connect it. The flail comes out. The stun lands.
Oh no!
He's in trouble. Cabo goes all out and gets away from 4 members of the Riders. He don't give a damn. But Movistar got the tower.
That could honestly have been a lot worse if one of them got knocked on the tower. Then after Marquis, that would have been disaster. But with so many members showing on the bot side, you're just taking care of the Rift Herald, and the map is so open now for Karmine Corp. Both side lanes have a long lane. You can push it in. We see the priority that Seiken is able to get. Every time that he will push in a lane, he will just swap that pressure to mid lane now instead, and they will dissect it with the Rift Herald now being picked up by Syncroft.
Exactly. It's just more map control, right? At the end of the day, if they can't get this mid lane tower just through sheer pressure and passiveness alone, the Herald do the job for them, and they'll probably wait to use it until the next dragon, or if we see Syncroft kind of sync up with Targamas here, they could just drop it and get the tower for free.
There's just no wards. Everything cleared up. Look at the minimap. Blue ping ward, blue ping ward, blue ping ward, blue ping ward. No vision right now for Movistar. The only there is very defensive. You can see it just by the entrance to Raptors and around that red buff. Now, Seiken still bot side. He does have that teleport, but mid lane is solo that the Rift Herald will just crack it open.
It does. With that, 5,000 gold in the lead before 20 minutes. Movistar in playoffs at an average of 3,000
Hold up, Trevor, Marquis behind.
The re-engage, Marquis found Cabo, but Kalista's untouched. Seiken's not there, but they haven't got the damage, they haven't got the time. The Unbreakable's done so much. Here comes Seiken, Sand Soldiers up. Wait for the scoop, the dupe. It won't happen. Movistar, they had a moment. They made GB the hope for a second, but it didn't work out.
Yeah, but you can see the blinking health bars. They can still push in the lanes. Bot lane was pushed in as well. Drake up in 30 seconds. It's still a win for Karmine Corp, despite the nice flank from Marquis where they're not able to pick anything up.
It's just so difficult to move forward, because if you overstep, you try to walk back, you've got Brawn passive on you, you could potentially get re-engaged on and scooped back in. The options for Movistar are so limited, and they have to be so precise when they actually pick their mark.
I think the elegance of this Cogmore Braum, you're seeing it in action as the game's played out. You know, I made a bit of a dramatic explanation into how the Yasuo Senna was an answer to Super and Alvaro. Game into game 2, the Cog and the Braum, we're seeing it time and time again, how it has helped. I mean, hell, even the Cogmore passive helped. More importantly for me is, I think Karmine Corp seem to have kind of downloaded or really comprehended, really understood how to bring Super and the rest of the riders to what they want to do and beat them, because it's their game plan, it's on their turn.
I also just feel like Movistar as well, they're not playing into their strengths, but for now, they're playing into the mid lane.
Wild Growth has been used, the target's Kalist, he flashes over the wall, no one's chased yet, the Magnet Storm comes down from Synchron! The Movistar riders are flanked, surrounded, and they might be shut down. Friscawi steals the Emperor's Divide, he buys some time, but he actually scoops him towards his own team. He scooped Carmen Gold closer to his Spanish brethren. Two of them are down and they are running for their lives. Seiken, Targamas, Cabo, they're chasing. Baron's up as well. Do they hunt? Do they get more kills? Do they just go for the Baron? All the options are available. Super, though, is going to get a little bit of damage back. Somewhat split. Sand Soldiers are helping out. Follow Seiken, flash available. Sand Soldiers conquering, shifting sands.
Seiken.
Simply disgusting. He does not miss. He does not attempt. Seiken does not lose EMEA Masters.
And despite the best effort from Movistar Riders, because it really was efforts, they tried to flash in on Kalist, they could not get him, he flashes over the wall, and that's pretty much every single tool lost. As soon as Seiken joins the fight, it's just over, and you can see it flashing forward, trying to lock him down. Ultimate block by Targamas, and once Kalist is over that wall, no one is following him.
It's re-engagement, Synchron holding everyone in place as well. Seiken, he doesn't quite find the angle for a big scoop, but the damage he's putting out is just absurd. Cabo as well does a great job, doesn't get displaced, and is able to help lock down the second kill into the chase.
And listen, obviously, I personally have been quite harsh here on the Movistar Riders, but spare a thought. Put yourselves in their shoes. They're young, 20, 21, 22-year-old players, facing off a literal army of thousands of French KC fans. And KC have got answers to what the Riders want to do. This man, the unkillable Demon Baguette of the EMEA Masters. And he is leading his team. That was, I'm so sorry.
It could have been worse.
I'm going to get a disciplinary hearing for that one. That was so bad.
Anyways.
You may.
Baron up.
Baron is up. We'll give Trevor his moments. They'll siege on this tier 2 on the bottom side because they know they've got the time to. Movistar, I don't think they've got time for anything right now. There's the first tier 2. Now they can press on the base how they feel.
Not really synced wave, but waves are coming in from that mid lane. They're just going to continue it. Capuchar's going to pick it up, and the bot siege is going to continue.
Bot siege will continue. We go disengage as well.
Visage been thrown out by Targamas. Marky's so low, flashless as well. We're going to continue to push into the base. Inhibitor is just taken. Reminder, this team is down 9,000 gold. They're dealing with Baron Empowered Minis. Just look at the itemization differences.
Movistar.
This is a bold move, Cotton. Don't know if it'll work out.
Yeah, TP in the mid lane, but I mean, you're just picking up a wave that was going to get pushed in anyway, so Movistar Riders, once again, just a little lost on the map, but can you blame them? What are they supposed to do against this? It feels like the game's already lost, and they need a massive mistake from Carmine to really come back into it.
I feel like that posturing there as well, the pings onto the ward, also the teleport from Marky onto the mid lane. I think they knew they had to just try and throw the kitchen sink at Carmen Core as they were leaving the base, but they just didn't have the window for it.
So you have to now think a little bit about this on what feels like an 0-2 start. LVP will have one more potential attempt to drag this series out. Karma and Corp have had answers 2 games in a row to this bottom lane approach, and right now, with the fact that not only did the bottom lane do well, but second on his Azir, 11-1-1, he's got a 700 gold bounty. 3 items completed, he had what, Deathcap and Landry's at 15 minutes?
Yeah.
It's insanity. 3 dragons under their belt as well, so now Carmen Core just going to look to push into this one. Here comes Synchro from the side. Got that Magnet Storm available. Engage goes forward. 3 members of the Riders are caught up, and Marky is stuck in and amongst the mess. 2 of them down already. Super gets tagged up by Arcane Barrage. There's simply nothing they can do. Who's sidestepping what he can, but over the wall, here comes Carmine. They're looking for more. The Emperor's Divide is still available too.
Super's still alive, but he doesn't have the range to do anything. You're against the Cockmore with a W. You have Seiken on the Azir, still wreaking havoc despite being miles away from you. There is nothing Movistar Riders can do. Carmine Corp is absolutely wrapping the floor with them.
On the ropes, 2 Nexus towers between Carmen Corp and a game 3 at 2-0. There goes Super.
Another Emperor's Divide to set it up for a double kill for Kalist. Listen to this crowd.
Oh, can he get a Penta?
Suit de France. Another secured. Kalist stepped forward.
They're trying.
Trying to give it to
Get
him.
him
A
up,
double
Penta.
knockback. Got himself the quadra. Looking for Briscoe underneath the tower. One more hit, all that's needed.
Oh,
Carmichael go 2-0. Your summer finals.
Movistar have no legs to stand on right now. They have simply been figured out, I feel. They have to try and find a solution. They've got about 15, 16, 17 minutes to do it before they're back on the stage. And they have to try and predict what Karmine Corp are going to throw at them for a game 3.
Let's talk about that draft. Neela banned, Senna banned, Yasuo banned, Kalista banned, and they still have a respawn. Every single ban that they've thrown against them did not stick.
Silas has not had the impact I think Movistar Riders wanted to have, despite the ultimates. I think the answers, as you mentioned, from Carmine have had a significant impact. More importantly for me, Jamada, how many times did you say it? The Riders are not necessarily playing to their strengths. Now, let's give credit to Carmine, because I think Carmine are dragging him around. We screamed at the top lanes, why is Kalist mid? Obviously, they have a game plan. They are reacting. They are forcing Movistar to play their game. So in my mind, I think Movistar have to find a way to arrest some form of control to get the game placed on their tempo.
I just feel like Alvaro needs to be on a facilitator that can properly link up or enable the other members in proper nature of Movistar. He spent one game on a Rakan where he had Sejuani jungle and a very difficult bot lane to play around. This game he's on the Lulu. He has to play reactively in the team fights, and there wasn't really pressure bought because of the way that Braum plus the Kog'Maw works.
But I just feel like they don't make the most out of red side either. They banned that Talia. Azir still goes through as a blind. Azir is a pretty strong champion right now in its own right. Saiyans Azir is a whole nother thing. And then on the 3, where you have the chance to counterpick it, you get banned out and you pick an AD carry and you just... Your bot lane doesn't even work out, even with the support counterpick going through.
I said it before game 2 started, I'll say it again here. I think they need
to counter. Your bot lane doesn't even work going through. Counterpick it. Counterpick going through. Out and you pick. Going through.
I said it before.
Counterpick going.
And welcome back to EMEA Masters Finals, live from Montpellier in France. K-Corp takes us to the first and hopefully not the last match point of this series, guys. What an absolute domination on the side of the LFL team, especially in this second game. Yamato, you have...
Oh, he put the blue glasses
It's
on.
been crazy.
Yeah.
All I see is blue. You know, it's just
Yeah, we just see
the
blue
match with
everywhere.
the team, everything is blue. It's been complete domination. I thought Movistars would be stronger in the early game. Maybe they would be sharp in the team fight timers.
Yeah.
But everything has been better for Keiko.
And it's been a question on how they would fall back on their feet if things start to collapse from them. So far, they didn't find the answer, with K-Corp cosplaying a bit of G2 in the second game here with the bot lane and not having the adaptation that we were looking for on the side of Movistar Riders. But trouble, it all started with a bot lane invade.
Okay, not success. It all started level 1, and I'm like, if there's one thing I know is that you don't late invade a Braum. The Braum late invades you.
Yeah.
But now you see the Lulu, you get Super versus the Ghost. They see Kalista a little bit overextended over in the bush. But you have a Braum. He procs the Garden as well. And they trade 1-for-1, of course, with the kill going over to the Azir. But that's great news for Movistar, right? Because Super grabs on kill 2. Yes, no. What? No. Because the bot lane from Movistar overextend right here, having that kill onto Super and playing over aggressive. And as you see, Syncroft doesn't stop there. He flashes through the pit, wraps around. And on the other hand side, Isma takes the long way around, and by the time he's there, his bot is already dead.
It just was bizarre to me, like so many of the choices that Movistar made throughout this game. Like even as Trouble was saying there, like late invading. I mean, look at where Isma was. He was on his top side. Like he was miles away from that. It was always going to be Karmine Corp showing up first. And this decision making throughout the early stages has continued to plague them all throughout this series.
And that's the issue I had with the way Movistar Riders are planning their game plan so far. It's the fact that everything feels off, Yamato. You want to stay in the game. You want to keep on being creative. You want to bring in the plays, but play on better timings, I think, would be best for them here, because this seems completely off what they're trying to do.
It just feels like Karmine Corp have such a good read of what's coming next. It's like they're always opening through mid, finding ways to connect. And in 2 games now, we've had Movistar Riders play very melee-heavy compositions. This time around, they have a Lulu with the Sejuani, Silas, Renekton. The synergy that is required in order for you to actually compete in the early game, you need to do it mistake-free, and at the same time, you need to make sure that your champions kind of align, because if you can't fight your way out of situations with Silas and Renekton and Sejuani, then you might as well just surrender the game almost.
But that's the thing. Remember what we said coming into today? It was like, oh, well, you know, you think there's 5 Movistar players, then 6, 7, 8 come out of the woodwork every time you go to make a play. They're not even showing up with all their members. They're not playing off of, hey, we have bot lane push, we have mid lane push, now we go for the invade. It's, hey, well, Isma's invading by himself. We should probably shove mid wave because we kind of need to be there to help him. But if you look bot lane, well, the Kog'Maw has control of bot lane. So it's like nothing is coherent in the way that they want to play. And some of the strengths that we saw through them in the playoffs are just being pushed aside by Karmine Corp here. As Yamato said, they've just reading them so well.
There's too many sides they need to fight on here. Honestly, K-Corp comes so prepared. And I want to give some shout out to the man in the mid lane, Seiken. We've talked about him, consistent member throughout every success that Karmine Corp had in the past. And here for me, when I think about this game, of course we can talk about Kalist, but Seiken is doing God's work here.
What an absolute machine. Now all of those Aussie fans, you know, in the BO1s, in the previous best of 5s, they make more and more sense every time. I had a little bit of criticism towards Saken in the reviews of the K-Corp games in the LFL. Every K-Corp fan said, wait for Saken on stage, wait for Saken on EMEA Masters. Both combined makes an absolute demon.
I'm starting to get worried, you know, because Movistar were like, well, Nila was the problem, ban. Then they were like, Senna's the problem, ban. Yasser's the problem, ban. How many bans do you have?
Saken is the problem. How do we ban him?
Exactly.
Just ban the player.
If you're going to ban Azir, he has the rise as well. So it's like, what do you do?
But even when you look at those bans, right? Like we go back to game 1, it was like LeBlanc, Ari, Tristana, Talia, Kaisa that can be put in his mid lane. It's
Azir?
like everything. The Azir was gone as well. It was like, what the hell do you do? Like you're tossing everything at this mid lane, and he's still coming out looking fantastic. And it does just feel like, again, it's the time for Seiken. I mean, potentially 4th title here from the fact that you're looking at Cabo, potentially 3rd title here for him. Like the undisputed best top laner at the moment in the EMEA Masters. This team just looks unstoppable.
That's the thing. What do you do when you're on the side of Movistar Riders here to make things better? Because you gotta be careful in drafts. You gotta be careful about flex picks. You gotta be careful about comfort picks, about veterans, about rookies on the bot lane. He's only 17 years old and he's smashing everyone today. Kalist has been impressive. His performance, I don't even know how to describe it. He started this year in the LFL, and right now I think it's fair to say that he's one of the best AD carries we have in the ERLs, Yamato.
It's so illegal that he has this many champions in his pool already. Like,
Look at
Kog'Maw, Yasuo, everything else. It's just nuts.
He's just stone cold too. Yes, the stories you hear from this team, he's the guy who's pushing the other players to play solo queue. He just comes in with the work ethic, the discipline, and the clinical precision to be able to play Yasuo, and then a Kog'Maw in best of 5, the first one on stage. It's just the start of a
I
perfect
can
career.
make it worse for Movistar. Targamas also has an ocean of a champion pool, you know? It's not like this guy just pulls out Yasuo. Targamas has played your Zyra as well, Lord. So his champion pool compared with Kalista and what them two actually got combined together is so scary.
I think the key thing, right, looking at Movistar either side, they went red side again. They need to, we've talked so much about coming Corp, but the internal conversation needs to be how can we find ourselves again? Because they have not performed up to par in what we expect Movistars to be. I think they need to find the new way to find that angle in the draft that is going to be the key for them to reinvent themselves in this series.
And I 100% agree. It's the reinvention, and I think it starts with the Zeri. They look great on the Zeri. Zeri is a very strong pick. But every single game, there's been an answer to it. Kog'Maw, Braum in game 2. We got the Senna Targamas coming out in game number 1 as well. They have all these different picks, and even when you start to throw every ban into that bot lane, they're still coming out on top. I think that's where you reinvent it. Yeah,
Sylas, what a disaster.
And that's
the
what has
Sylas
been
ban.
surprising me, honestly, is the fact that they keep on banning Nila, but they don't get the Zeri. And you know that it's actually a good champion against it. So I doubt the pick priorities on the side of Movistar Riders, but you have to come back now. You have to come back on stage, calm and collected, especially with the entire crowd cheering for Carmen. I don't think it's an easy situation to be him for them right now. Do you see a positive outcome and Movistar Riders being able to open the score on their side?
I feel like they absolutely can. I just feel like the adaptation hasn't necessarily been to the standard that we expected it, right? We talked with Yamato as well. It's like change sides. You're 0-2 down. You need to do something decisive. The drafts were not decisive enough. They look pretty similar. For me, the biggest point right here is Isma said, hey, I'll only be going bot side. No, go top. Marky has been so incredible on this Renekton. He's playing the Jax. Heck, he's pulled out the Kennen, the Gnar, anything. He is a carry top laner. Over in spring, we sort of criticized it. We're like, this guy should play some tanks for his team, but he is predominantly a carry top laner. We have seen Isma play for him in this tournament, and he absolutely tore the map apart. You know that Supa is going to come online later on this Zeri. Get something going in these early stages. Grab that Rifthold, open up the map.
When you're faced with such a mountain, there is all the obstacles that are ahead of. It's
Mountain
very
or wall?
important. It's very important to not look up, rather take everything step by step. They cannot look too far. Remember that each game is decided by small moments. They need to take a deep breath and make sure that they find themselves somehow. Because now, if you begin to think too much, that is where you lose yourself. I think Movistars have more to bring, but K-Corp, they're looking very sharp.
And let's see if KC can close it out with a clean 3-0 to make the home crowd erupt. GB Damara, quick shot, over to you for game 3.
Thank you so much, Law. And yes, I do think that Carmen Core going to close this one out 3-0. Welcome back to the caster desk, as I'm once again joined by Jamada and Gulborg. I want to give them a huge shout out and say thank you for helping to guide me through this finals. It's been an honor to join the broadcast team. I want to give a special shout out as well to everybody who isn't here. From all the other languages, from all the other regions, from all the other English talent who have worked on EMEA Masters all year long. It is something special to be in this crowd. It is something powerful, and right now it is Carmen Core looking to make it the 4-time champion, looking to pick it up in decisive fashion. Movistar on red side again. Jamada, I'm going to ask you the tough question. What on earth do they have to do? I'd like to see more changes. I mean, right now, like Yamato was saying, don't look at the whole mountain. Just go one step at a time. Let's see if they can figure out small answers.
They've not been having successful times pretty much anywhere on the map so far. I still believe that whilst not everything can be fixed with draft, you can certainly band-aid some issues. And again, I feel like Alvaro and Isma have been the backbone of Movistar, and this series they have simply not been given the tools to enable not only Movistar but themselves as a duo. That has to change here in this draft.
I mean, it comes down to the picks as well. You give it over the rail. What's the return pick? Oh, we take this Sejuani. Sia has been given over. What's the return pick? Oh, it's a Sylas instead. And on a red side, you want to make the most out of your counter picks. We're just not getting it. Yeah. So I'm really hoping that either they full send it, it's Isma Nocturne time, it's full comfort. We need something where our players shine.
Let's find out what happens. Games 1 and 2. Poppy, Zaya, LeBlanc. I've been the 3 bans for Common Core on the blue side. They are once again there.
Okay.
Nila, Talia, and it was Maokai as well as Senna in the 2 previous games. Let's see if things change.
I don't want to see this Talia. I don't want to see this Talia. I think Talia definitely has to. You get rid of it. I mean, it's still there.
You don't see the value for it, right?
I understand why it's there. No, actually, I don't. I don't. You're right. I don't.
I think this is one of the picks where realistically you leave it open and you make KC problem solve, you know, between either the Rel or the Talia priority, because it's clear that Frescawi is a very talented Talia player. Now, they've gone towards this time the Senna ban. So the Maokai will remain on the table like it did in game number 2.
It's just going to be Rel. It's just going to be Rel. And then, okay, all right, Renekton will come through. We've seen it so many times, or at least I think it will, because Marky is still doing fine up in that top side. He's getting a turret for himself.
Screw it. Drop the Renekton prio. Now that I think about it.
That's the Maokai.
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay. All right, this is a different taste, I suppose, but Maokai needs skirmishes and an AD mid.
And that's the thing from Frescawi as well. He's not been able to come through with an AD mid. Common Core pretty much throughout the entire tournament, not all of it, has been banning Tristana. They know against Frescawi that they actually don't have to do it. He barely plays the AD champions. He's so much more on the majors. Now with a Maokai, you don't have to go AD mid, but it would certainly help a bit.
Lucian and Kai'Sa, and the Kai'Sa's technically an AD.
Jace available as well.
Jace is up, but like, does Frescawi play it these days? You know, it just doesn't seem like the answer is yes. KC are going for the 3-peat.
Which is the Kai'Sa. Okay. That's 1 game played. He went unkilled here at EMEA Masters. And it is not a particularly popular champion. 4 games all time.
It doesn't fix their range problem. They've had a lot in these skirmishes either. And it's not like, I mean, you can still look for a better support matchup, but if Braum and Kokmo comes through again, which has been a response into Kai'Sa because of her short range, you will struggle. So they need to bandage that in their ban phase now.
Yes, they do. But why would Movistar go off the back of this Kalista ban? Because realistically, you probably want to engage here, so you
take away the Braum.
Take Braum away. If you do that, and you blind, you know, let's say the Nautilus, then the Rel can still be flexed, you can still run into an Alistar problem. It just still feels like a mountain.
And my thought process was, you take away the Braum, you still have counter pick for mid lane. You know they can't blind pick a Braum. You can enable Alvaro with his engagers and not have to worry about the fact that they've already blind
But we're not in that world. We're in the world where Yasuo is banned again.
Is this...
Scratching my head is once again the final ban is going to be that Ari. He's going to ask to open this time round, and the Alistar will be locked in.
I mean, there's no reason not to go Braum plus this Kog'Maw, Trevor. Plain and simple. I just don't really see a world where KC have to change things up.
GB, Jamada, are we in a world right now where you are still feeling like Common Core are winning the draft, quote unquote? We're going to find out what this bottom lane is in a second, but it feels a little bit that way to me for now.
I feel like the roundup will be. I think the roundup will give us our answer because, again, I feel like the world is Kalista and Targamas' pretty much oyster. So let's see. Will it just be Kog'Maw Braum? No, they're going to take this area away. Oh my goodness. Just to spice things up for game 3. And they're going to run back a relatively weak duo lane, which we saw Movistar run earlier today. So this does give Movistar the freedom to potentially look for something aggressive.
How many games has Kalist played on Zeri? I'll tell you it's 15.
Oh, okay.
How many has he won?
Oh, it's going to be something stupid like 12 or 13.
11 of them. It is his most played champion in 60 games. 15 of them are on Zeri, which is wild.
Oh, okay.
And the last second pivot, it's going to be Lucian. Okay, so we're going to get that AD mid lane. Does it fix the problems? Does it give you faith? Jamada, do you think this is looking better than 2 previous games?
Well, it's a different flavor, Trevor, so I'm already at the very least happier. Lucian should give them a little bit of earlier skirmishing priority, I suppose, but it's about how it actually gets utilized and whether or not KC can actually shut down some of that pressure that Lucian can put down potentially.
Absolutely, and I think they still have that long-range problem. They can definitely solve it if they can get the bot lane ahead, and the skirmishing around bot lane, at least for the 3v3, can be in their favor if they initiate first. You have the Alistar into the account, you can still lock him down despite how movable and flexible he is as a champion. So I'm really, once again, looking at the junglers to define this early game, and defining the early game, so far at least, has been defining the games.
It's a stronger draft than I think crucially for Movistar. Let's look at it from their POV. They're 0-2 down after all. They have the ability for Isma and Alvaro to finally play together with 2 CC tanks that can actually bounce off of their CC. They have to enable Super to get some gold, but also they have to protect Frescawi on this Lucian pick.
And it is right now that the Movistar Riders need to channel some energy from the Wildcats. If you did not watch the EMEA Masters Spring Finals, Unicorns of Love went up 2-0. But what happened was a reverse sweep. What happened was a rallying of the underdog in the Wildcats. And right now the stakes are much harder, are way higher, and they're staring into thousands of French fans. Will Movistar take us to 4? Let's find out and hit Summoner's Rift.
Can't see nobody stopping me. There's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one stunning, don't have but the awesome. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up.
Movistar Riders have been getting their asses kicked for 2 games in a row, and they need to rise up from that ass kicking to turn it around. And we saw it in spring, the reverse sweep, but I do not think it is at all fair to compare the 2 series. The challenges that is going to be faced by the LVP representatives. But for the first time in 3 games, I kind of like what I see here from the Riders.
No, I kind of like it as well. I definitely think Alvaro is going to be way more comfortable on this Alistar as well. Early wards have been dropped already from Carmen Corp. You can see it there in the river. Just once again to get the information if Isma was ever going to go for an early gank. But the Alistar level 1 is a bit trash, so they will definitely get some priority with this Seri and Rakan down in the bot lane for Carmen Corp.
Gulborg, the crowd is interrupting you because of those numbers on your screens. A line that you said to me earlier. Carmine Corp do not attempt EMEA Masters, they win EMEA Masters. 3 previous appearances, 3 EM titles, 11-0 best of. And they are 1 Nexus away from making that a 12-0, from making that 4 titles. For not only validating, but really officially confirming Seiken as the EMEA Masters fake, the king of the ERLs tournament here. But it does mean they need to get through Super's Kalista, Super Skawi's Lucian. At least for now, the race to level 2 has started off well.
I think I will give you 3 minutes and then either killers come through or flash. And I'm looking at the 2 junglers right now to make their way down towards the bottom side. Early vision had been put down, but I think with the bot lane crash and Carmen Corp just gained for themselves, they can get even deeper vision. And this is going to be huge because Isma is only now finishing his red side. They can get a ward on the blue buff, and then they have full control of wherever he's going to be, unless they've anticipated this and he comes straight from river. That is the only avenue Isma will have for an early gank right now.
Exactly. And either way, Syncroft is going to be near and about the area to cover it, so it will be a 3v3 regardless. Really, really smart pathing, and I just know he knows.
Don't get pushed back, don't get pushed back. Woo, that's really close. Marky, learning from the 2 previous games. And look at this, look at this. Syncroft's nearby, he will step into vision if he goes into the river. Isma spotted. A horse in the river is better than a tree in the jungle. The engage comes out, grand entrance. Super's in trouble, ignited. Synchros get headbutted away. Flash from Super. Gulborg, ding, 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 you called it.
I promised you a flash, couldn't give you a kill, but this series is just predictable and in its own right. It's all about the early skirmishes, about that bot lane.
Now, the thing is, Jamada, while we've seen the same thing happen 3 games in a row, Movistar Riders have not been able to recover, have not been able to adapt, have not been able to use the strengths of their players on their comp. I want you to keep an eye and tell me if they're doing a better job this time around, because at least we do like this mid option, we do like the Maokai pivot, but they're already on the back foot.
I do feel like, in a way, this composition is a lot easier to pilot as well. It's double AD carrier frontliners, so...
It's a stack wave. They could look forward if they're really feeling themselves. Mid lane has just been pushed in by Frescowi as well.
Kalista and Targa must have got their flashes. Gulborg's gone.
It's gone. It got trimmed.
Way, way, way too small from Movistar. Couldn't get it stacked, and Kalista and Targa is chipping away at the wave as well. As I was saying, I just feel like Movistar this time, not only is the draft just, you know, generally a stronger draft compared to what we've seen in game 1 and 2, but just an easier one to pilot. So long as they don't fall behind, I feel like, you know, you're weighing 2 items, both your AD carries. They'll be super going towards AD as well, looking for lethal tempo in his keystone.
And we saw Syncroft do this in game 1. His top side is respawning, but he's going down bot. But now they're not biting this time, and they also had better vision control. You can see around the Crocs area on the minimap, Movistar Riders already anticipated Syncroft coming around this time. So we are seeing small adaptations, at least to the game 1 right now, and we still get the information of our trying to stop him. Do not get the chance.
Didn't get the chance this time around.
Oh, hold
up. A
up.
little bit short on the timing. Like you say, hold up.
But they can't.
Pings.
Syncroft's coming on as well. I feel like going for this dive will definitely cost you.
They've got pings. They know Isma's there. So Just going to go towards the Wolf camp, see if Zincroft makes it here in time. He's walking up and opening through the mid lane.
I asked for forgiveness ahead of what I'm about to say. But by 5 minutes in both previous games, kind of felt like Movistar Riders had lost already. Now, I want to ask whether or not that's a fair statement or not, because right now they've got a minor gold lead, minor CS advantages, in mid, in top, in bot. They are pushing back. Rocky's challenging with Cabo for now, despite getting caught out where that path making. Don't tell me I cast a curse. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Flash forward. Zincroft chases. Flash away from Marky, but the tree's coming forward. Isma, I don't think he wants this fight.
Hey, hold up. He's cheating. You're not supposed to bring junglers up there.
But he did. And Common Core managed to at least relent some of that pressure. But it is a small gold lead. And Jamada, I will go back to NA. Oh, the flash forward. The knockback is there.
Oh, he hit 6. He hit 6.
Go all out. Dominus is up. Marky, find the kill. The football forward. Cabo's not done with the fancy footwork. It is just Cassante things. But wait, look at the river. Here comes Friscawi. There goes Zincroft. The culling is available. It needs to connect. The stun from the shattering strike. And Movistar find first blood.
They finally found success somewhere, and it's the top side through Marky. Level 6 came in just barely in time.
Jamada, what do you hear? Nothing, because this crowd have been silenced.
Oh boy.
And they're hoping for a lot more of it. Marky's still around. They gain a lead in the top side. First blood over to Friscawi as well. Question is, what can he do with it? Marky, surely you don't die here.
Oh, let's find out.
What's it?
Slice, dice.
Oh, hold up, Marky!
Under the tower! He does it, he gets away. It's Movistar with 2. The re-engage. Super finds the kill. And Kalist, he's got the flash, he's got the cleanse. He's trying to zap and shoot his way forward. The pulverize won't find it. Super, that is a statement. That is making it clear that Movistar are here to win.
And for the first time in this entire series, Movistar Riders find their early game impact. They have finally arrived in the arena.
Welcome to the EMEA Masters Finals. Coolborg, I completely wholeheartedly agree.
So let's see how this actually plays out, because it looks like it's just Takama's going way too deep. The way this matchup works with Rakan and Alistar is that Rakan can pretty much never engage. He'll just get CC'd up. It's a matchup where you neutralize it and you hope to out-execute the enemy laner in the broad map scale. So by going in first, you're just allowing Alvaro to find the engage. Trading 1-for-1 here. I guess it's fine if the wave crashes. I don't really know what happened with it.
2,000 gold in the lead at 7.5 minutes. Jamada, do you know what this looks like to me? The quarterfinals and semifinals version of Movistar Riders.
Exactly, it does. Said it once, I'll say it again. Welcome to Montpellier, Movistar. Now Carmen Corp, they're on a bit of a collapse here. Isma's in trouble.
Oh yes, he is. If a tree dies in the river, does it matter? No, because he doesn't. Kalist forced to hop over the wall with that spark. But it's right now Movistar flashing.
Topside.
And Marky Mark almost solos Cabo. Throws down the Dominus, had that window of opportunity. No all out available for Camo. He's forced to run for his life. That CS lead growing, plus 20, 1,000 gold up for that Renekton, and another skirmish victory in the bottom lane.
Movistar need to keep this pressure high. LFL have been rocked in the last 3 minutes. And we need to see some of those poorer tendencies from their quarterfinals wins and semis fade out now. Pick up those early dragons, get them stacking, put Cartling Core under a little bit of pressure, move the numbers around them, play the numbers advantages like you were in the 2 series previous.
Absolutely. And you can already see the bot lane control right now. It's absolutely lit up with vision. Could have the bot lane priority to finally get one of their first drakes as well. They are looking around this mid lane. Marky has to move. Zincroft around to scout though.
Now, GB, I almost feel like the vision is obviously much better than it has been for Movistar.
Yeah, hold up,
It's
because
maybe
I think there's
allowing
skirmish in bot side as well.
The ability to kind of like dirty farm between the towers. Keep a quick glimpse there as the Herald has been started by Marky.
All right.
Well, Friscawi's going on. We'll catch a glimpse here in the bottom lane. The Super stepping forward. Hex flash, headbutt, pulverize. The taxis come
he
in.
dodges.
Super's got access to the killer instinct. The damage is down. The step forward. Super has slain Kalist.
They're diving them in between turrets, but multiple members are coming down now as well. Zincroft, Seiken, can they do anything about the situation?
They've got the minion wave to escape, Gulborg. They've taxed it away from the towers. Zincroft's strike will not work. Magnastorm thrown down. Alvaro is trying to use Unbreaking Will. He will be sacrificed. It is a stake for a fed Kalista. But what more can Friscawi do? Not enough just yet.
It's about the cross map though, right? Movistar, they got the Herald. They need to try and find something on the top side of the map. Marky's shoving Cabo Shot back because they want the dive and they want the tower.
Yeah, but you say that, but Frescari should have been topside right now. Bot was a lost play as well.
Yeah,
He's
Isma's
not diving
blue.
on the wave. Isma is taking the blue buff. He's completely discoordinated right now. Now he's coming around. The minion wave is gone.
It's too late to the party. There's no waves to fight with. Chuck in that football, it doesn't matter. Desheri has been dropped. Yes, take notes, Movistar. You need to figure out what's happening on the alignment. Look at the minimap. Targamas is coming top. They will get the tower. We are scratching our heads, but let's not forget the fact it is still a 4,000 gold lead in favor of the Riders.
Execution wonky, perhaps comms mixed up, but they still get the tower and the gold is going over to the Fed Crocodile. But now look at the collapse from Carmine Corps because they want to put a stop to this push forward and defend some of their camps on this top side too.
Oh, if you're a Spanish fan, start clinching just a little. Numbers advantage, grouping up in that bottom lane. It's a 5,000 gold lead. But my word, gentlemen, you were scratching your heads at those last few decisions.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was just a missed decision. Frescari thought he could cover on the bot side, but if he was topside already, they could have punished Cabo Shot and denied him that entire wave as well. But just looking at the map state right now, looking at the items, it's looking good for Movistar. Static Shift already completed, Gore Drinker completed, Kraken Slayer completed. The items are just coming through sooner now for Movistar. It's changing the pace into a higher tempo right now. Starting up the Drakes would be very beneficial for them.
Listen, just a couple minutes ago before those first pickups, Combat Gold pre-fight was 9,000 for KC. This Leandro just bumped it a lot to the 18,000. When you look at those big items completed, Carmine Corps are now in the first time this series forced to be on the back foot, forced to defend. For the first time this series, they're in a gold deficit, and more importantly, it is a gigantic deficit. So Jamada, they are now going to be asked to do what Movistar could not. Slow the game down, find the items. I do think they have champions that can do that a little bit more effectively, especially with this EMEA, but it's going to be a tough task.
Yeah, but I don't think Movistar is doing it a lot right now as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They're a little bit slow. Range disengages on the side of Carmine Corps. So we'll see exactly how they utilize these tools, but also how Movistar tried to keep this pace high because Carmine Corps, I mean, this is also kind of their sweet spot. They've been behind so many times in these mid-games throughout the tournament, despite some of the very strong-looking stats and numbers they put up for earlies.
I think Movistar is allergic to Drake. They had Capo pushed in on the top side. Mid lane was shoved in. Bot lane was shoved in. You got the vision control. You're finally picking it up now. But it could have been taken earlier. The result is still the same, but it's not as clean as you'd like it.
The reality of the situation is, though, you take this into account when it comes to item break points, things like that. You're no longer fighting on third dragon to put the pressure of Soul on 5 minutes after at 2 items. The third dragon's not going to spawn for 10 minutes time. That's 22 minutes in. There's a realistic chance for K-Corp to be at an item parity, shall we say, despite the gold lead being so heavily favored into Movistar's side. So the dragon being picked up so late is still a bit of an issue. And we'll see whether or not Carmine Corps can leverage some of the time that has been bought because of that.
Isma is going to jump on top of Synchro.
Oh, Synchro!
What was that? It just Grass comes out, and that's going to be donating the horse. Second tower is going to be the target here as well. The largest gold lead this game was 3.6k in game 2, in which Carmine Corps had the lead. With 13 minutes after 14, and the re-engage. Alvaro won the Alistair. Sets it up, but the Emperor's Divide has bought some time. Super's still got that killer instinct. You don't want to go under the tower. Well, Frescari will take and a couple more plates. They are continuing to pressure as the teleport is now coming in, Jamada. And it will complete. Cabo holds onto the tower.
Really crispy sidestep there by Alvaro. Could have potentially locked down another member for more kills, but teleport comes out from Cabo and it just dissuades Movistar from pressing further forward, but they still win out on the play and continue to extend this gold lead.
Yeah, I think despite the high tempo, also really good restraint from Movistar, not overdoing anything. They got the plates that they wanted. They forced them away from the farm. Teleport had to come through from Cabo. You're getting an advantage now. Marky, as slow as the Drake play was, this was really good decision-making from Movistar.
Yes, it was. And I think right now, what Movistar really want is just more gold wherever they can find it. I think realistically, just try and, suffocate Carmine Corps out of actually being able to place down any vision and have any kind of stronghold.
Where do the Riders go from here? We finally see them in this position, and I know we have said it several times, but this is what we were anticipating. This is what we had seen in the 2 previous best-ofs. And Jamada, just before today's series, you were talking a little bit about the path here and how Movistar maybe didn't have the same, let's say, caliber of opponents that Carmine Corps had to face off against. Now they've faced a gigantic battle. They found it on in game 3. How do you see them progressing this lead forward? Because they still need to make sure on the same page. They can't afford those same mishaps, misassigning like players to lanes as this game plays out.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now, one of the bigger helps. And whilst I don't typically like to lean on draft so heavily when it comes to analysis, I think it just has to be that. That is the answer, but we'll hold our breaths because Isma is looking for an engage here.
Beautiful Nature's Grasp catches all 3 members of the Carmine Corps. Seiken's Emperor's Divide is sidestepped, and this is looking free. Scores for Movistar Riders.
Montpellier has been silenced for a moment.
I love
Movistar are handing back the same medicine Carmine Corps spent the last 2 hours giving them.
Yo, I gotta admit, production, that was brutal. Have a breaking news because Movistar are playing well. Nicely done on that little lower third. More importantly for me, I am just happy we are seeing the Movistar that earned their spot in the finals. Something I was looking at just moments ago is for these players 2-3 times appearing, and this is the first time in a final for any of these players.
And this is where you're finding coordinated plays as well. They push in mid lane. Kalista Stock still clearing up the wave. He's late to the plate. They find an easy pickup on the Rakan in the beginning. Seiken desperate for an Nasir shuffle, doesn't find it. Good sidestep from Frescawi, and every single thing here were just in favor of the Movistar Riders. The tempo, the execution, and the play itself.
Exactly, and this is what we need more of from Movistar, not just for the remainder of this game, but if they can push us to game 4, the remainder of the series, ensuring that Carmine Corps don't have the same level of freedom. If they can find the inch themselves, Movistar, and take the mile back.
And of course, when you do look at this gold lead, it's up to 8,000 now. This is actually a more impressive stomp than we've seen in the 2 previous games. It's not as scrappy, it's pretty clean. But Movistar still need to push through, look towards that Baron in a few minutes' time, and then try to close this game
Yeah,
out.
but this is the Movistar we know. This is the leads that they get for themselves, and these are the kind of games that they don't let up. Carmine Corps, though, they have been really good at finding leverage back into the mid to late game, but in a situation like this, where they're puppeteered around the map by Movistar Riders' pressure, they shouldn't be allowed to come back into it unless they start making mistakes. There is objectives bounties available, and those are the ones you don't want to give over.
Take a look. Rift Herald number 2 used. A combination with the Nature's Grasp. Cabo's caught himself a croc, and Alvaro might be sacrificed. Damage is out. The culling's been used. Alvaro is down. Overall, this is still an advantage for Movistar. However, they're going to lose some of this pacing, lose some of this tempo you're just talking about. And with 10 seconds to Dragon,
Absolutely.
they might lose the Dragon.
That's the point. It's the fact that now the Dragon stacking is going to go 1-all. And there probably won't be a soul in this game unless we go a very long time, gentlemen.
I'll tell you now, as soon as I started that sentence, be like, oh, it's not too bad. Both
is a bit.
Shibata and GP shook their heads and like, look at the Dragon trap. The first one was secured by Movistar. It was a Cloud. I know it is not showing on the HUD. The second being secured by KC is the Infernal. But importantly here, it's another step for KC. It is still a 10% odds out of 100 that they even come back. But it's those small mistakes from Movistar that give KC fans hope.
They have had this certain level of sloppiness about them, Movistar, when they've been ahead in their 3-0 series. And they have to clean it up here, as they're already 2 games down.
The other thing I'll say is Frescawi on the Silas was relatively silent in both previous games. 3-0 on the Lucian plus 1.7k. I think despite the fact that Super has been in a very tough task both games, I think he looked more comfortable. He looked more impactful games 1 and 2. Now at 5-1, 2 items completed, he will be looked to by the rest of the riders to be the tip of the spear and close things out.
It's almost poetic. Even when Movistar Riders were struggling in the group stage, they lost on every single champion except the Kaiser. That was the one he remained 100% win rate on still in this tournament. And it's now time for him to show why he was also an AD carry that was hyped up coming into the tournament final, because so far it hasn't looked like it, but it might start looking like it now.
Bam, almost taken out. I'll turn to the CEO of ADC Hate. Considering the comp has 2 of them, how do you want Movistar to close this camp out?
Well, you know, Zeri's on the blue side, so I think, you know what my answer is that I think that KC should lose because they've got the Zeri. I mean, realistically right now, there's 2 items on this Kai'Sa, and it's that Nash's Tooth and Stack Shiv Spike, which is also powerful. So just trying to force wherever they can around it. Marquis took a massive chunk, so this siege is going to have to come to an end, but a minute's time is where the Baron will be up, and I anticipate that Movistar will look to try and burn that one down with the double AD carries that they possess.
Absolutely. They still have the wave clear, though. The thing is, it's still so early into the game that they have this lead for themselves. The map is so open that there's not a lot of things that they can collect. They're looking for a fight where they can start picking up that Baron, getting up those Baron Empowered minions, and then start the siege as well, as it becomes harder to clear them down. But finding that fight itself, it's going to be about rotating them, but also getting more vision in the blue side jungle. You can see it now, Carmine Corps, they're still having a strong defense up there.
Yeah, they really are. We are aware, of course, there is an Infernal Dragon on the side of the Movistar Riders. It's not in fact there. It's one Dragon, KC, one Dragon. For Superliga reps. And 20 minutes just ticking over. The thing you might not have felt for the last 5 minutes is the lead that Movistar generated was so significant in kills, in gold, and in towers that frankly, there wasn't a whole lot of easy objectives to secure. They tried to take the inner turn, they ended up losing the Dragon. Now that Baron is up,
Baron's up though.
Do not burger flip this one, Movistar.
It's about finding the turn. You have the ultimate with the Maokai. You don't want to burn this down. You want to lure the enemy in.
Or, I mean,
Judge the
if you can
turn.
burn it
Judge
quickly.
the turn. Judge the turn. Alvaro finds two. The culling will take down Syncroft. The turn is beautiful. And the damage is burning through Montpellier. 2 quick kills and they go back to Baron. There is no smite available.
A culling is exactly what it is. With no smite available, surely Movistar secure this Baron. Cabo Shard, Kalist, they're going to try and make a mess of it, but I just don't think they can. There's the Baron.
Going down. Cabo's knocked up. The Zeri stepping forward, but he's caught up, rooted back, and smashed into the faces of Movistar. Ultimately, all 5 are down in the Baron. Movistar, 10k gold up. Ladies, gentlemen, everybody else, we have a series on our hands.
Listen to that once again. There is nothing to hear whatsoever, and for the first time in this series, it's Karma and Corp finding themselves with desperate plays. You saw that right there. Capushot, Kalist even looking for that play. You should never do that. It's a lost play from the get-go. But Movistar Riders, they played that down to a T. That was exactly what you needed to do. You started up the Baron, you looked for the turn, you cleaned them up, and you got what you wanted.
Yep. Karma and Corp desperate to find something after their key members get picked off. The ones who are going to start these fights, Seiken as well. Forced to dash away, still holds onto his flash, thankfully, but the turn is clean, and it's all Movistar really need. It's easy, not much to talk about, and like you mentioned, Cabo and Kalist kind of just end up giving over more in a desperation attempt to potentially just try and delay the Baron.
And it should just be played casually on 2 lanes now. Push in the mid lane, move up towards the top side, get a turret for yourself, hold up, Marky.
Gonna be in a little bit of trouble, still got Dominus. Still got that Q, gets knocked back under the tower. Look at the healing. Tower will fall. It's the 5th of the game. The culling almost taking out Cabo. I mean, geez, so many shots there. 2.5 items completed for Friscawi. Inhibitor turret is going to be the focus. It falls. Minion wave's not necessarily set up in the other lanes, but the inhib can fall. 22 minutes in. Movistar looking to push this forward. Alvaro's Alistair is amazing this game. Sets up another kill on the Syncroft. Here's Rel, 0-5-2. It has simply not had the influence of games 1 and 2. And that gold lead grows ever larger.
It's just so easy now. You walk up, you press the Malcore ultimate, you have Alvaro as well in the Alistair, you find a target and you kill it. And then you just get out. Mid lanes to be pushed in. Drake is alive if you want to go for it. We're not going to reach the point of a soul in this game, at least I don't suspect it. But it is just Movistar Riders taking over and taking control for once.
By contrast to what we see in the LEC, actually neither of these teams have got a huge priority or focus on the Dragons. I know Jamada, we were talking a lot about it earlier in the series as well. And while it may not be necessarily the most impactful thing this game, it's something that you do have to keep an eye on. And look at this, Movistar, still 13k up. They're just using those last couple seconds of Baron. Just going to push this way forward.
It's one of those strange things, however, because in a traditional game that we've come to get used to, Movistar this far ahead would normally be on a sole point, but look at this engage!
Well, that's already a kill. Super is godlike. He gets a double. Kalista's trying to put the burst back. Seiken's coming in, got that flash, got the Emperor's Divide, and despite the damage reply, Super minions are now starting to pour up.
You can almost feel the tension in between these two AD carries when they're eyeing each other up in a fight again, but it's 2 kills over to Super now. Minion wave coming through. And it's just going to be slowly but surely Movistar Rider taking another objective.
12 out of 16 kills for both Super and Alvaro. Finally, bottom lane is activated. Nature's Cross, this is a definition of a zoning ultimate. It sends the bird, the electric wizard away. Tower secured 7 in the game. Don't look at me like that. Zeri's an electric wizard, really.
Sure. If that's what you want to call it, I'm not going to be the one to destroy your imagination.
The next dragon is going to pop up. Yeah, 14,000 gold up. So now it is purely a matter of stack up the waves, knock over the remaining, standing towers like dominoes. So Movistar, as long as they don't overstep, this should be clinical.
Yep, exactly. They just have to do this by the book. Dot their I's, cross their T's. They can go to a game 4. But KC, you have to remember, Seiken on Azir, Zeri will always provide a threat until she is in the grave and waiting to respawn in the fountain.
I can hear how much hate you have in your voice,
The
just
vitriol.
in that line.
Too many times over the last 2 years.
I think it's fair to say, though, even in this scenario, not even Zeri is expected,
I don't know, man.
is expected to come back. I said expected. Zeri can,
Yeah.
but it is not expected.
Exactly.
That's where I want to draw that parallel here.
You guys done with the therapy session?
No, we're not.
Okay,
We're
keep it
not.
going.
We have problems with Zeri, you know?
Look, you know, my pastime is seeing players like Ruler and so many other talented LPL AD carries pilot this champ. Well, no matter the level, it feels like Zeri can always have that turn potential. But right now, focusing back on in this game, Movistar, exactly. Isma can just look to pull the trigger with the ult, force back KC, try and claim
Follow-up
another
Varo
inhibitor.
as well. Follow-up
Here we go.
Varo with their Hex Splash already goes in. Nature's Grasp. We'll lock down Cabo. Man, that culling just melting through Zeri's HP bar.
Ooh. Oh!
Void Seeker, Killer Instinct,
so-
Killer Instinct, Killer Instinct. I wanted to see it.
That's a way to throw the game.
I so badly wanted to see it. Super did go for that tower dive in the laning phase, and has dictated the rest of this game. Tower didn't get taken down, and I still, look, it is still a 14 or 15,000 gold lead. If it stays like this for 7 or 8 minutes, then I'll start to believe that KC can come back. Right now, I think that Movistar are just waiting for that small mistake. And I still don't think even Zeri can bring it back.
But it's going to be 40 seconds on this Baron. 40 seconds on this Baron. It's going to come down to this.
You're right.
It's going to be the last team forward for Karman Corp potentially. If this goes over to Movistar, that should be the final nail in the coffin, at least in helping them close out this game.
And look at this from Movistar as well. 3 stopwatches for Scalvi, Super, and Marky. They know they need to survive in this team fight or have the flexibility of diving in freely and then having members back them up. Karman Core, this is the final time you're going to get any kind of look in.
Are you going to get any kills at all onto Marky, onto Isma, onto Friskawi, who at least in this game have given some more context to discuss to the fans.
Just running mid.
Oh, this is so cheeky.
They use Baron as a bait, but not for the fight to open up the base. Will this backfire? Have Movistar outsmarted themselves?
Ooh.
Targa,
yeah.
Waiting in the wings, got the flash, got the quickness.
They have no idea.
Wait, is that teleport being channeled? Cabo, he's joining the fray. Isma, Nature's Grasp can come under the wall. Alvaro's jumping forward. Targamas on the back. But I don't think they've got the damage. I don't think they've got the items. I don't think they've got the hit points. The CEO of ADC Hate is happy to see Zeri taken down. 1, 2, 3, 4 members of Karman are down. It's the ace for Movistar. They can open the base and take us to game number 4.
Take us to a game number 4, Movistar. Welcome in to Montpellier. It's been Karman Core series so far, but in game 3, there was nothing Karman Core could do to stop this onslaught.
An adaptation in the draft. A Lucian pick that we were not 100% confident in, but an execution primarily led from Super and Alvaro that puts Movistar Riders on the board. It's 1-2 in your EMEA Masters Summer Final.
And this was the stars that aligned finally. You saw Isma, the engine of this team, finally finding footing down the bot side as well. The skirmishes going in their favor, but also a bit of a mishap from Targamas and Kalist. Remember, they did get 2v2 killed on Engage. They started themselves. So small, sloppy mistakes allowing Movistar Riders to creep back into it. But also, we gotta talk about it. It didn't mean much, but the gap in top lane as well. They found an avenue through Marky, which was a bit of a curveball we hadn't seen so far.
Yeah, that one was really interesting. Cabo was just trading a lot. He didn't really end up with a lot of mana, and it felt like he was just overstaying his welcome, and it allowed Marky to creep in. It's what he's been doing all tournament long, but Cabo stonewalled him in the first 2 games. This time around, it seems like he found a crack in that blue wall.
That's a question to everybody watching at home. Do you think magic is in the air? Do you think this is the start of the reverse sweep or a one-hit blip here from the Movistar Riders? Because spring finals featured a reverse sweep. It was magical. It was surprising.
I was becking for 5 games while this break was going on right now. I beg, please do not make this be a 3-0. Do not let it go yet.
There's one other thing I noticed, that coming into that game, the Riders sitting on stage had a looseness. I almost think they had resigned to the fact that this is a hostile environment. They were chilling back in their chairs, and almost that looseness came through in the game. We saw a side of them that we've not only seen, for the first time today, but it really had a positive impact. But now it'll be Common Core, the ones to adjust. Common Core to have side selection. Common Core, the ones to figure out, okay, was this a one and done, or, Movistar find the gears?
I mean, remember, if you really rack your brain, it was KC who changed things that didn't need to be changed for this Game 3. And in this weird way, they probably could have landed on stronger laning picks and things like that to try and neutralize some of these Movistar picks. So I'm wondering if perhaps...
What you're saying is it's Casey's fault. No, that's not what he's saying. That is not what he's saying.
No, I'll say it.
You're a cheeky, aren't you?
You could try and throw me under the bus, but I'll do it for you. Yes, I think so.
Oh, wow.
So we'll see exactly what they do in Game 4, because certainly I think they could have landed on stronger things to dissuade the Movistar aggression.
Oh, I love that. That is the best place to end. We're going to head to the post-match to break down game number 3. GG, guys. That was awesome.
Yeah.
That was awesome indeed, Trevor. Thank you so much.
job,
Back
bud.
to us here at the desk as Movistar Riders strike finally and find the solution here in Game 3. And the caster said it well. K-Corp came in with a new approach. I don't think they needed to, but also I feel like maybe Movistar Riders had more room and more tools to play with here in this game, Dagda.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think the fact that you end up bringing in something like the Lucian here just opens up so much in the mid lane. The fact that you actually had control for once over the course of this series meant that you're able to lean into side lanes, you're able to make sure that Marky was able to get going at the top side, you're able to keep control over the bot lane a lot easier. It all just fell into step exactly as Movistar like to play.
100%. I think just in general in this game, how everything blew up, it started off with just an elevated sense of volatility from K-Corp's side, because their draft is very K-Corp-esque, but this is a draft that requires you to be in the mindset that you need to stabilize, and that's not something that we saw from K-Corp in this one.
This draft makes me angry for Movistar Rider. It makes me angry because in Game 2, I feel like Maokai is one of the most broken champions in the jungle right now. The setup, the push, the zoning off of towers that you can take them so easy by just shoving your ultimate and using it on cooldown. I'm mad that they didn't pick it in Game 2 because this could have been a completely different game. I feel like the fact that they unlocked themselves with the wave clear that Maokai provides for them and all the zoning that it provides for them, for the Kai'Sa and the Lucian who are so short range to play through was great for them on this.
I mean, that's the thing. And when you're KC and you're aiming for the late game and these late game teamfights like this and you don't get there, there's not a lot of room left. But when you look at the top side and what happened there, we saw a shift, Yamato, in force. And we've been talking about Renekton, but this time around it was Marky just leading the place.
Oh, it was just such a... all of this volatility that happened on screen was invited by Cabo. He wanted to look for that level 6 kill. And then the extension. Right as topside Syncrop dies under the turret to the Renek, you also have the kill on bot side. And all of a sudden this composition, it wants to play out slow. K-Corp are the ones that are inviting that aggression, and that is where Lucian shines, that is where Renekton shines, and this looked like a classic Movistar game that we've seen in the BO5s, where they get the lead, hold on to it, and they snowball the game.
Yeah, and that's the big one, is how effectively they were able to snowball that lead. Like, once they got control over bot and they got control over mid, they were like, okay, well, we already have the advantage just through Lucian in the mid lane with push. Well, let's start doing what we do best. Drop a lane, start to play off of 2, we'll push mid, immediately look for dives, and that was what Movistar made a name for themselves within playoffs, and we got to see it here again.
I mean, absolutely. This is what brought them success in the knockout stage, in the group stage, and we saw it here. You get this dive composition trouble, and you keep the ball running, and you keep the pace of the game, which is what they did here.
I feel like this is the essence of the Superliga. The second you're ahead in the early game and you can continuously force these skirmishes on your opponent, the ball is in your opponent's court. How do they react? Can they react fast enough? Do they have the resources? And right there, Keiko was so far behind that no matter what stunt they tried to pull, they couldn't.
And it's that, well, the fact that they were behind is the big one here. Again, like, think about how well they read Movistar across the course of Game 1 and Game 2. And a huge amount of that was, okay, well, we have advantages for Kliss in the bot lane. We're going to plonk him mid. Every time they try and go for a dive, he's covering there. We've got the support who's covering for Targamas, who's going to come into the mid lane as well. Make sure we're covering for any plays that are there, or an invade that's coming through. Because they're on the back foot, thanks to the picks, and because of the way the early game played out with that volatility, they're not able to match that in the same way, and that's where Movistar were able to find their success.
Can I just say it? I'm so happy they played a little bit towards Marky, man. He's one of the craziest top laners that plays all these aggressive picks, and right now he's been put a little bit on the back foot playing that Renekton, but he plays it so well. He grabs that solo kill over on the top side of the map, as you can see right here on Syncrop, and the fact that Isma also takes that refill because that Renekton is 2k ahead, shoves it in the top lane, they drop down the tower, and the second that the top tower is unlocked from the top lane, the Renekton is unlocked as well, and look at him when it comes to team fights. I really love the fact that our production brought in a teleprompter that Marky beasted the lane, because that's literally what I told them as well. And it's just great. It's a little bit more refreshing seeing Isma play towards the top side of the map and unlocking him.
And that's what you want to see when you're going to play a Renekton like that. Just get the agency the early game, get the ball running, and also hand out the game to your teammates in the later stages of the game.
Look at him!
And just look at the sets.
And it's because, again, you're playing towards what are the strengths of the Renekton, right? When we look at game 1 and game 2, they still got the Renekton, but it was like, hey, we can't really play towards the lane. We can't really play for first Rift Child either because they weren't getting mid-control to then play towards that objective. The second they tried to go for it in game 1, they got their arse smacked and they had to leave immediately. When you come into this game instead, it's, hey, we can actually set up, we've got a strong top side, we can play for early Rift Child, we can get the goal, give it to the Renekton again, and then start to play our game. And I think that was the major factor coming into this.
We have been praising every member of KC previously for what they've been able to do in game. For me, the same thing applies somehow to Movistar Riders. And as the LVM support play of the day, Alvaro getting the combo on K-Corp, and we know how strong Alistar can be in these teamfight situations, Yamato, and the champion was clutch, I feel.
I think the crucial thing, like this is a combo that was of course invited by the Nash start at 20 minutes. They have 2 core on AD, 2 core on mid lane as well. They just want to be the ones forcing the fight. Alvaro, when he's playing the initiator, he does it so well. I think the crucial thing that maybe this replay doesn't show, well, of course it doesn't show because I'm going to talk about the early game. The fact that they won the lane with Kaiser Alistar, usually when that happens, when that first combo lands and then boom, Kaiser Alistar gets 2v2 kills, you know you're going to be in for a rough one because if those champions snowball, Jesus, it's a lot of purple.
Moving forward to game 4, it's going to be poetic. KC choose blue side.
Surprise!
Surprise! But I think it makes sense because, again, they shifted the priorities they had into this draft, but they had everything that was working for them previously. So maybe going back to what made the team successful in the first 2 games, Yamada, what do you see for game 4?
I wonder in 4-5 if they could have made it a little bit more interesting. I think like Kog'Maw Braum into Kaiser Alistar that was showing as an angle. But the bottom line is I don't think the draft was necessarily bad because I think it was just a question of mentality. Because the preparation coming into a Movistar series needs to be in regards to how they played the early game. After 2 dominant wins, I think they just got a little bit too loose and forgot the preparation.
Yeah, I feel like this was also a KC hiccup. I mean, blue side is a side that they shine on the most, especially when it comes back to the GO series as well. Blue side was very dominant. KC was very dominant on blue side. And it's been the story of the series in this particular one as well. 2 out of 3 games, they've been extremely dominant on blue side. So why change a winning recipe? Just shove in a dog and a man with a door for a shield, and you've got a winning comp.
I mean, I don't know, Trouble. I just want to follow up on the first point you just mentioned because Quickshot was saying we will see a change in the force. Is it going to be the start of something different? Maybe a river sweep on the side of Movistar Riders? How do you read the situation like that?
I mean, I actually think that this actually could be a change now coming into this. I think you've now got to be way more prepared for something like a Maokai and an early pick of this AD even coming in. I think you can always go to like second rotation and ban away things like the Lucian, but honestly, if I'm Movistar, I go, right, like this AD mid really worked out. Let's try and highly prioritize that alongside the Maokai, try and get control over mid, and then we're able to step back into our game. I think they're going to call for changes from Karmine Corp on blue.
I think the key thing is just how can K-Corp secure the early game because the discipline where they play the macro game, this is where K-Corp is sharp. This is the story of the 2 teams that we saw in the previous best of 5s. I feel like the 2 first games that we saw were kind of like, whoa, we're in a big stage, big venue, K-Corp fans and Movistar Riders have finally been awakened.
I admire the fact that Movistar Riders stayed in the game. They managed to calm down, come back collected in this game 3 and bringing us to a series in the end. Movistar Riders silenced the crowd here in Montpellier. For now, to take us to game 4, we'll be back right after the break.
First block over to Frescari as well. Question is, what can he do with it? Marky should he die here?
Oh, let's find out.
What's it?
Slice, dice.
Oh, hold up, Marky!
Under the tower! He does it, he gets away. It's Movistar with 2.
Wait for the tower. I put one. Go to Starwood. They are coming. Wait for us. Please, they are coming. Race. No flash, remember.
Nice. There's the Baron.
Going down. Cabo's knocked up. The Zeri stepping forward, but he's caught up, rooted back and smashed into the face of the Movistar.
The night beckons while you dream.
Masters Summer Finals. Yamada with the last second headset equipped. We got a bit wrapped up in the moment here, watching the crowd do a little bit of a dance cam. The KC fans, very noticeably, more silent during game number 3. Movistar decided to show up.
Not only that, for the first time this series, I've turned around, and that's why I had to get that last second headset equip on. There's Spanish flags finally coming out. They're hidden now as more Carmine Corps fans return from the break.
That might be a little bit to do with the fan protection program here. When you are outnumbered 6,750 to 250, it becomes a little harder. Now, let's zone in on this. Carmine Corps side selection. They were the ones that maybe changed a little bit more than they needed to. Game number 3, we saw the analyst desk basically echoing what Yamada had said. So Goldberg, I'm going to come to you first. Side selection blue, same one again. What do you think will be different, if anything, this time around?
I don't think much is going to be different. I think it's just different targets in terms of going into the second rotation, maybe with the Lucian. But I think they're still happy about it. I think the draft was also very playable. Maybe you start adapting one of the bans. If you know that you want Rel on 1, you do a little Maokai ban as well on 3, just to make sure that you only get one of the OPs.
The real questions for me, Maokai, what's going to happen with that pick now after this game 3? Lucian, like you've just said, to echo that point. But also, I just feel like Kalista and Targamas aren't going to go something as potentially passive as Zeri and Rakan in the early game. They're going to look for something a little more middle ground that can actually be played around, because I think that was the real difference maker in this game 3 compared to 1 and 2.
And also, I wonder if this is not a fair statement, and I don't know these guys well, but it felt a little bit like an ego pick. A little bit like, well, we saw that Zeri, Rakan, no workout. We know they have played them before, right?
Let's be real. You go up 1-2, oh sorry, 2-0 rather, in a series and manner as you have, in front of a home crowd. You might let a little bit of that cockiness kind of seep in. So if that was the case, I don't blame them, but now they have to get their stuff together and ensure they can close this one out.
What's the change here, if any? Poppy, Zaya LeBlanc have been 1, 2, and 3 for Carmine Corps. Nila Talia, 1 and 2 unchanged. You see Maokai Senna in the change, so no changes in Carmine Corps.
I mean, there could be a change in terms of the first pick priority after seeing what that Maokai did in the second game as well, so you could just take that away. Bans remain the same. Question is, will the first pick...
Maokai or El? That's the big question here. Well, there you go. So Maokai into the Renekton, it seems like will be almost the preordained path here for Movistar.
Do you know what the definition of insanity is? Doing the same thing and expecting a different result. I think things will change ever so slightly. Obviously, on the side of Carmine Corps, I didn't see the Zeri as well.
Wait.
Working
Are you going to say there's going to be a Cassante and an Azir?
Wait. They're doing Cassante first. Now there's an Azir. So actually, they have changed things around there.
I hate that you are technically correct. I seriously hate that you are.
Okay, Kalista. Okay, that's cool. What's the next one? Is that Ari as well going to come through? And is it actually going to be a Lucian as well? I think actually that's a very good read as well, because it was difficult for them to deal with it in the isolated 2v2. And once again, it is one of the best champions for Alvaro. Another thing is now, though, what do you secure for yourself? That's not realist now.
The reality is, Carmine Corps surely have to ban Lucian here, right? Yeah, so that way you remove the double AD possibility, because Frescalvi has not shown any other AD mid.
There is a Tristana, there is a Jace, you know, all these champions that's been meta for a very long time. The question is, do you have priority on any other support now for Alvaro that you don't want to get Tarkamas his hands on?
Also, how much faith do you have in a Frescawi Jace? You know, a champion that he does not have experience with. And Ezreal locked in here for Super, I'm assuming.
Yeah, it should be Super here. I doubt we're going to see Ezreal.
Yeah, exactly.
So playing to kind of just be at range, and this does give Alvaro R5. I think it's probably the best potential outcome, and even if they land on something kind of passive like the Rakan, still, Rakan Ezreal is one of those lanes which is really slippery to then dive.
Whoa.
If you end up with
Okay, so Targamas, Rel, Syncroft, Sage, what are they pairing with it?
I mean, there's so many options you can go for. If you want to go scaling, Zeri is still a fine option if you want it to be too. The Draven into Ezreal as well is not like, it still gets priority, but it can be difficult to dive as well if he just sacks wave and plays elsewhere. But it's a top lane style, and it's been all about bot lane so far.
Exactly, and I mean, you can hear the fan reception, Carmine Corps reception to the Draven lock-in, and now Alvaro has to try and find a pick that can neutralize this bottom side 3v3, and it will be that Braum.
60 games is what Kalista has played. 4 of them are Draven. 2 of those are wins. This is not a champion that we so see. but neither is freaking Yasuo.
So by
okay?
Trevor's statistic, this is getting won by a coin cost. That's what it comes down to.
No, mathematically, I'm going in favor of Movistar because I want game 5 and I want the drama. More importantly, let's zoom out. It's a Braum locked in. Braum, I'm expecting Ezreal. Let's see for the last second swap.
Yeah, I'm going to close my eyes and just assume that what's actually happened here is they're either holding it to mind game them, or there's been a graphical bug and they weren't able to
I can see it. I can
2,
see it. I can see it.
1, this last couple of seconds, I think that's locked. I think that's
Wow.
locked.
Yeah, I can
think
see it.
that's locked. Okay, what does this mean, and what do you? What impact does it have on your expectations?
I mean, I don't think it's going to do the same thing as Illusion would, but it's about finding that priority in terms
Wow.
of pushing the lane in with your early Qs. It's also just about having a good damage profile on your team with the Maokai in the jungle. There's a little bit of hybrid coming through from Kai'Sa, but they needed some AD. But it's still interesting. They weren't looking at Tristana. They weren't looking at a Jace. They were looking at an Ezreal to match that profile for them.
My real question is, what can Ezreal do in the early game to match out this Azir priority, right? I mean, I feel like with Kai'Sa, there's obvious answers. You can start to poke even before you hit that first item. Ezreal, it's a lot more about hitting those Mystic shots. The early spikes definitely hit, I feel, a little bit harder, however.
I have one question for everybody watching at home. Do you believe in a thing called the Movistar Riders? They have 1 win on the board. They need 2 more for the title in their first ever finals against Carmichael. Let's hit the rift to find out what they can do.
I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number 1 stunning, don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up.
You can call them the Movistar Rising Up Stars.
Oh.
Oh, I'm having a little bit of fun with this one. The other thing is, the voice that I can't get out the back of my head is Jamada Gulborg talking about Friscawi, how he doesn't really play AD mids. He's not particularly great, hasn't exactly demonstrated. Ezreal's not technically AD, is he? Is he more magic than anything else?
No, he's got way more AD. He's got way more AD. Don't get me wrong, there is magic in his kit, but it's not to a
And
point.
that's the part of his
where
kit
you
that
rely
I
on
see, okay?
Like, thematically?
Now let's talk a little bit more about what this will do. Because in game number 3, sorry, the illusion was not necessarily the pivotal factor. It was the fact that Super and Alvaro with that Alistar got off to a great start. Now it's going to be Kai'Sa Braum into Dravenrel. And I'm terrified about how that duo from KC could pop off. See what they can do this time around. GB, top lane is immediately trading. And like I said, I fully expect the likes of this Dravenrel to have a potentially more options in the early game.
It's for the first time in the series as well. Oh, actually not, but Syncroft, interestingly different from last game, is that he's down on the bot side at the beginning. He's only doing red buff. Could come in with a cheeky level 2 gang and not to be expected for a counter jungle on the top side. So I want to see what he does after this red side clear. If he's actually looking down towards the bot side, or if he's going to start moving up top side.
Yeah, so I was going to say, it looks like maybe Isma's going to angle for a top side gank, but he's actually repathing his Krugs back down towards the bottom side. So he still knows where his bread is made. And is in the bot lane. Syncroft down on the bottom side. Like you mentioned, Gulborg probably eyeing up for something down here as well.
You already look at the early vision coming through from Super and the Earths, the Movistar Riders. They are looking for an early gank. You can see the river is lit up, but they haven't lit up the Trifold bush. They haven't lit up the early bush here either, unless he now walks in. And Syncroft, I believe he got spotted moving in towards their own blue buff here.
Oh, Super's got a lot of good damage in reply to Kalist. Look at the river. Crash down from Targamas. Stand aside was used already, and those spinning axes are simply not doing enough. Movistar Riders coming away with more health in the trade. There's more potions and cookies and biscuits and available options for them. Here comes Isma too. Will he go for that engage as Synkrov now turning his attention? Scowy's still got that flash available. Movistar, can they make this work?
No way, he is.
He's flashed over. Still is stepping away. Adrenaline rush used. Targamas flashing too. Sapling toss and crash down traded. But they got the flashes.
2 flashes at the end of the day for 2. And Super still has his, so that's still an up trade in my book, and probably an up trade in Movistar Riders' book. I think Comicor's idea was to try and invade that blue buff, but because of the priority that Frescawi had, and the fact that that bad trade came in, it kind of made things a little bit awkward to pull it off, so they turned it into a bit of a mid lane gank, and that gave the window for Isma to try and sneak down there and get those summoners off.
Yeah, it's also just a favorable wave state as well down for the bot side of Movistar. They get to just keep some of them alive to keep a little freeze. I thought they were going to recall a bit earlier, but what they've done here is stack enough minions alive, so their own minions of Karman Corp will kill them now, but the new minion wave will come through and clear it just outside the turret. So by default, they've set up a freeze that they're not even holding themselves, but the minions are doing.
It's a really nice start here, and pretty much dead even across the board as far as CS is concerned. Warburg, I got very wrapped up in the potential of Isma coming in on that flank. He committed the flash to it.
Hey, so far it's been all about the early game, okay?
It really has. And I think as well, when you combine the potential CC options, really on both sides, if anybody is just marching out of place, they can get punished. Now let's look at the fact, both Draven and Rel are flashless. So I think the onus will be on Isma, Friscow, maybe to try get involved. And if you look at the mini-map, it's Isma on a little bit of an invade. I always get nervous when I see anyone facing off against a Cassandra that close to tower.
Marky was the curveball here earlier. Let's see if he can beat it again. Isma's up here for a dive.
Got that flash, uses it already, goes back in with the footwork, manages to get the pathmaker, the engage. Isma,
the level up, no, it's not
enough. Gets first blood, but it's traded back into 1-4-1.
Cabo made a mountain out of that molehill for that dive. It looked like Isma tanked tower originally, had to drop it with the W, and it just made things really awkward for Movistar. Marky's not going to die, don't worry. Cold Meat comes back up, but still, the dive provides the yield here. Cabo just going to play a bit of annoyance here for Marky, force him into a much better place to have to reset.
Yeah, it's fine. He's losing some CS. Marky's just going to recall TP back up again. Syncroft again, out on the map, expecting his topside camps are just gone. They're not, but he's expecting them to be, and just moving down towards the bottom side again to see if he can look for a gang. The thing is, Isma's also down here, and there's a ward in river to spot him out.
Yes, there is. Butt heads potentially. Syncroft actually wants through the lane. He's waiting for this play from Isma. He's got the ward over the wall as well, so this is potentially an entrapment. Let's see. Movistar very slow on this wave
No
push.
flash there. He's down 300 hit points. Isma's already backed away, gentlemen. And listen to the crowd. Do you see how literally everyone was cheering? They held their breath waiting for the potential engages.
They're tense.
Very, very tense. It is a minor gold lead for Movistar Riders. And they've started off this dragon, but seem somewhat flanked. Look at the mini-map. Seiken is already pushing forward into mid.
Someone pinch me on Movistar's Riders doing a dragon before 10 minutes. I'm a little bit shocked. Someone have to take temperatures of the players. Either way, it seems like they'll secure it. KC know what's going on, a little bit more interested in trying to find a cross map.
It's interesting how long these bots have been alive as well. The junglers have just been down towards that bot side. I think they're just trying...
True shot barrage!
Oh! Good eyes,
You know what? I like the idea there. Very, very cheeky from Movistar.
What it does do is give some element of control.
Yeah.
And I think when you consider the poke from those Void Seekers, the Arctic... Mystic shots, rather, I should say, as well as that ultimate True Shot Barrage from Ezreal, that poke damage could do a lot, because we've been talking a little bit about range, talking a little bit about how difficult Movistar's comps have been to play. We're 7 minutes in, we're still dead even, pretty close across the board, and this is again starting to build into one of these tense games.
Yeah, it's a small lead, and there's also a small lead down in the bot side as well. It's not enough, or a lot rather, but the bot lane did get pushed in. It's a slow push that gets built up from the Karman Corp wave into the wave of Movistar, which once again is going to put them in a favorable situation once Isma starts coming around. But both junglers still have topside camps that they need to clear, and right now the tempo is in favor of Syncroft, so if Isma want to be down here to match, he needs to drop jungle camps or do a cross map on the top side.
Whilst that's all going on as well, I really want to pay attention to what's going to happen with the mid lane priority, because Seiken's gone back to base, he's picked up a Lost Chapter. On the other side though, Friscowi's got the Sheen, and this is going to really amp up his wave clear abilities in the mid lane. Whether or not it's going to be able to match Seiken, that's what I'm really looking towards. But Ezreal, surprisingly, can have a lot of wave clear this early on.
Especially when you consider the range that he's got right now, the safety of it. Combine that with his E, the ability to just get away. I mean, Syncroft has not had any opportunities, really. He's just getting closer to Ding level 6, as is Isma. TPs for both top laners are down. And I'm intrigued to see how this plays out. Draven, 152 stacks on that passive. 5 CS advantage as the wave is stacking up here into both Super and Alvaro. And again, we're still waiting for something to break there.
You can see it now. Isma's just dropping his Crocs. They're up, but he knows that he needs to be down in the bot lane and cover for a potential dive. It's a stacked up wave. They don't have much vision around the bot side. He's just going to drop the camps, make sure Super can farm this wave in peace. They don't need to get a kill, but they just need to make them even with the enemy AD carry.
Whilst this is going on, it actually looks like Isma's going to wrap off this bottom side. Look towards the mid lane, or maybe find the wrap in round entirely here, but he's on wards.
Look at the vision. He's spotted. All right, Kalista and Target.
Oh wait, he's not spotted yet. He will be spotted on Triwell.
No way. No way.
Is he over the wall right now?
We don't know. But you know what?
Imagine if he
Listen,
flashed there.
Seriously, observers, again, phenomenal job there. Highlighting the info and even actually showing us the direction Isma was moving by moving the camera. Unfortunately for Movistar, Isma was unable to find an opportunity, but the Rift Herald has been started. Piscawi, Isma moving their way forward, seconds on a ward. Nature's Grasp thrown down. Marky's caught out by All Out, and it's another kill to the Movistar Riders. Cabo's running for his life, Flash is available to him, but the eye, the objective, the kill, and the 1,400 gold lead goes to the Superliga.
Movistar find a positive skirmish again on the top side of the map, and it was a little bit of first move as well from Frescawi, so our question from earlier, very soundly answered, and now Isma, with this Herald in his back pocket, is going to be able to either break this top side tower if he so pleases to get Marky even further ahead, get him over that Gore Drinker line, or find gold somewhere else for Frescawi or Super.
Marky's really been showing up, at least in the past 2 games in this series now. And it's a beautiful story about him and the Movistar Riders as well. And originally, he was on their academy team, played there for a year, was brought up to the main team, only 20 years of age as well. Been with them for a long time. Do you know the last player from Movistar Riders that got brought into the LEC that had been on an academy team first as well? Do you know the name of that guy?
Oh, I think I know.
Yeah, who was that? No, it was actually Elioya.
Okay, fair enough.
It was close. But
He had a small impact on the league.
But it's also the academy program for Movistar Riders. They've made it work multiple times before, and they're doing it with Marky now again.
And can also bring it a bit more recency, because Goldberg, it's fantastic to solo win on player that stepped up in the 2 first games. But for anybody that was looking at socials, looking at chat, looking at Reddit, game 1 and 2, Movistar Riders were thrown under the bus. For a team that went 6-0 quarters and semis, for a team that's representing the Superliga, yes, they made it to their first final, and now you're seeing game 3 and 4. Why they are here, where some of the strengths have come. I think game 3 was a more impressive game win from them than the 2 previous ones from KC, and right now they are in a marginal lead. It is by no means a done deal. Kalist is on 240 stacks. If he gets 1 kill, this Draven will pop off and look to destroy everyone. If you look at the minimap, a lot of KC resources making their way towards that bottom lane, interrupted by Isma on this map.
Yeah, I don't think much is going to come out of it, though. It's just going to be trading some pressure. They're looking for bot side, but with Frescawi pushing in the mid lane again, they're going to have to come back and respond to it. But I agree with your sentiment as well, Trevor. It takes 1 bad game to change the perception, but also a good one. They managed to pull off the reverse sweep. They will be remembered as champions.
And listen, Marky's had 2 great ones in a row. This shit comes down. Magnet Storm's thrown out. Alvaro's door's not available. Whirling Death won't find the kill. Here comes Syncroft. Kalist is down at 200. He's still got a lot of stacks to play with. And we were mentioning, it is a 40 CS just about lead in the top lane in favor of the Srenekton. Isma, Nature's Grasp and Killer's Instinct. It's Super that gets the kill, clears the stacks, and Movistar are taking control of game 4.
Absolutely, and it's down in the bot side again. There's a reason they call it the Super League, and they're displaying it right now. They are playing for the Super League AD carry.
Cabo says, get stuffed, Superliga. I will take Marky's head. Or apply.
Oh, it's not done yet. No, they're trading down on the Dragon. Why are they even here?
Well,
you just lost your AD carry. Dragon has been started off. Syncroft sure to fall as well after the Braum stacks are on. Is it going to be another kill for Super?
It's just such a major overstep, and what for? This isn't your territory, Carminco. Movistar Riders just got 2 extra kills onto Super, and for what?
You can feel the frustration from the fans in the Sud de France and from both of my analysts.
Oh my goodness.
Capturing that moment. Now, what does this mean for the state of the game?
It means you're dealing with a very fed AD carry on the enemy team.
2-1. And I think the Spanish League needs to be renamed, like you said, it's Super's League. End of story. 3-0 on the Kaiser for now.
Now, there is one breath of hope for Carmine Court, and it's the fact that, you know, whilst I might slander Zeri a lot, there's another many years champion that exists on the other side of the map.
Okay, okay, cut out the AD carries. I'm going to tell you right now who's setting this up. It's a goddamn tree. I've been looking at him for too long right now, and it's Maokai that's a difference maker in this as well. Completely allowing this AD carry to play the game.
All I'm saying is when Cassante presses his R key, he's got 2 very sharp axes.
Hold up.
Well, let's find out what he can do, because Targamas is initiating. Nature's Grasp comes down. Rift Herald's out. Nature's Grasp is body blocked. Kalist throws out the Whirling Death so far to 1-for-1 as Alvaro's going down, so has Targamas. True shot barrage. Will not take out the battle ball. 6 kills to 3. 3,000 gold is the lead And it is 3-0-1. It is nearly 100% kill participation for Isma on this Maokai. And I think you are 100% right. This Maokai has been a difference maker in game 3 and 4.
Absolutely, and now after that, they do Reaper Drake for themselves. Oh, recall will be stopped as well here for Kalist, so that's a little bit of extra tempo in favor of Super once he pushes this in with the static. But slowly but surely, Movistar are finally stacking these Drakes up, and we're actually at a point in time where a Soul could actually come through in this game.
A Soul Point is going to spawn before 20 minutes. That's the big headline here. And Calming Core may be called into action a little bit earlier than perhaps they would like to be. Kalist as well, I remember having lost all of those stacks. He was at almost, what, 300 when he died? Not going to be a lot of gold to cash in for the foreseeable future.
And look at the itemization differences. With the exception, 2 members on the side of KC, you got 4 across the board. Thrift shopping here for Kalist on this Draven. And we mentioned it earlier, right? Only 4 games played historically. Didn't manage to find the kills, and right now, it's all about Movistar.
Yeah, and they've kept him in the lane. Ever since the Drake got started, they've still kept him here. He haven't backed it. Finally now, he gets to go back to base, potentially shop for a Triforce. But it's still Super now, sitting with a static and recurve ball already. He's just going to get a turret for free because they kept interrupting these spaces.
Rocky is the recipient of some love. Syncroft steps forward there. Only level 8 for now. He's opposite number level 9. Tower has fallen in the bottom lane there. It is the Kai'Sa lane that has popped off. It was that last second pivot. Still in that last round. Has thrown down the Dominus. He slices once. Gets caught out. Alled out. Golden Meat goes forward. Glacial Prison. The heal is keeping him alive. And here comes Alvaro. He puts up the door. You shall not pass. So far, traded 1 for 1.
Two-shot barrage, two-shot barrage.
Sidestep. The Emperor's Divide. Seiken has arrived. It will not be enough to kill Alvaro fighting against the Santos and the minions. They do it. This is a crazy fight in the top lane. It is still a minor lead though for the Movistar Riders.
They can continue. Isma almost has flash. They can continue on Seiken here. The ultimate is available as well for Super. They almost have to cross map. An extra play. Kalist is getting so much stun on the bot side. He's going to pick up a turret for himself. Even in terms of trades, I think it could have looked better for Movistar Riders, or at least it did initially, with the turnaround of the rest of the members coming around to help Marky out.
Certainly looked far better initially. Right now though, this will pick up a little bit of free time. Trying to close that gap. You can see at the bottom of the screen there, it was 1,100 gold in the lead for Super.
It was starting to feel like a Movistar win was building up. But this turnaround here from KC was great.
I just have to really say, at the start of it though, credit to Marky for seeing the angle of just moving forward, recognizing he's got enough time and health bar to work with. Alvaro comes in, this Ulma as well, cutting off the members, trying to retreat, so excellent.
But what happens here, you can see Super, he goes back to farm Crocs on the minimap. That's the reason he's late to the play as well. He wants the red buff. Could have come around sooner. Was puffing top. I was wondering why he was so late to the play.
Really, really good catch. Yeah, you're right. Could have maybe shown up just about on time. Actually, I guess be a bit harsh. No ultimate means you can't really join from range. Either way, you are right. The path thing a little bit suspect.
If he'd been closer, that Void Seeker could have been in range. Put additional pressure on both that Zia as well as the Sedge. All of a sudden,
Isma, the ultimate.
Nature's Grasp isn't thrown down. Kalist starting to step out. Over the wall. Killer Instinct. Knock up from Marky, and Syncroft is in trouble.
Oh, here he goes.
By Isma. It's the Maokai, GB. It's the Maokai difference.
That's the banana combo on Maokai there, following through with the W. Rift Herald still alive. And with the base coming through from Kalist, that's just going to be more objectives for Movistar Riders.
Exactly. They can crack open this mid lane. That's going to open up the map even more. And KC, no doubt, will be spread thin because of it. As soon as this tier 1 drops, it just gives so much freedom to move around the map.
Now, coming into this game, coming into the series, it was Movistar Riders that had the uphill battle, the mountain, as Yamato put it. They had boos from the crowd, and they got crushed in games 1 and 2. Now that story is flipped. KC have won every EMEA Masters they've attended. 3 confirmations, not attempts. I really love that wording, Goldborg.
Yeah.
Now, they are the ones in the back foot. They're down 4,000 gold. They're starting to lose a grasp of this game, and the weight of the crowd, the weight of the silence, the weight of the arena will now start to be a double-edged sword as far as Common Core is concerned.
That's pressure suddenly coming onto you. You can feel it in here, you can smell it. There's a game 5 on the horizon, at least with the way that the game is going so far. It's not over just yet, but there's 50 seconds on an Infernal Drake. You get that, you're on Soul Point. You got an Ezreal, you got a Kai'Sa, you got a Maokai with Sapling. There's a lot of means to proc this Soul as well.
It's very, very powerful tools, like you mentioned. And I mean, just the fact that everyone's going to leverage this Infernal Soul, not just through the passive itself, but just the natural stats.
They've kind of let the bot side go here.
Teleports available. Teleports are coming in here, gentlemen. 2 in the middle lane. True shot barrage rattles across Carmine Corp. Glacial Prison on Isma. The Magnet Storm, it does not matter! The killer instinct forward, and finally, Kalista's on the board, but yet, it feels like a momentary win. All of a sudden out of the tower,
Solo!
He gets one back onto Cabo, and Friskawi's trying to chase Seiken. It's a 1 for 2. It is once again Movistar in control. It's 5k in the lead.
That's all it is. It's a momentary win for Kwame Korb. Nothing more, nothing less. And now Movistar, they'll pick up the third dragon of the game, and the Baron will spawn in less than 60 seconds. And that means for 4 whole minutes, there is nothing else for Movistar to focus on besides that big purple worm.
That is crazy. Picked up a tier 2 turret. Solo kill as well. Absolutely crazy here from Movistar Riders.
The battle between Marky and Cabo is getting so interesting and so fun to watch. Right now, look at this rematch in the middle lane. As it starts off, I again will reiterate just how impactful and how powerful this Maokai ultimate has become.
Yeah, initially I didn't realize this positioning was going to be as beneficial to Movistars. It was a bit suspect seeing less than 1 minute and no control around the Drake. But Movistar fixes the issue, but just catching them off guard in the mid lane with a teleport and just pulling the trigger for a fight. TP comes through, it get interrupted. Let's see how Markic actually plays this.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of runs through him here. And I mean, one big thing to note is that there is actually no Bramble Vest here to try and cut through some of the healings and adaptations we've seen. And then all the additional healing and dashes is just so powerful, but now the Baron's up.
Maokai ultimate available, members coming through. Who's got flash? No flash and Seiken. Kalistos have his. Will that matter in this fight? Here we go.
Wait for the Emperor's Divide as well. Nature's Grasp. True Shot Barrage is down. The Magnet Storm looks good. What can Kalist do? Marquis kill Targamas. Kalista's caught up.
His
The
super!
Killer Instinct takes him down. Kalist is out. 2 for 1 right now. Make that 2 for 0. 3 for 0. The Baron is going to be the focus. The Smite is still available here. Sync off 11 in just a couple seconds. Seiken's still got the Emperor's Divide, but I think it's an impossible task.
They will never let this go. We've seen them contest before. They will do it again. They don't care how many members are alive. They're going to try for the play.
Movistar Riders won game 5. Movistar, they've checked their library card and it says Sud de France. They are silencing the crowd. They are shutting down Carmine Corp, and they are in control of game 4.
Coach already taking the headset off. This is done and dusted for him. He's ready to take a walk outside. Just calm down before the next game. Teamfight, it's not clean to come out for Movistar Riders, but this is what it means when you're so far ahead. You're allowed to have a little bit of sloppiness, and then the setup for the killer instinct for Super to come through. The flash was available for Kalist. It just didn't matter with the damage.
Exactly, there was no attack following him from Frescowi. Really well played to find that one in the mayhem. And look at Isma. He's soaking it up.
Listen, listen, listen. That is fear. That is fear.
It is also a bit of, not necessarily jealousy, but Isma is French, and he is known as a bit of a traitor as well, playing for Movistar Riders. He's not received the support just yet.
Listen, listen, wherever Trayton is in the building from the OTP broadcast, he's going to need a security detail at the end of game 5. He was the only member that predicted a win for Movistar Riders on the French broadcast. And look, it is a 10,000 gold lead. Movistar still need to close this out. They need to push us to game number 5, but they are in a commanding position. The double AD approach for game 3 and game 4 has had a significantly positive impact because of the fact it's enabled by the tree. Once again, the Nature's Grasp flies out. Void Seekers, Mystic Shots, peppering through KC. They've held onto the tower for now, and the side lane's not exactly the most efficiently set up.
Yeah, exactly. They're not playing on 2 lanes. They're only playing on 1 lane right now. It does make it a bit complicated because Carmine Corp can just answer with 5 of themselves, and no pressure is really coming through. But there is still the luxury of time for Movistar Riders. Only 1 minute and 40 seconds on that Infernal. Isma,
Not
really caught out.
A little bit, not really. And Ultimate's not available just yet. But look at the pressure. Marquis catching the wave, finally setting it up. W connects into Cabo. Super. Don't go game 1 and 2, bro. Do not do it again. There's the engage. Alvaro puts the fissure down. That's a zoning ultimate once again. It will unlock another tower. The 6th of the game. A couple more orders is all that's required, and it does fall. 6-1 in towers. And True Shot Barrage chipping away as well. So small advantages, but again, it's not the most efficient use of Baron.
Yeah, only the inhib turrets left now. It's about finding the pressure now for the setup around this Drake. Get the deep vision control in. The saplings will be a useful tool. 50 seconds on it. Resets are coming through. having stock of their inventory. You can see it now. I think Frisco is still waiting for that LDR. At least he's still farming around. Has the Baron Empowered Recall and a TP. Having that come through, we'd be at an item advantage pretty much all around the board. You can see it. 3 for most of Movistar, only 2 for Karma and Corp. This fight is going to be absolutely pivotal in securing it, but they have all the weight against
I
them.
wish to say thank you to all the League of Legends gods for giving us such a banger series so far. Movistar pushing forward, teleport committed, the Nyan Cats thrown out. We wouldn't find a target, but now Karma and Corp trying to turn this around. 10 seconds for the Infernal Soul. How on earth do Karma and Corp win this fight?
You don't have to deal with the Maokai ultimate, a little preemptive earlier, so at least that's not there.
Yeah, that's off. They have to try and find their way onto Super, but they just feel so limited.
What's taken? Sand Soldier's inside the pit. Marky's waiting for the flank. True shot barrage between the uprights. Goal, as it were. Cabo still fighting with the Renekton. The fish is down, the soul secured. The Magnet Storm matters not. It is an obliteration of the Karma and Corp, with the Infernal Soul backing up Friscawi and the rest of the squad. The Frenchies are dominated, destroyed, deconstructed, and we are going to Game 5.
Karma and Corp have been rattled, they have been shocked, and Montpellier is in awe of what they are witnessing right now. Movistar Riders are going to bring us to a Game 5, and they're on the cusp of reverse sweeping Karma and Corp in their backyard.
Get on social media. Tell your mom, your dad, your sister, your friends,
grandma,
your pet hamster. Bring everyone for Game 5 of the EMEA Masters Summer Finals. Are you not entertained?
I absolutely am. I'll tell you who's not, the crowd. They're not having the best time right now, but there's still a movement. 4 turnaround.
Mad respect to the Movistar Riders, because they were quite frankly shit in games 1 and 2. And they turned it around. They found a change of craft. They found a change of gear. They found a rhythm to bring us to game number 5.
And not only did they struggle, they had to overcome one of the most one-sided crowds I think I've experienced.
Yes. And you know what? I love it.
I kind of do as well. You know, I take it back as well, because they were cheering them on when they're walking down. They're not dead just yet.
When you watch certain shows where there are villains that you can be celebrated for hitting. If you're watching at home, whatever your opinions are, the energy here is electric. We have been blessed for the first of 3 days. Tomorrow, Fnatic and Mad Lions take to this stage in hopefully 5 games. The winner of that faces G2 on Sunday. And before all of that, there is one last game to determine the summer champions. Will KC finally be thwarted? They're 11-0 best of series at EMEA Masters, looking to be shut down by the Superliga. Is it going to happen? That's not a question, it's rhetorical.
I guess only time will tell.
I will tell you now, if you guys are watching home, the fear in these boys' eyes when they ask that question.
Fear! Right, sit down, Grandpa.
I'm always
really
happy.
like to. I'm quite old.
I'm always happy to answer the questions. I'll be honest, Karma and Corp have lost themselves a bit in these last 2 games. I think it has been a night and day difference, not only in themselves, but also for Movistar. I think something must have clicked. Some kind of conversation had to have been had after that second game. And I think not only have they found the tempo, but they found something that works. And now Karma and Corp have to change something even more drastically.
This is so
than
obscure.
what just happened.
This is so obscure. But the Movistar Riders have channeled the power of the Honey Badger. Because the Honey Badger don't give it, you know. We're going to a break. When we come back, we'll break down game 4 and set us up for game 5. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody else, put your hands together for Silver Scrapes. Banana, banana.
Go on then.
And Marky, this motherfucker, because you're even better than this, okay?
Goes back in with the front.
Oh, it's not.
To get the path maker, the engage. It's
The level up now is going up.
Gets first by
Right now, they are playing for the Super League AD carry.
Cabo shot. Says, get stopped, Superliga.
Why are they even here?
Well,
you just lost your AD carry. Dragon has been started off. Syncroft short to fall as well after the Braum stacks are on. Is it going to be another kill for Super?
It's just such a major overstep, and what for? This isn't your territory, Comico.
And welcome back to the desk for Game 5 of this EMEA Masters Summer Final. I love the voice come here. You can feel the energy within these Movistar Riders players, and I don't know, it's
I want to ask something.
Shifted here.
I want to ask something. Yamato, did you approve of that speech before the game?
Honestly, anything to help your players up. You know, you're going into Game 5, you need to do everything you can to gas them up. I was getting gassed up. You know, I was ready to play my game and run it down a little bit, you know.
It
I
worked?
think it worked. It was good.
Yeah,
It was good.
it
I liked it.
What happened, guys? What happened? Because it's a completely different Movistar Riders when you compare it to Game 1 and 2 and Game 3 and 4. They got the priorities right. They know exactly where and how to fight. And K-Corp doesn't have the answer anymore.
I think it's a couple of different things. Like, I want to take, like, step one, though. Bot lane has just been fantastic coming through from Movistar Riders. I think they've looked so much better in having that control there. And then the other one is going to be Frescovi in this mid lane as well. These AD champions are working out fantastically. The fact, again, they're getting control over mid lane. They're able to continuously play in and up towards that top side of the map. Work off of Marky having a ton of pressure against Cabochard. It has worked out so well in their favor that they're able to get these early leads. And then again, it's the Movistar's way. Just snowball yourself out of control.
And I love the adaptation with the Ezreal. Frescovi didn't just take the Ezreal off of the bot lane because he gets murdered by Draven for sure, but he also plays the champion. He has a 100% win rate this year, has 2 games on it with 8 KDA. And I love the way he was unlocked on the map, and by unlocking one lane from Movistar Riders, you create chaos for KC.
And that's exactly what you want to do, right? When you see that Kalist is playing Draven, when you see this kind of choices on the side of K-Corp, you want to put an emphasis on bot lane, and that's something we talked about during the pre-show, actually, the fact that Movistar riders, if they want to win, they have to strike there, specifically Yamato.
I feel like it's such a complete juxtaposition of what we saw in the first two games, because in the first two games, K-Corp really found the beats and the timings of when to fight. Now I feel like they're over-posturing, taking moments and windows that are not necessarily forced, and even coming into this draft, right? Slamming a Draven there in the 4-5 in the Sejuani, removing that Rel Flex and then inviting the Braum. I just think it's something that, you know, K-Corp is not really known for.
And that's the thing, is they're not even pulling up, like taking their foot off the gas pedal, saying, hey, you know what, this isn't going to go too well, we'll take it easy. They keep trying to fight this 2v2, level 2, level 3, and it's giving these big advantages to Kalist. And you can see it on your screen, like Kalist having a monstrous performance in Game 3 and Game 4. Or sorry, not Kalist, sorry, Supa having a monstrous performance in Game 3 and Game 4. And it just feels like, I mean, the bot lane for Karmine Corp just are not respecting the fact that they cannot play that aggressive without getting punished.
And I feel like it came across as a little bit desperate as well. I felt like Syncroft kept circling around that bot lane and forcing fight. It's like, we have to cash out our Draven and we have to do it now, because if he keeps falling behind, we'll never get that big cash out to try and get that big mid-game Draven that every team wants when they pick the champion, right? And I feel like with that, it just becomes too predictable. You know that Syncroft's going to play all the way around the bot side of the map. On the other hand side, for the past two games that Movistar have actually won, Isma has played towards the mid to top side of the map, and they have found keys to unlock the map for themselves like this and allow their bot lane to breathe as well.
We've talked about Kalist and Supa on the bot lane, and I really love the fact that we have fresh blood and new talent coming on the bot lane, and they are two prodigies in their respective leagues. Kalist was leading the pace in the first two games, but now it looks like Supa woke up, and when he's empowered like this, he's just unstoppable.
Yeah, I don't know how you're supposed to try and shut this guy down.
Yeah.
He's happy on the Zeri, he's happy to bring out things like the Kai'Sa now as well, and I think even though it didn't work out as well for them in game number 1 and 2, it actually being able to perform with, he has a strong front line, he has control of the game, they're able to play for side lanes. That's what's pushing us to Silver Scrapes and right now.
100%.
No, but it is actually the third summer finals in a row where we have 5 games, and I'm really happy that it comes down to this. But before we jump on to the next game, Trouble, Frescory on 80 champions versus the champions he was playing during the first half of the series. It's a different player completely, and this is what is going to bring us to 5 games also.
Absolutely, and I'm not going to lie, Sylas is his main champion. This is why he went into the series playing the Sylas, playing his main champ, but it just didn't work with these compositions. But seeing him on AD shoving mid lanes like the Azure, like the Lucian, unlocking that mid lane and allowing Isma to play around the map more freely has showed why Movistar can come back.
Guys, after the first 2 games, I thought it was just completely going to be a blue wall thunderstorm here in Montpellier, and it turns out that things have changed. The situation shifted and the momentum has shifted. You look at the crowd right now, getting ready for this game 5. Movistar fighting against a crowd that was clearly not rooting for them. And this is what Isma said when he came to the desk earlier today. He wants to be the villain. Movistar riders want to be the villain here in Montpellier, and it looks like they're going to do it.
I just think it's the perfect story, right? Coming back from a 2-0 deficit, reverse sweeping in France when the whole crowd is against you. I'm kind of hoping that if they win and they have the winner's interview, if the hall is kind of emptied, it's as if they've claimed this whole arena for their own.
I mean, it feels like no matter what, we witness history here today. It can be Karmine Corp who are going to take another title, Zaken who's going to take his 4th title again, Cabo taking his 3rd, or we get to see the rise of LVP again. Those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it, and it feels like the LVP is coming here to show that they are once more a dominant monster in EMEA, and they want to put Karmine Corp and the LFL in their place.
I mean, at the end of the day, these are the most successful ERLs we had in EU Masters history, with Spain winning the first title, winning against last year with Team Heretics, and there was an entire era of LFL domination, but it looks like we might have a new king in EMEA Masters this time around, Trouble, if Movistar Riser can close it out. So let's talk about the Game 5. As KC, surprise Pikachu, pick blue side once again. And I want to reflect on how the series went and how priorities shifted on the side of both teams. What do we want to see here in these Game 5s when it comes to picks and how to plan for the early game? Because it feels like whoever wins the early game is just going to snowball throughout the rest of this.
I feel like KC have been putting a lot of priority over on the rail, so I'm expecting to either shift off of that and go for that Maokai themselves, or actually ban the Maokai away, which will allow for champions that are extremely S tier right now, like the Poppy, the Zaga, the LeBlanc, to remain open. So I feel like especially for coaches when it comes to a game 5 like this, you have so many decisions to make right here. What do you leave open? What do you play? What brought you success to begin with?
I think the key thing for me is just looking at the solo laners of Kami and Corp. They've been playing the same champions 4 games straight. I want to see Saken on something that is more active early, whether it's the Nico, the Ari. I would like to see a shift up in the first pick as well. Maybe remove the Poppy ban, maybe remove the Rel and then first pick Maokai, because the Poppy doesn't really matter if Maokai is in the picture.
Yeah, and I think that's the big one for me. I mean, Tristana has basically slipped through the draft every single time. If you can end up taking Maokai first rotation, Saken onto something like the Tristana, I mean, it's not exactly something that he's renowned for, but having that control over the mid lane is going to give you a lot more control coming into that early stages, and then just trying to get comfort for Kalista in the bot lane. I think Kalista and Targamas haven't been as strong in the last 2 because they just don't look like they're able to dominate the 2v2 like they did.
And to bounce off of that, I feel like Kami and Corp's bot lane, they have been the sharpest when they've made it awkward. Whether it's the Nyla, whether it's the Senna, even the Kog'Maw Braum, that was something they could have picked into the Kai'Sa over and over again, but they just didn't. It is in the Fearless draft. They need to go back to what has worked, and that is Kog'Maw Braum in my mind.
As we're going to toss to the casters in a few minutes, I want to ask you guys for some predictions here. Who's going to win and why? Trouble, go first.
I smell a certain blue man is going to come out in the mid lane for Saken, and that would be the most poetic way to finish a best of 5. So I'm going to give it to K-Corp 3-2.
Yamato, I think the message is clear.
On my end, to follow up, I feel like 2 losses like this, I feel like Kami and Corp, they've learned their lesson. I think this time around, they did it for the sponsors, they did it for the Chupa Chupa and the Michelin, and Kamito getting stressed out on stream. I think they did it for all of the fans to experience something they can tell their grandchildren about. I think they're going to take it home in Game 5.
I think we're witnessing a page turning in EMEA Masters history. I think the LVP is coming back. I think Karmine Corp just haven't found a way to break through what they're bringing for Game 3 and Game 4. And I think it's going to be the LVP and Movistar Riders who take it.
Has the momentum shifted? Or will Karmine Corp be able to close out the series and go back to the former glory, take back the throne, and what belongs to the LFL? Casters, take it away.
What belongs to the LFL? That is a fantastic line to pass it over. When we were preparing for the show this week, Trouble said a beautiful line that I want to fully credit to her. No matter what happens today, history is made. The Karmine Corp win their 4th title after 4 appearances at the EU Masters. Movistar Riders will make history 3 times. First, they will eliminate Karmine Corp and defeat them in a best of 5, which has never happened before. Second, they've made it to finals, which they've already done. Never happened before. And finally, if they win this game right now, they will be the first title holders in the Movistar Riders in the organization's history, which is fantastic. Got a little bit more numbers to throw at you. A reverse sweep happened in spring. Wildcats did it. But the last 2 times that a reverse sweep almost happened, Karmine Corp defended it 2 years ago, as well as the following season, the Heretics defended it in Game 5. So we've seen a number of Game 5s. This is the 3rd Game 5 in a row for EMEA Masters Finals. What on earth is going to happen? Surely draft will be different this time. Come on, it has to be.
There's no pattern in the previous things. It all just comes down to this game, this draft, this gameplay, these 10 players. And we're loading in to see if any of the adaptations that was discussed by the desk is going to come through in this Champ Select.
Maokai. What is going to happen in the tree?
Oh,
wow,
okay.
All right. So already a different tune being sung by the Karmine Corp side on this blue side. Of course, remaining on it. Haven't swapped sides, either of these teams. The Nyla will remain a consistent ban here for Movistar. The Blanc is to follow. So now, Poppy, Xayah. Those are the picks which could potentially still be up, which have been perma-banned throughout this entire series by Karmine Corp.
Oh, that's a LeBlanc out, so they might be swapping up the Poppy. Wow. Yep, that's the Poppy that goes through. Rail goes out. Now the question is, do you feel forced to ban the Maokai? Because you know they will first pick the Maokai.
No is the answer to that one. Senna removed because I think the Senna enables both. The likes of that Yasuo, obviously Neil was banned away, and no surprises. Maokai locked in. The French are happy with that one.
French are happy. Let's see where Isma goes for the jungle pick now. Will it be the run back of the Renekton and Sejuani from those earlier games? If it is, we need to see the same level of aggressive picks from the bottom lane, in my opinion, or it has to be something that can nullify these engages of the Maokai, break those apart. Otherwise, I fear you could run into a very similar issue that you did earlier on in the evening.
Man, I just haven't liked the Sejuani so far. It feels like it does the same function as a tank as Maokai, but much worse. Single target engage, not the instant lockup. The stun doesn't come through immediately. You could try and play more up towards Maki with this matchup as they didn't do earlier when they had the pairing, and see if they can find avenue for it. Saya, as we mentioned, also left open. But if the Saya goes through, I'm almost convinced that they will third pick the Seri for Super.
Kalista's 4 games ever on Zaya. Every single one of them is a win. His KD is 11. 11 on this champion. Wait for it. Listen to this crowd.
He knows what they want.
The blue man in the middle lane, I think, is what the Anastasca was saying.
That's what
and is the blue man back? Has she done it again?
You can see he's talking with the coach, he's talking with the players. Seiken, he's laughing, he's gonna do it, isn't he? No. He will bait us, he'll bait Montpellier Arena.
Yep, there it is.
But there's the Seri third pick, as expected. And now it's about what bans will come through from Movistar. Surely Cassante is one of them, but what is the other one?
I mean, are we looking at Cassante? Is it the Ornn as well from Capuchard? He hasn't really had a lot of answers into the Renekton, at least not answers where he wanted to brawl it out.
I mean, listen, when we look at the champion pool, 6 games of Renekton throughout the course of summer, then we got 2-1 Jax, 2-1 a Tryndamere that was awful, Cassante Barbina. So, not a super diverse champion pool. The Cassante banned and the Alistar removed. I'm also very intrigued. What will Alvaro run?
As long as it's not Rakan, I don't care.
Okay. We're gonna find out because I'm with you on that one.
Could be good against Maokai. You can bait them in if they get the lockdown as well.
I'm not with you. I'm not
on Saya. Like, I don't hate it.
The concern is, of course, if you don't take it, you also potentially hand that one over. So what are the other options?
I mean, let's see. KC, they're not going to ban Lawless, so even though you can technically run into some issues, you're always kind of happy to trade Depth Charge with Featherstorm, things of that nature. The 2v2 is also quite playable in the early stages if you find the windows for it, but it's not necessarily still the best 2v2 to look at. It's about those team fights later on still.
Yeah, and he's really going to be dicking as well. Pretty much all of Fresco's champion he's been played outside of this series in the tournament has been banned away, either by themselves or by Casey as well. And that would be a Okay, so we've gone over this in theory. Once again, he outranges Azir, you can go in on him. But playing this against the Maokai in laning phase is extremely difficult.
It's really rough. Now, surely Cabo wants Ornn. Surely he wants Ornn. They're going to need another over-the-top engage to try and deal with the ranged poke that Xerath can put down.
Yeah.
It has to come through. And I think also they might have to snap the Braum away. They might have to do it blind just so they can, you know, not have that be blocked out by Alvaro.
No, in Taka, he's thinking about Rakan here. Even if they go Braum themselves, he's not going to be worried about it. You got the Saya combo. You could pair it up. Would have that extra lockdown following through with the Maokai.
I just feel like Braum has so much value into this comp. I hear it, honestly. Stack more engage. It makes so much sense when you've got the Maokai and the Ornn. But I feel like this could just be an angle of taking away tools from Movistar so they can't actually use them. It's one or the other.
Well,
Rakan is going to the Yonsa.
All right.
So now we know that one locked.
But I still don't think it's going to be... While the Braum will have value against Dip's Maokai, the Ornn as well. I'm worried how will that pan out for your laning phase, because it's a free laning phase for the Saya and Rakan. I'm really curious to see what Alvaro will come through as a response here, because I think they want Engage. They only have the Sejuani. They must want more, and yes, they take the Nautilus.
He hovered it for a second, so I think that was the signal of saying, this is an angle, but I want the Nautilus. I want the more aggressive option.
For the last time today, how do these comps play? What are your expectations? Where should we be focusing our eyes?
Immediately, I think, has to be the bottom lane. You've got the Lovers duo in the bottom side. Saya Rakan is always going to look for the windows to slip in and find those 2v2 kills. And on the opposite end, it's Nautilus Seri with a Sejuani to boot on the side to try and link the chain TC up together. It has to be the bottom lane.
I gotta be honest, I'm really favoring the Carmen Corp composition right now. The lockdown with the ultimates that you have on Maokai, Rakan, Saya as well, that removes the lockdown. She's gonna be so free. The range as well from the Azir. Yes, it's matched by a Seraph, but in a team fight setting, if you're not ahead and first on the objective, how is that gonna stack up?
The only thing that can break apart the very defensive nature of this Carmen Core lineup for me is the Seraph. Movistar need to get it ahead. They have to find ways to put gold into it so it can do its job, so it can make fights awkward and force as many resources out in the mid-game as possible.
Can the reverse sweep happen? Can Carmen Core be stopped? Can the Movistar Riders pick up their first EMEA Masters title? Listen to the Sud de France in Montpellier, and welcome to Game 5 of yours EMEA Masters Final.
I can't see nobody stopping me. there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one running the moment, the options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up.
This crowd is hella loud. And we are loading up for the 5th and final time to the Movistar Riders in Carmine Corp. And just before the action hits the fan, all time has been a little bit favored. The Super League, the Spanish teams have had the bigger number of wins against the French. Will it happen today? Will it surprise Gorborg, and will the history repeat itself?
It's a good question. It's not me who's got the answer for you, Trevor. It's the players. It's the ones you're looking at right now. And we have a full arena waiting for that exact same question.
Just listen to them. I don't think commentary is needed right now.
Completely agree.
I don't know if the producers get a camera on that crowd, but it's literally half and half. They're waving those thunder sticks around while we're just relishing that. Thank you to everyone that's attending. Thank you to everyone that's watching at home. This is the first of 3 days, and let's turn our attention back to the game. Try our best to focus in. Marky is finally facing a different freaking champion. And he's had 2 good games against Cabos Casante, 2 not good games. Now he's doing a completely different beast.
I mean, laning phase-wise, this matchup is very free for Renekton. Not in the sense that you're getting kills, but you take demolished secondary, you push in the wave, and you slowly but surely just chip away on the plating, and you continue to do that. So he will definitely come ahead going into the mid-game. Oh, already level 2 from Alvaro. Good trade in the early game. It's not going to turn out for more.
Not bad at all. You force Targa down really low. Isma's pathing towards the farm side as well. Naturally, so is Synchroth, however. So I imagine we are going to see a 3v3 headbutt, no doubt, by the time we hit level 3.
And I will just say this as well. Huge kudos to this crowd. Game 3 and 4 was tense. It was quiet. You've heard the memes. You've read them. People checking if their headphones are working. Now Game 5, this has turned into a party, a fiesta, a love of League of Legends. And I love that Alvaro already got that initiation in the bottom lane. My God, it's going to be hard to cast this whole game.
Isma is split it out going into the red buff here. He's not going to be able to clear it before the rest of them comes around. He does have that bot lane priority. Question is, will Alvaro join up with him? We're going to the bush. Question is he going to spot him? Nope, he's out of there.
Now, I want to see what Isma can do on the Sejuani, because Gorborg, you said it perfectly. I don't think the Sejuani's had the same, let's say, influence or impact as what we have seen from the likes of that Maokai, just running in Synchroth's hand. So I want to see what is Isma's answer, because he only found success on the tree.
I will also say, however, when Isma was running the Sejuani, he didn't have a Nautilus next to him.
That's very true.
The first game, he had a Rakan, and the second, he had a Lulu. So
yeah.
They weren't the best pairings in the world this time around. So much additional CC can be layered in. It does make target selection, once you get that first piece of lockdown in, really easy to confirm.
Look at the mini-map. Gentlemen, both junglers, at least in the nearby area. Let's see if Synchroth wants to make a step back. He's clearing out the Krugs for now. Isma immediately looking for the scuttle, and exactly as expected. In the top lane, Marky's currently shoving in. But these junglers and these river movements, the vision, the information has been huge, hugely impactful in the previous games.
Absolutely. It's been very interesting to see just how different the Wards has been from game to game. I'm going to have a very good time just going back and rewatching it, actually. Now, Isma could try and make his way up towards the top side scuttle. He knows Synchro's up there. They could also look for Seiken.
Eye of Destruction came down. Where's the shocking orb? It's dodged away from. The flail is flashed, but advantage. Jamada, you said it loud, you said it clear. This Xerath has to get ahead, and that is a small window, small opportunity.
It's the only thing that can make the lives of the Carmine Corps members really awkward. They've got the engage, of course, to shut down the Xerath, but if 1 or 2 Qs land, it just becomes so difficult. If you get half health, look at this on the bottom side. Alvaro, he was roaming up towards the mid lane. Because of that, KC just going to push him off that plate.
Interesting map movement there. Not sure what Alvaro was up to. Could potentially have looked around mid lane. He was probably looking for that flash down.
Dredge line comes in. Connects just a little bit of damage. The wave is clear. I think important though, the plate being secure with this is an advantage to Kalista and Targamas.
Absolutely. 3-5-minute Aurea play going through in this matchup where you have Nautilus into Rakan. Usually you love that matchup, but ooh, hold up. Kalista, Targamas, still waiting around. Alvaro's around. Here comes that head flash you're talking about. He missed it!
They both missed! Neither supports find their initiation. But the damage trade is still in favor of the Xayah Rakan combo. Their attack speed, the range, those feathers. But man, the entrance and the hook, neither found their mark.
It'll be interesting to see if Marky is going to leverage a different advantage. Nope, I thought that maybe he would hold on to his TP just because he would have it before when it becomes unleashed, but it is at 5 minutes, so both top laners expending it now will still have it when it gets unleashed. He's just going to make the most out of his laning matchup.
Exactly. And in a lane like this, like you mentioned, it's one of two ways, right? You run the demolish, you just try and strip away the plates as quickly as you can, or you just find the windows to roam. If you keep Cabochard underneath the tower, it's never really going to be able to answer, but this is some of the power you can find out of the Seraph pick. Into Azir. He's going to lock himself in place to find those low attacks to the soldiers, and it just does make all those skill shots so much easier to hit.
Remember in the finals, Karmine Corp taking down the NLC twice, the LFL once. Those are the three teams that they took down. This will be the first time that they've met. The Spanish squad Super League in the finals. For Movistar, on the other hand, the best they've ever made was semi-finals. Semis, groups, quarters. This is their first finals ever. And historically, Spanish squads have had slight edge over the French. Right now, they're starting a dragon early. Jamada's eyes are wide. Can't believe it. So happy to see.
I'm very happy, though, at the end of the day. The dragon kind of soft resets. I'm not sure if Sigprof is going to try for anything sneaky. He won't. It's about trying to get away cleanly, and it looks like Movistar will. So they get a dragon very early on. And again, the pressure of potentially stacking a soul from the jump is going to be so important on putting up pressure on Karmine Corp.
And crucial as well. Small advantage for Monkey on top. Is dead even across the board there. Minor advantage. The junglers have not been able to completely dictate the game. And I think much like game 4, we had 7, 10, 12 minutes of pretty even start before the game was blown wide open by that double AD comp. Movistar have only been able to win with double ADs, and now we need to see what Frisco can do on this mage. Because again, if you look at the bottom lane, it is now Targamas going to rejoin. Level 5 into the level 4 of Alvaro. Feathers have been pulled forward. That's the engager.
Oh my god, Kalist!
The feathers! Oh! Super gets taken down! It's Targamas! It's Kalist! It's the next superstar of EMEA bot lane!
Super needed one more minion to hit 6, and he just doesn't hit it alongside Alvaro.
Nah, I need that one in slow motion. The way he flashed, with the feathers that was set up there, it looked like he was setting up with an ultimate. He just flashes in with it.
I even think, looking at the HUD, Super might have misclicked his ultimate on the back end of the play.
No ways!
He doesn't have ultimate.
It doesn't look
I
like
don't think it would have made the difference, but you can see the nerves are there as soon as Kalist starts to walk forward in a situation like that.
And listen, I don't want to meme it, but this kid is 17 years old, playing on this stage in his first EMEA month. He is popping off the entire series.
Absolutely, and look at the map, what it's currently doing for them. Right now, Super is still down towards the bottom line. Kalist, Targamas, they're already around this Rift Herald. If Movistar Riders get baited into this, they might take a bad fight.
Forge God! The on-horn sets up the dead ball! Karmine Corp, 2 kills, Rift Herald in game 5. They are looking to take commands.
They get him down there. It's just a bit of a miss movement as well. Bot lane got a kill through Kalist. They get a solo kill. From that solo kill, they get the tempo advantage. Moving into the Rift Herald. And Movistar Riders are just getting baited into it. They should have backed out. Tempted to fight a bit, but let Super stick around for his plates.
Now, the advantage is 500 gold is a herald of potential for more. The Movistar Riders have had a few MacGuffins to start off game 5. But they cannot let the crowd, this volume and the pressure get to them. This is the slow-mo you were asking for.
Yeah, okay, absolutely. So let's have a look at it here, because you can see with the feathers, he's touching out. He knows he's looking. Yeah. This flash coming through must be so close to where the feathers are coming in. I mean, it's so beautiful. It's just enough. As you said, hasn't hit 6 yet. It's come through there, but it's already too late. And this is an AD carry setting up his support. It's supposed to be the other way around.
Yep, exactly. And Super so close to 6. The comps just must not have been for the play. They had to turn on for the damage. On the top side, Isma, he's shredded. Almost a lot of burst damage returned onto target to try and make it a 1-for-1, but either way, it would have been a jungler for support trade, and Karmine Corp would have got the Herald either way. You have to build.
Look, you saw the damage from that right to the Arcane, but the mobility of that Rakan simply not enough. What's very important to recall is because of the 30 CS advantage for Marky in the top lane, the plates is secured. The advantage of CS for both Frisco and Super, we are actually dead even on gold.
Yeah, but 1 minute and 40 seconds for this Drake. Super has once again still forgotten to level up his ultimate. He's ding 7. I forgot about it. Yeah, we even saw ping coming through from Isma. Ping is AD carry. It is, in
you
fact,
are
not up.
100% correct.
I know.
I'm in the client right now. 4-1 and 2, QWE, no ult.
That's a big problem.
Absolutely.
Not having that chain damage available.
Look at the bottom lane.
Oh, hold up, Kalist!
They're going to dive. They're going to be diving. Kalist is alone. He's caught. The dredge line landed. The feathers come out, and with the cleanse, he's able to escape, to survive, to stay alive, and to shut down the Spanish foot now. Right of the arcane kills a bird in the hand. And with the fact that Kalist is down, it's a minute to go for Dragon. We are still dead even as far as the gold is
It's
concerned.
such a horror with that ultimate. He could have just cleaned up the kill way early and that would have been enough, but without it, it becomes this extended fight where they're able to trade it. Luckily, that Arcane Barrage is there from long distance, but that should never be a 1-for-1. That should have been a kill when he gets hooked under the turret like that.
If Movistar start to slowly lead this game away off the back of these small inches,
Jamada. It is 1-0 for the Xerath, the only kill. Is that champion, that ultimate, the right of the arcane enough? It's gonna be freaking hard to make that work. But we are 12 minutes in. Super, are you about to get caught out? Knocked up into the air. The feathers come forward. The spark is out. Super is down. Listen to this crowd. Alvaro is the next target. Mispa's gonna try to save the day, but he's got a flail. He's got the knockup. He comes over the wall. Targamas is able to escape, and so is Kalist. He's going to get another. He's going to get Isma. He goes to Seiken.
It's a disaster for the bot lane of Movistar Riders, but a triumph for Karmine Corp as they pick up 3 members down in the bot side. And once again, Corps off of Super. Got a different replay coming through first though. You can see it here. Ultimate, it would have been over. Cleanse coming through, but it's not enough. And Kalist stays alive for so long with the healing of his ult. Arcane Barrage though. Get those T2s out. He got it.
listen to the crowd. They are.
I love this crowd. I love this crowd.
Oh, and this here. I mean, it's just a little overextension, and it's small movements, or rather pixels, of that W that's catching him off.
You have to feel for Super in this kind of moment.
When the pressure's been turned up to the max, Movistar Riders have faltered more than what we've seen from Karmine Corp. When they had nothing left to lose, game 3 and 4, they bit back. You hear that all the time. When a team is done, when a team has nothing left, they make it work. Seiken chucks out the Emperor's Divide. And here comes Kalist. Gets the flash from Isma defensively. Cabo shot! With the call of the Forge God! The call of the EMEA Masters God! Karmine Corp, 3,000 gold in the lead. They are eyeing that trophy. They are eyeing that 4 titles. And they are eyeing a win in Montpellier.
Movistar Riders have spent the past 2 games instilling hope into the Spanish faithful, and yet they may not be rewarded as Karmine Corp have the world crashing down on their heads. They find another perfect skirmish in the mid lane, and off the back of it, they're going to get the dragon, and they are going to return back on the map so much wealthier than before.
One thing, props to Karmine Corp, they keep upping up the tempo in favorable skirmishes, but also this is where there's critique from Movistar Riders, because when they're finding themselves at a deficit, their main win condition is still let's go in. And the problem is right now, by going in, they're not really winning these fights. They need to find a way to stabilize, or else Karmine Corp, they're just going to dissect them again and again in these fights.
Karmine Corp been here before. Win the first 2, lose the next 2, and bounce back in game 5. History looks to be repeating itself. The last time this happened to KC. They are 3,000 gold up. If you look at the itemization differences as well, pretty significant lead here for KC. And Kalist will be taking down this tower in the bottom lane. Importantly as well, 1 dragon apiece, so the soul is not going to be a point to be considered. And all eyes are on Movistar. They need to slow down, but it's going to be very tough. It's going to be very difficult because of how many insane long-range tools they have to deal with.
How fast can they burn this Rift Herald? Kalist currently going for a recall. He's going to run straight up there. Super's catching a wave.
It should be gone. It should be gone. But now this needs to be a magical. Thank you to the production team. Look at this crowd. They've turned away. They're not even watching the game. I don't know if that's a superstitious thing or there's a reason for this, but nevertheless. Monkey's not going to start the fight here with Cabo. Use that Butler's breath, put some damage back, and look at the minimap.
Oh, look at the rest of them. They're coming
Yeah,
up.
come in core. Targa got that Hex Flash, got the quickness, and he wants to come down with Marky's head. Nature's Grasp is committed on the minimap. Movistar Riders trying for the cross map, Jamada. They're trying to take the bottom tower, but that is just too simple. It's too easy. It's the 9th kill secured. 100% kill anticipation for the Zyra Khan combo. I didn't say that correctly at all.
They've been on the map the entire time. Movistar, I suppose, will at the very least find some reprieve in getting some gold into Super's back pocket. But I think the fact of the matter is, Kalista has to be so close to the second IM already.
Becomes so difficult as well, because even in the cross maps as well, at least they're getting something right now. But Marky, you have to feel you could have seen that coming. And you could have gotten out of time, had the ultimate, had the flash available. Alvara's going to meet Synchro. They could actually find a pick right here.
Where's the damage though? Where's the damage? Needs to be on Piscawi. Right of the arcane. 2, 3, 4, 1, 5, 5. Connect 6.
Oh, beautiful.
Kill. That's the shutdown. The horn is blown, and Alvaro will be the target. Taken out by Seiken. 10 kills to 2. And as this slows down, I'm going to ask you guys, has there ever been a team in an organization, EMEA Masters, as dominant and impressive as Karmine Corp? They are looking likely to make this 4, and I don't think one has existed.
Absolutely not, at least not while they've been here. But I feel like as well, there's still small hopes as well for Skari on this Seraph. Picked up another shutdown now. Super going in as well.
He is indeed. Will chuck out the spar. Trying to get those zaps and burst the powers. The
Oh my God!
It's
Oh
all
my
Kalista.
God!
He's only 17!
Disgusting. That's what that is.
What a night to just know he can step forward.
Game 5. No fear.
No fear at all. 3-1 and 7. 2-0 and 9 for Targamas in the bottom lane. And that gold lead still staying stable, okay? It's 3,000. The thing is, that doesn't tell the full story. That doesn't tell the 17 minutes of gameplay. And that sure as hell doesn't tell you how hot his hands are right now. Not missing a single thing.
I mean, it's looking amazing for Kalista. This is just his world right now. He's taking over. Both Seiken as well on his Azir, looking quite comfortable. No AD carry to take care of that, but you know, for Sky as well, still on the Seraph, we're looking at it, but it's not going to be enough in terms of the gold lead you're currently looking at. It's Karmine Corp, who's now marking their pressure on the map. Still not having dealt with this mid lane turret, but you can see the pressure. Move in the mid lane, move up towards the top side.
Find out what they can do, of course, for Movistar. Pretty even setting in the first 10 minutes, but they've been bullied and beaten and pushed back. Nature's Grasp from Syncroft thrown down. Have Karmine Corp bitten off more than they can chew right now? No, because of another teleport comes in. Movistar thought they had a moment. Look for the dredge line. Look for the hook. Alvaro connects, but that's already onto the Orn. Right of the Arcane. Burn is the word. The shutdown secured. That's the second for Piscawi. But here comes Seiken. Movistar!
Marky!
Able to do it. Monkey's got himself another. How the hell have they turned this around? I thought Seiken would save the day, but he was forsaken to Super and the Zeri. All of a sudden, Movistar are right back into it.
They're back in the game. 8 minutes into the game. Karmine Corp might have thrown what should be a sure game for them. Drake up in 5 seconds as well. Marky with the Gordringer stays alive, but the hero of that game once again was Frescawi finding Kalist with the Arcane Barrage.
Marky locks down the targets. Frescawi is shooting fish in the barrel in the back line. Take a look at Kalist. All of Karmine Corp think they've got the angle onto Marky, but the dredge line, the re-engage to stop the entrance into the river is enough, and Kalist just gets bursted down. It's a shutdown, more gold into the Seraph's back pocket, and even though this ultimate looks great for disengage, no one's touching the Zera.
And we're just waiting for cooldowns here. The W comes through from Marky. Gordringer comes out to heal up as well, and Super, he survives the skirmish. And as you said, Jamada, this Seraph staying alive. I don't think he took a single tick of damage in that team fight.
4-0-2, 100% kill participation. And that's the crowd that I was listening for, okay? I had already conceded Movistar's chances. I believed they were going to lose. Once the teleports came in from KC, they did overstep, they did overstay, and they were punished. So we're back to a near dead even game with a dragon fight on the horizon. Frescawi, 2 items completed. Void Stop to back up that Ludens, and no challenge on the dragon. So this game is not over. We reset our expectations. I also recognize I've been screaming a lot because this crowd is loud, so I'll try to dial that one back just a little. And now look at this, 20 minutes. Do either of these teams even want to play around Baron? How do they play from here?
I mean, you can't just flip it like that, and I think the Maokai will certainly have a better avenue at that. Also just with the long-range ultimate from Capuchat and Dion. But what I really wanted to call out is just the fact that Super's back on level footing with Kalist. Yeah, he's a level behind, but they're sticking with the 2 items as well. Frescawi as well have the lead against Seiken, and it's just back to an even footing between these two. For Carmine Corp is to make sure you don't take a fight like you just did earlier. And for Movistar, it's a chance of redemption from the early game that you messed up. Could be the first game in this series that wouldn't be defined by the early game.
Jomana, do you believe in the Xerath to bring back the game from where it was? Because you made it super clear at the start of it, the Xerath has to be ahead. Okay, 1, 2, 3 sidestep, 4, sidestep, next connects, not enough. Angry Pete, but look in the north, look in the jungle. Seeing Krav stepping back.
That's the thing though, it pushes Kalist out. He's probably only going to have lifesteal from runes at best, so if this starts to keep on, there will be windows for Movistar to slip in to the Baron and put more pressure down for Carmine Corp.
As well as the longer the game goes.
But it's just a moment for Frescawi as well. See if he can burn that Saya ultimate. If you get that out before fight, then you're chilling as well. But it's just going to be resets coming through. Even map state pretty much. The only one with a push is Marky. There's a collection of a wave as well in the top side, but just going to come out now on even footing. Even looking at the turrets, they're at a standstill. Could not be more even, at least not after the early game that we had in this game.
I mean, that overstep going to be huge now. I still think momentum, I still think decision-making thus far has been on the side of KC. The goal that Movistar have been able to accrue, I think, is from punishing Carmine Corp. The fact that Frescawi as well has been able to use that range, use that ultimate, and sit safely far enough away. Marky is now going to be in a little bit of trouble. Facepalm from Cabo. I think not enough support from the rest of KC to be truly terrified. And the game is slowed down to be about these neutral objectives. It's 3 minutes from the next Dragon. What Baron is available will take a little while to come out, and that Storm won't really find the stun. Let's see, the Synchro commit the trees. No, holding on to
as well. I'm really just looking to see if they can get any TP wards down as well, but there's not really
We're
any.
literally just waiting for the fight. We're literally just waiting for the fight.
Just waiting them to set up to go for a fight.
Okay, so fight in the river. As we start, the Prison comes out. Tower secured in the bottom lane. Cabo and Marky. Call of the Forge God. Here comes Seiken. Sand Soldier gets the kill, but he got the tower. Now, what can Movistar do? They need a stall, they need to buy time.
This was a little bit too chunk tower. I don't think they can do Baron. KC know this. Will they have a teleport ward? They will. It's a double TP too.
Oh my word. The Nyan Cats, they find the route. Alvarez able to flash. Drake's line to safety and he gets away with his life. It is a 25-second death timer for Marky. He has a teleport available to him. And also, inside the pit, Frescawi can just play whack-a-mole with that ultimate.
Yeah, that was a situation that could have been much worse. You can see there are no cover wards as well. Good poke to come out here, but I don't think they can go for a team fight still.
Not going just yet. They will get the tower. So 3-4 as far as that is concerned. 14 kills to 6. It is 400 gold the difference. That is irrelevant. Second item picked up there. Forsaken, he is once again gone for that death cap. And itemization-wise, I think this is the first time all series long where both Kalist and Super are actually pretty much even as far as items and damage are concerned up to the 20-minute mark. So this series started with a showdown at the bottom lane. Started with the expectation that these are the two players that'll take over the game. The way Game 5 is playing out, I still think their influence on the team fights could ultimately be what decides who hoists that trophy here in Montpellier.
Absolutely, but it's also what leads up to it. You can even see the items of Marky. He's not going for a Steroids gauge. He's just getting into the Black Cleaver so he can match. He's looking for a GA secondary. He's ready to die. He wants to be able to battle Dion on a side lane, and he wants to be able to dive in and die for his team. He's probably setting Frescawi up for success. Isma should be able to get out of Baron. 1 minute on the Drake as well.
If the past fights are anything to go by, I think it's more about actually if he uses the stopwatch before he buys the GA, getting into the backline, stunning up Kalist whilst he has no cleanse. Setting up for Frescawi now. Will they face check this?
Follow the river. They don't. They do pop a ward down. Call of the Forge Guard is summoned. From behind is Marky. He's going to be a little late to the fight. Isma's caught out. He's in trouble. The stun connects and Isma's down. Synchro is replied. But where is Seiken and Kalist? Frescawi's putting the damage out, but with Super down. Is that enough? Kalist survives. Marky will be the next to fall. And Frescawi's running for his life. It is an Arcano Pulse of all Arcano Pulses. It is a 1-4-3 in favor of Carmine Corp.
There's no jungler on the map though. Are they really willing to flip the title
with no jungler available. And Frescari still has that flash available. There's room for playmaking potential. They got the feathers. No, the feathers just burned out.
Cannonballs! That's
one.
the kill! Khalees just low!
Oh, can't make it two.
Baron is secured. Khalees gets it, but they get the kill. So they managed to walk away with the Baron, the gold lead, and more importantly, the ability to push those side lanes.
Wow, I can't believe they actually decided to do that. I know they have the feathers, but my god, without jungler stats, scary.
They burger flipped in EMEA Masters final.
Stones. The sheer stones on the KC players. They find out Isma, but in kind, Syncroft is on the front line. Marky does exactly what we expect. He finds his way to Kalist, but unfortunately, on the re-engage, you can't get in time for a God Drinker to properly heal him up. And unfortunately, his impact isn't as felt as perhaps he would have liked it to be.
The fight got so split. One member on Seiken, the other on Kalist. In the live picture, though, we see Drake has been started up. Syncroft does have that flash, but it's stunned up, and it's just going to be Soul Point now. It is a Cloud Drake, but it's available for Movistar Riders.
And also super quick. Don't forget the fact that those ornaments have come in. Primordial Dawn for Cabo. The Leandri's Lament Forsaken. The Flicker for Kalist. They are super empowered with Baron, with 3,000 gold up. And a Cloud Soul is not exactly going to be the biggest difference maker. Before the Forge God comes out, Arcano Pulse and right of the Arcane starts to get fire, but not enough damage is connecting, not enough shots are landing, not enough hope is lasting. Movistar are throwing everything they can to defend, but they won't be able to hold the tower. Warborg, they may not be able to hold the inhibitor. They've got no Glacial Prison. Marky's looking for that window, for that opportunity to dominate and go in, but he can't. The base is open, and KC are one step closer to another title.
It does fall down eventually. Now they can play on top side instead if they want to, or bot side. There's so many opportunities. They will have the pressure of the mid lane with the supers coming through. Should make it more difficult for Movistar Riders as well to gain pressure and at least remain in control in terms of trying to get that Drake. Karma Corp dictating it after getting that Baron.
Yeah, they're going to have to try and find more backline access, Movistar Riders. Onto Kalist, onto Seiken. Right now, no flash on the Zarya, but cleanse is available. They're really going to have to try and push the envelope, but for Karma Corp, they can do more or less of what they've been doing for so long. Look at the faces of the Movistar coaching staff backstage.
That tells you a lot, doesn't it? You can feel it. You can see it. The anticipation is Karma Corp will win this. They do need to push over those final options, and they have made a mistake before, but they got 2 teleports available. Your eyes on the itemization. Yeah, third item completed. Super. Can he have a Zeri moment? Teleport for Cabo in the top lane. He's alone. He's away from the team. He's not pulled the trigger yet. Waiting for that to come in.
Exactly. There's no fight being engaged on right now. Cleanse.
I didn't see where was that blown?
It was blown by Ismail ulting him on the Sejuani, so the cleanse is down for Gliss, but he still has the ultimate.
That was silent underneath all of the tension here.
Thank you, GB. I was so busy watching Cabo on the minimap, I didn't even catch the Glacial Prison coming out. Now Marky alone, knocked up. No flash available. Syncroft will taxi to the minion. Look at the bottom of your minimap. Super holding the lane against Seiken. No teleports needed. The 6th tower secure, and Super trying to rejoin the rest of his squad.
That's the issue though for KC. There's so much wave clear between Zeri, Stack, Shiv,
the fight. There's the fight. Isma. Body slam, caught up, knocked up. Nature's God's not used. TP used now. Seiken coming into the middle lane. Death goes the feathers fly! But they can't pull them just back. Not just yet. The Nature's Grasp goes out in the dredge line. Buffered just in time. Okay, teleport, feathers, Cabo, sync up, all those ultimates used. But it still may not be enough because Movistar are behind.
Yeah, so much gets burned, nothing gained. They can move down towards the bot side. There's still a wave coming in right now that they can play on in just 10 seconds time. Frescari is moving down as well, so hopefully they can look to siege here. Recall is coming through. They're seeing this on a ward. They can look for a pick here.
Oh, Syncroft. Then just get away from the flail. We're a minute 40 from the next dragon. It would be the soul for Movistar. And I think the Elder is a way back into this game, but my God, do you have to play for a long time to get to that point.
Just looking at the items, maybe an AD carry advantage can be given to Kalist. He's looking for the block first as well. You can see it. He's trying to get all the resources on the map right now. Raptors, red buff, Crocs. Will it be enough for finish him? Or for him to finish it before the Drake comes through?
If you want Movistar to survive, put your hands in the air. Channel that Spirit Bomb. Get Super to Saiyan. That Bloodthirst has been completed by Kalist. And we're a minute from Dragon. Okay, gentlemen, do we anticipate the Dragon fight? Baron is up in a minute as well, so split objectives. How do they play this? And what are you looking for from either team?
The thing is, even as Movistar right now, you could give this up and feel good about it. It's just an AD carry deficit, but you could just be trying to go for it.
Movistar should drop it. That's my call personally.
Do they gamble on the Baron?
I think you're better off gambling on the Baron than over a single Cloud Dragon, potentially Soul.
It's a Dragon Soul, come
Just
on, man.
to let the Elder spawn up though, I don't know. I feel like you're putting a lost con on the map.
Yeah. You're speaking my kind of language, I agree with this one as well, but KC still posturing in the mid lane. They're not sending all their resources down towards that Drake. They can just push in the bot lane, have Kalist solo it, and then afterwards posture on the mid lane.
Movistar, I think they're waiting for KC to actually group up so they can posture around the top side.
Tiger must can come from behind. Flash already playing there in the middle. Zinkrov's in a little bit of trouble. Jumps over. Alvaro's dredge line forward. Tiger, he's down with the quickness. Backed up by Core of the Forge Guard. But Frisco is able to survive. He's forced to flash though and run away. Nature's Grasp comes down. That's Isma. He's caught Kalist, but he's able to cleanse. Come back in. And Marky is popped. The GA's down. Alvaro's on the front to the right. To the arcade's fired. Kalist survives. He dodges, dips, ducks, and dies. And it's Super that's in trouble, but he takes down Seiken. Immediate reply from Kalist, and Monkey stays alive. Kalist comes out on top, and Carmine.
TP behind. Orn's coming through.
It's just a game. They've got the numbers advantage. Two members of Movistar Riders staying alive into the 4 of Carmine Core. Super minions pouring into the base. Cleanses up the Super, but no flash.
Carmine Core have held the throne 3 times before. Will this be the crowning of the 4th?
It looks to be it. The greatest ERL team that we have ever seen. The most successful EMEA Masters are on the verge of a 4th. But the inhibitor spawns.
It buys them time.
Movistar, time. The script could not be better.
It's a lifeline.
What is the end of this game?
This is the best finals we've ever had.
What is
in the
going
EMEA
on?
Masters. This is the best crowd, the best stage, and the best fights we've seen. Maybe not always for the execution, but sometimes just for the entertainment. And you can see how close it becomes as well. It almost comes down to Fresco as well. If he hit any of his ultimates in that fight, it could have been turned around completely. But the damage being dealt, the pressure by Seiken, look at his positioning. He's always untouched.
And you know what, Trevor, you said it once, I'll say it again. 17 years old, dodging all of those right at the arcanes. At the time it's necessary to step back up for his team and almost get them across the line. They've done so much of the work. Just need a little bit more.
Coming into this day, when I heard the crowd openly boo Movistar, I wanted Movistar to win. They returned a book and turned this venue into a library. It was overdue. Forced us to game 5. And in 30 minutes, we have Baron on the side of Carmine. A respawn inhibitor in the mid lane. We have Cloud Soul on the side of Movistar. And it all comes down to these fights. Keep your eyes on the flashes, keep your eyes on the sums, because they could be huge in what could be a one more fight.
And keep your eyes on the items. 2 stopwatches coming through. Seiken, Kalist as well. Elixirs have been bought as well. Super's already sitting on the Elixir of Wrath. So everything comes down to these last moments, and the players know it.
Maokai ult. Call of the Forge Guard. Knocks up 2. Arcano Pulse fires. Seiken will solo. Inhibitor in the middle lane. Bottom, Inhibitor turret is the next target. Feel the rumble of the feet. They hold the tower, they hold the line. They channel Leonidas and Spartan's power. But they once again have to deal with supers. I will say, 4 minutes for Elder with the Soul. Is it possible? Is it something Movistar are capable of?
Everybody at home, pay attention to the top, left and right hand sides of your screen. If KC do not end the game before then, there will be an Elder and there will be a Baron on the map in a game 5 for all of the marbles.
You just know it can't come through from a push because Fresco will just clear it all up. Yes, you can take care of the inhib turrets right now, but they're still moving back and forth.
Oh God.
Wait, Tiger, all of them, get him out of there!
He's got stunned!
How is he alive?
He flies away, right of the arcane! Frisco, you need to find the shots! Does not do it! One more! And look at the top lane, inhibitor goes down. Tiger Mask, you are one lucky SOB. Escapes, dodges, dips, ducks, everything.
He's fine.
Seiken gets stopped here. Okay, but these fights are just way too close. Still, objective gained on the top side. Another inhibitor. Siege continuing on the bot side. Kalist does have that ultimate, does have that cleanse, but no flash.
There's also no Targa. There's also no Seiken. Alvaro's looking for the engage. Kalista's a little bit of trouble.
That's the ult.
Throws out the Featherstorm.
Marquis.
Calls them back. Marquis down. Cabo goes forward. He's got no ultra member. Zinkov is low. And without that front line, they start to back just a little bit. Without the ultimate. There's two inhibitors down. It is 8,000 gold in the lead. It is advantage to Karmine Corp again and again and again. But it is so close in these fights. Movistar still have windows. They still have Zeri, who has 4 items completed.
They're going to look for it right now. Death time on Marquis. 5 members down the inhib right now.
Isma's got no ultimate available. Dredgeline connects. It's on to Syncroft. The knockup is there. The charm lands. Super Force the flash. Gets caught out. Kalist goes unstoppable. And after 5 games, Karmine Corp take their 4th EMEA Masters title. Let them soak in the atmosphere. Not a single person is sitting down in this venue in the front rows. Movistar pushed Karmine Corp more than I expected after the first couple games. And had chances in Game 5. But for the 4th time, they don't attempt. They complete EMEA Masters. 12-0 in best of series. 4 titles. The most successful, the greatest ERL and EMEA Masters team. The greatest player that we've seen in Seiken.
And you could talk about every single player here, but the difference maker came through in Kalist as well. They found the 2v2 kills in the bot lane, and they left it through. Now reaching around the trophy, Karmine Corp.
Look at this shot. And when they hoist this trophy, listen to this crowd. Ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, your 2023 EMEA Masters Summer Champions! Jamada, Gulborg, everybody in the venue, everyone watching it, everyone that's taken part in broadcasting, thank you for joining us. What a wild journey. Jamada, you have to feel this was the expected outcome, but boy, was the journey here not what I was expecting.
No, not at all. And as the Karmine Corp faithful celebrate their victory, I would also like to briefly just wish the condolences of Movistar. So close, but inevitable is inevitable. And Karmine Corp simply are conquerors. 4 for 4.
And what an environment. With this crowd, you know what I mean? With this energy in the room. I don't blame you, Syncroft, bro. You've earned that. You have earned that.
Just take a sit down, honestly. What a series. Once again, EMEA Masters, a tournament of proving yourself in the Tier 2 system. For veterans to make their way back, and for rookies, prospects, to prove themselves, to become something fearful for the future, if developed correctly. And I can say without a doubt, 10 players definitely look like prospects today in this final. 5 games, and 5 games that absolutely delivered. This is the best EMEA Masters final that's ever been.
Wild. I mean, look, it's not a fair fight when you consider the crowd. However, the story of these games, right? The journey of the squads. I will say very briefly, someone assigned some protection to Trayton. I actually don't see him on the O2P desk. So we'll see what happens there. But nevertheless, what a wild journey. I believe we are obviously going to be setting up for the interview. We'll obviously be hearing from Jaroszewski until later on in the show, but for now, it's just beautiful, beautiful scenes here. To think that Kalist could be following in the shadow of Seiken, do you know what I mean? Building that legacy himself. He's only 17!
When was the last time? All right, he started the tournament 16 years old. When was the last time a 16-year-old kid made his stage on the European scene that you remember?
Oh. Honestly, the last one that I remember like that had some. It's going to be Reckless.
It's Reckless indeed.
That's literally how long. You know what I love so much is you didn't fully trust I was going to get there.
I hoped. You know, I saw your brain.
Yes.
I picked it. It worked.
Oh. I have a headache. I've lost my voice. I am eternally grateful to have had the honor to join here. And I'm so thankful Jamada and Gulborg helped guide me through the prep, set me up for this one. Common Core delivering in front of 7,000
I mean,
strong.
it's an honor to be here with you, Trevor, before you go into this.
I want 2 more 5-game series this weekend. You know?
Yes. I hope we get them. Because this is what League of Legends is about.
I want every single one of you that's watching and listening, tell your friends, get everyone involved, because this was wicked. This is the 3rd EMEA Masters final in a row that's gone to 5 games.
Absolutely crazy. I mean, even looking back again at Game 5 now, the moments where it was just the fight you were waiting for, again and again.
Yes.
Side lanes, completely pushed out, even objectives starting to come up. Sieges, they go even. I mean, it's crazy.
Do you know what, love? Common Core even gave us the int at the end to, like, you know, drag it out, make it more fun.
Honestly, I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Oh.
A throw for content is the best kind of throw.
And I will say, we've spoken excessively about Common Core, obviously. But for Movistar, what a journey, what a ride, right? First time in the finals, a lot of these players, 2nd, 3rd, 4th time in EMEA Masters ever. The furthest they made it previously was semi-finals, what, 4 years ago, 3 years ago?
Long time.
Quarterfinals recently. And then not only to be in your first finals, but for the first time in a long time, your EMEA Master Finals is in front of that freaking army? Put yourself at home and imagine what it must have been like playing in a 7,000 people who booed a graphic of you, let alone a replay or a kill. Now, I do not want to diminish it. I think the Common Core players, not only are they more experienced, they stepped up to the stage. Movistar, they had problems. We didn't see the side. But jeez, what a challenge it is. And they did push us to Game 5.
This is no different than walking into the Madrid ground if you were a Barcelona player.
Yes.
That's the best way I can put it.
Oh, my word.
That Game 5, man.
It is incredible.
It is wild. So yes, we can see the players obviously setting up on stage. I believe we will be getting to that in a moment or two.
Yep.
Just relishing in this one. Let's zoom out. Gentlemen, you've been along for the ride for the entirety of EMEA Masters Summer. What's your takeaways? As we are going to be wrapping this up, that was the final series. Common Core champions.
I really do think the gameplay evolved throughout the series. I know it makes sense as you filter out the teams that lose, but even from the teams that we're currently seeing here, compare this final games, go look at their group stage games, it's not the same teams playing.
Neither team won their group. Both teams, like, 3-3. Common Core had to get a tiebreaker.
Absolutely.
To get to. If they lost that tiebreaker, they would not be hosting it. Obviously, that's how that works.
That's crazy.
It's an incredible road. It's been an incredible road for them. And even if you think about the struggles that they've had between their last appearance back in, 2021 spring to here, or 2022 spring rather, to here, it's been very, very bumpy, but to return after such a big break and just return straight to where they left off. You can't say that about many organizations.
I honestly, my favorite line of the day, and there's been a few, but Gulborg, you said it, was they don't attempt E-Masters. I just love that because, again, there are very, very few teams that can have that kind of pedigree or legacy.
Absolutely, but they were struggling in spring as well. They finished 9th in spring. They didn't even make it to playoffs. They had to make 3 substitutions. They only brought in Syncroft, Takamas, and Kalist just this summer. And this is already what they look like again. And obviously, there's all camaraderie and gameplay from their former teammates. But Kalist, once again, was integrated this summer.
Something I'll tell you as well is, obviously, as you can see on stage, just setting up, where we're standing and we're overlooking the stage, immediately to my left, your right, there's a row of seats that is kind of reserved for the staff, for the players. Every single game this series, we've had Fnatic, Mad Lions, and G2 members sitting there, cheering, laughing, crying. From the players to the coaches to the support staff. They have been glued to every single game. And the reason that I love that is hearing from them as well, talking specifically about the bot laners, who ultimately were huge influence. I mean, Kalista Game 5, oh my God. But it is great seeing that because, of course, they are the players that's going to make those guys either win or lose in the coming years, right? And it's just great to see.
No, I love it. And I mean, there's no better way to put your name out there than going to 5 games in the finals. Yamato was talking about the sponsors getting their worth, and yes, they are, but so are we. So are we, and so are the people out there who needs information on these players. They're getting all they need.
What?
I mean, same. It's been a while since I've thrown, you know. I'm a relegated analyst these kind of
But
days, so this was
my
an absolute
word.
pleasure with the two of you.
Oh, it's so good. Okay, I can see everyone on stage there. So with a little bit of luck, we'll be saved soonish. I will just say once again, thank you to everybody that's watching. Obviously, we're going to hear from the players and teams. Huge shout out, especially to all the shoutcasts, all the other languages that aren't able to be here. People have been involved in the show and whatnot. It's just fantastic. And I'm intrigued to see what happens with these crowds throughout the course of the weekend.
Yeah.
Jamada,
throw it away.
Are we ready to go?
We are ready to go.
Are
There
we
is a
ready to go?
task to
Let's
interview.
go. Thank you. Thank you. Goodbye from us.
Thank you so much, guys. Merci beaucoup, les gars. Montpellier, une fois de plus pour Carmine Corp. Quatrième titre pour vous, 4th title for you guys. And I'm gonna start with you, Simprov, because after last year, after the disappointment that was last year, you came back home, you came back to your family. I was watching you just before the interview, sitting down, just letting it sink in. What does it mean for you to come back with the team and take back the title with K-Corp?
You guys are so amazing, I swear. It's like, I mean, last year was really shit for me, you know, like I started doubting myself even at some point, then I took a break. So I'm just thankful, you know, for the trust you gave me again. And yeah, I mean, we won fucking everything again.
L'année dernière a été difficile, elle était très compliquée. Je vais vous passer les mots qui ne sont pas trop diffusables en broadcast, mais l'essence c'était qu'il est très content de revenir ici, que le public lui a manqué évidemment, et tout gagner avec Carmine une fois de plus, encore une fois devant le public français, ça représente énormément.
Un public historique, un public qui marque les esprits. Mon cher Targamas, ce public, tu l'as aussi retrouvé, mine de rien, cette année. Tu es rentré à la maison, chez toi, comme tu le dis si bien. C'était une grande finale, c'était une grande saison. Et ce soir, tu étais attendu. C'était votre poste à toi et à Caliste qui était pris pour cible. La force de vos adversaires, elle était autour de vous. Ce soir, vous vous êtes transcendés. Vous avez sorti la botlane secrète, la botlane top secrète, la botlane top secrète aussi. Cette créativité, ce travail, l'aventure pour cette finale, ta préparation, toi le mastermind, Targamas. Tous ces calculs.
Ouais, je sais pas, après, c'est sûr que je viens avec des idées, mais c'est aussi l'équipe qui me permet de mettre en place mes idées et l'équipe aussi qui propose leurs idées. Genre là, j'ai de la chance de jouer avec Alice qui est capable de sortir un Yazoo en first time, en game 1 on stage. Donc, après j'ai juste à faire ce que je sais faire, quoi. Moi, je suis sur la scéna, j'ai 5000 games dessus, genre je sais ce que je fais. Mais ouais, j'ai de la chance de jouer avec quelqu'un qui peut être aussi confiant sur sa première scène, sa première grande finale. Et voilà.
Quelle générosité, un vrai support jusqu'au bout. Incroyable.
Even if I'm creative, I'm really happy to have a team around me that can follow up and follow me into the ideas that I can have, and also being able to shine with Caliste in the bot lane, being with this guy who's so young and who didn't shy away from flashing Yasuo in game 1 of a grand final. And after all this, I just have to do what I can do. I have 500 Senna games, I know what I'm doing. Caliste, on viendra sur toi un petit peu plus tard, mais avant ça, je vais parler à ton capitaine. Déjà, Cabo, première question, pourquoi tu as des chaussures?
Eh bien...
Figure-toi que c'est pas de mon ressort. Moi, voilà, je comptais avoir la petite intro avec les pieds
Alright.
nus, mais bon, c'est la chose qui arrive. Hein.
You're the captain of this team. I'm not going to translate this one, it's irrelevant. You're the captain of this team. This is the 4th title you guys have. You made it to 5 games. Was it for content? You can answer in French. Tu peux parler en français.
Bien sûr, non, franchement, quel parcours. Tu vois, il y a 6 mois, on est Saken, Réa, Targa, moi, on est dernier de nos ligues. Syncroft, il est en Pologne en train de boire de la vodka. Et voilà, on arrive à revenir en LFL aussi fort. On est en groupe à une game de sortir avec le tiebreaker au final. Et ensuite, on fait la demi et la finale en 5 games. Franchement, l'histoire, si j'avais pu l'écrire différemment, je pense que j'aurais rien changé. C'était vraiment une sacrée aventure.
Quelle élégance! Quelle élégance!
Je sors de 5 games de Horn et Cassante, tu sais.
Cavo! Et en parlant d'élégance, les 2 personnes derrière, celles qui sont en chemise, Réa, Oasi, Coach Réa, entré en fonction. Tu étais là, bien sûr, pour le 3-pit. Tu n'étais pas là dans la même position et cette année, tu es une grande révélation de ton côté. Tu es très bien accompagné, bien sûr. Cette année, elle n'a pas toujours été couronnée de succès, mais vous n'avez absolument rien lâché. Et la montagne de travail que vous avez dû abattre doit être simplement... On doit avoir le souffle coupé devant toute cette masse. Mon cher Réa, ce voyage de 2023, il se termine bien.
Ouais, effectivement. Non, en vrai, on visualisait. Merci. C'est depuis le début, depuis la première fois qu'on a parlé à chacun des joueurs, notre objectif c'était d'être ici pour gagner. C'était il y a presque 5 mois. Et effectivement, chacun des joueurs, chacun des staffs, on a abattu beaucoup de travail et je suis très heureux de pouvoir célébrer ça avec le public parce que c'est quelque chose de spécial et c'est un truc qui va rester dans notre tête toute notre vie. Donc.
The year hasn't been easy, but the team that we have here right now today, this is a project that we've been building for the past 5 months, and being able to achieve all this in front of this crowd, in front of this audience, after all the hard work we put in to make this lineup successful, it means a lot to me. And of course, now I have to talk to the second man on the bot lane, Calist, only 17 years old. Already so good after his first year playing in the LFL. Calist, tu viens d'avoir 17 ans, c'est grave d'être aussi fort, sérieusement. C'est ta première année en LFL, tu as eu le titre de MVP, tu gagnes les EMEA Masters aujourd'hui devant un public français. Alors c'était il y a 2 semaines, mais ok. Qu'est-ce que ça représente pour toi d'être ici aujourd'hui et qu'est-ce qui va le plus te marquer de cette première année que tu as passée en LFL avec les titres que tu as gagnés?
J'ai encore un peu du mal à m'en rendre compte, mais c'est un peu une sorte de rêve qui se réalise aujourd'hui, même si c'est encore que le début de mon aventure. Et je suis vraiment très heureux d'avoir la chance d'être ici et de pouvoir jouer avec toute cette équipe, tous les gens qui sont autour, et c'est vraiment juste un énorme plaisir.
I have a hard time realizing all this right now. This is a dream come true for me, the fact that I'm able to achieve this. And it is just the beginning of the journey.
Passons maintenant à toi, Seiken. Champion back to back to back. Tu étais là. Le 4e titre, tu es encore une fois là. Tu es le dénominateur commun. Le GOAT ici. Il n'y a personne. Il n'y a que toi. À chaque fois, tu reviens. Et à chaque fois, tu gagnes. Le secret, Seiken, le secret, il est dans tes mains ou il est devant nous?
Honnêtement, je sais pas trop quoi dire. Je suis juste. C'est une dinguerie. Je voulais tellement gagner cette compétition, vu l'année dernière comment ça s'est passé. Je suis juste trop heureux, les gars. Merci juste de nous aider. J'ai pas d'autres mots, les gars.
I actually don't know what to say. I have a hard time realizing that all of this has happened. So I don't know what more I can say here. So thank you. Thank you to the crowd. Thank you to the fans who came to cheer for us today. And I'm going to ask some final words to the captain of the team. Once again, is there anything you want to say to these fans here today who came cheering for you once again, who are really loud once again? Quelque chose pour les fans, Cabo.
Ben, on vous l'avait promis, voilà, on s'était des rendez-vous ici, vous avez répondu présent, nous aussi, l'histoire est parfaite, merci.
Wadji!
Merci à tous en vrai. Je savais pas. En vrai, merci. C'est un peu un truc de fou de se retrouver là après, en vrai, avoir un peu galéré en Div 2, avoir pas mal vu l'Open Tour, arriver en LFL, tout gagner et avoir des aussi grands joueurs que ça, on peut rien rêver de mieux, tu vois. Après, je pense qu'on a. Enfin, moi, le seul objectif que j'ai à la fin, c'est qu'on soit la première équipe européenne à gagner les Worlds. Et je pense qu'il y a encore du travail, mais aujourd'hui, on a gagné, donc c'est le début.
Messieurs, encore une fois, bravo. Bravo pour ce 4e titre, bravo pour cette incroyable journée que vous nous avez offerte. Jusqu'au bout de ces 5 games ici, à la Sud de France Arena à Montpellier. S'il vous plaît, encore une fois pour Carmen Corp. Et on va se quitter ici pour l'interview des gagnants, le temps de révéler le MVP. That's all for us here on this side of the stage. And it's time for us to reveal the EMEA Masters Finals MVP.
Friscoe is golden. The first kill to Campbell of the game. Manages to take down Friscoe. The Dragon helping out the second to Seiken. It's done. The Riders are running. They've been wrecked. They've been ruined. And the Sand Soldiers set up another. And it's Movistar looking like game 1 is done, dusted, and finished. Friscoe is down. Killers with another. Seiken with the scoop and the dunk. Follow Seiken flash available. Sand Soldiers conquering, shifting sands are simply disgusting. He does not miss. He does not attempt. Seiken does not lose EMEA Masters.
Your EMEA Masters 2023 Summer Finals MVP, Seiken! Seiken, what can I say? We spoke earlier. You were chasing the 4th, you got the 4th. How does it feel?
I don't know. I'm just so tired. I just want to sleep, to be honest. I wanted to win this one like so bad, actually. I needed it for the future of my career, I think. And I owe this to Casey as well. I promised to my CEO to win, so I have to win for him. Et merci beaucoup les gars, vous êtes trop forts, ouais, c'est une dinguerie. Merci les gars, vous venez à chaque fois, vous êtes des boss.
They were here to see you lift your fourth one, Seiken. You have made history with KC. You have made history for the ERLs. You have made history at EMEA Masters. You've solidified yourself as the best mid laner in the ERLs. What comes next for Seiken?
I don't know. I don't think much will happen, but I'm happy with K-Corp and I'm happy winning with them. So, and I'm happy to play for you guys. So everything is good.
And they're very happy to have you in their team. Now, I'm gonna pull you a little bit back into the series. That was a 5-game banger we just witnessed. And your champion pool looked very wide from start to finish.
I mean, Azir was working well first 2 games, so I mean, I think just the game were decided on bot most likely. So Azir was good overall, I think, but I wanted to play Ryze last game, to be honest, but I couldn't. So sad.
You did hover it. You did hover it. In all honesty. Now, when it comes to this particular series, you guys played 5 games on blue side and Movistar Riders kept choosing the red side. Do you think the game got decided like this?
To be honest, I don't even know if it changed anything with the side with this game. I think the last game was just like a big fiesta, a bit, kind of a bit fiesta, and we are not used to play against Xerath as well. So I'm really happy they played accordingly to it with the team, and yeah, that's it.
You had a fantastic game 5. I saw you literally giving your life away just to reach the Xerath for one more victory in the mid. So that was a fantastic series. Seiken, you told me that the crowd makes it a little bit easier every time you play in front of them. Do you think this was a 5v6?
Yeah, of course. Look at them. They are just the best crowd in Europe.
I don't hear them. I don't want to keep you any longer. You need your drinks, you need your sleep, you need to celebrate. I want to ask you. You're their MVP.
Merci beaucoup les gars. Merci.
Are there any favorite moments from this career back from 2021 when you won your first EMEA Masters all the way to now?
Sorry, could you repeat? I didn't.
Any favorite moments in these 2 years that you've been winning EMEA Masters over and over and over again?
I think it has to be this one. It's the 4th one, and it's on stage with you guys, so for sure this will be the best moment, I think.
And lastly, is there any mention or any thank yous that you want to send to people?
I mean, I will do it in French, okay? It's easier for me. Mais juste merci à tous ceux qui vous êtes là tout le temps. Jamais vous avez lâché. Et on vous a rapporté un autre trophée cette fois-ci. Donc merci beaucoup et juste on continuera les gars, on s'arrêtera pas. Merci beaucoup les gars.
Thank you very much, Seiken, and congratulations again on the 4th win and on the MVP. Gonna throw it back to Laure, who's gonna take us through Victory Lap.
Laure and Twix is kind of an OTP French post show that we're gonna do in English, though. Sorry for people in the audience, but we're gonna make it easy for you guys. I want you guys to react on the MVP. Seiken gets it. Do you think it's deserved?
Yeah, of course. I mean, second at EMEA Masters is a special beast always. He got to play his Azir, his Ryze every time. Like when he has to take the responsibility, he's just there.
Yeah.
Today we lost 2 games on the 3 and 4, and he still like pick me Azir, guys, no problem. I'm gonna carry this one. Fully deserved for sure.
I love the confidence, Twix,
Yeah,
honestly,
the
on the side of all
confidence
these players.
It's like the key word for this team. Back a few months back, you already announced that you would be there, that you would be the winners, the champions. Caliste, a few months back, you were still in 2nd division. That's not an ascension, that's a rocket launch.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a really short road, but it was only 5 months, but I feel like it was really long.
You found your match, you found your home.
Yeah, I think I found my home, and I really enjoy what just happened and everything that goes on, and I want to thank all the fans.
It is actually crazy, and to follow up on what Twix was just saying, the fact that you came from second division, joining K-Corp, the most decorated team we have in EMEA Masters, after not the greatest split, honestly, when you look at Spring. What were your expectations, and were you scared of proving yourself? How were you feeling before joining the team when you reflect on everything you achieved today?
I mean, yeah, at first it's obviously scary to like join KC at 16 with all the fans, the pressure of winning and everything. But KC is like, it matches the way I think. I just want to win everything. So when I joined KC, it was clear that I just wanted to win everything, go to Montpellier and just win it.
Cabo, tell me about him in the first weeks when he joined the team and everything. How was he?
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's funny saying it's scary because from the very first moment we could see he had full confidence. He was there from like the very first scrim, and that's why I think we showed all of us the confidence to be there in Montpellier tonight, and we're gonna make it like we did before.
I feel like you need to be confident, honestly, when you're joining KC like this.
I don't know. You have to have it, I believe. But maybe it's because he's got great teammates, some kind of daddy in the top lane.
Top daddy, love it.
Daddy Cabochard.
Yeah, I think it's the like to me. I think as well him playing with Targamas was just the best match he could get. Instantly they clicked together, and then we adapted well. I think as a team to get just the right roles. Like I became the golem, Synchro became the golem, and they're just the main character of this story, and it's just perfect. I think.
I just wonder, did you ever meet such a player, a player that's so comfortable at such a young age in your huge career?
No, of course not, Calist. I mean, he's special, and there is this 10 years difference, but it never really felt like it, I think so.
Calist.
He's destined for greatness.
That's moving.
For you to be part of this, and as I said during the interview, to get so much success at such a young age, how do you think it's going to impact the rest of your career?
Excuse me, could you repeat, please?
I can repeat, it's fine. Avoir autant de succès à un âge aussi jeune, arriver, directement gagner le split, directement gagner les EMEA Masters, comment est-ce que tu penses que ça va impacter la suite de ta carrière? Surtout quand tu as autant de fans qui sont comme ça derrière toi tout le temps. Ça doit être sympa.
Moi, comme dit, mon objectif c'est de gagner les Worlds et de devenir le meilleur ADC du monde. Donc, comme dit, j'ai encore du temps devant moi et je vais pouvoir tout donner pendant longtemps pour essayer d'accomplir ces objectifs. Et peut-être que j'ai trouvé la maison pour.
My goal is to win Worlds. My goal is to be the best ADC we have in the world. And well, who knows, maybe I found my home to do it later in the future. Cabo, it's the 4th title you have. How different this one feels?
I mean, coming from the terrible split we had, I think the expectations were redefined, and I think that's what makes it so great about this one. Like so much less people expected us to go all the way, and it was again like a difficult path I think we had, like usual. But when we have to face adversity every time, like we're there, game 5, no problem, we're taking responsibility, and I think that's what makes it so enjoyable.
What does it mean? What does it mean to be the captain of such a squad? What's on your shoulders, on your big shoulders? Yeah, you heard me. Yeah, you heard me.
I mean, it felt very natural because Calist fit in the mix, but we already knew each other so well from the 2021 year. I think there was nothing forced at all. Like we broke Synchro back, we brought Targa back, and it felt like the good old days. So it was just just that.
Just natural.
Just natural. EMEA Masters belong to the LFL, I guess.
I guess.
Once again. Question for you, Twix. How were you guys feeling after at the beginning of Game 5, seeing that Movistar Riders won the last 2 games? Do you felt like the reverse sweep coming, or did you feel like it's Game 5 comfort zone? It's fine, guys. They have it.
No, always confidence. Always.
I mean,
No doubt.
I never doubted.
2 years ago, the story was the same. We were against
Yeah.
Fnatic Rising. We start 2-0, and then they start to grind back, and eventually we find the solution. I think we reset mentally everyone, and just they start killing
You
them.
didn't
But
reset
2-2,
me.
and then we just throw ultimate.
You didn't reset me. I was so scared, man. I was really
No, don't worry.
scared.
It's kick-off in game 5. Don't worry. Like, it's,
All right.
Does it make it even more special to win against Spain when you think of the way the show matches went when you guys faced off against Spain the last time?
yeah, of course, there is this rivalry always, Spain versus France, and like there was EY casting and Kameto
Yeah.
casting always. So it's like it was one more reason for us to take it all the way, and then we do it in France. So it's just the best.
Perfect. Winning in front of your own crowd. Do you have any last questions, Riggs? Because I want to talk about the LEC after this.
I mean, I just want to know how do they do it, but
What is the recipe?
they will not answer that, I guess. They will not. You have
I don't have the answer, Chris. How do you do it every time? You just stomp them 2v2, that's it.
Where do you find the inspiration for your flashy moves? Like the amount of flashes forward you made last game was really something, and you play Xayah. You don't do that with Xayah. I mean, you did.
You do. No, I think it just...
Is there a voice that's
Yeah, there
telling
is a
you?
voice in my head saying, kill him.
Kill him.
It's just instinct.
Really, nothing more. You just feel it.
Yeah.
Damn.
Just nothing more.
And Gabo?
Nothing
Similar
more.
question. How did you manage to stay at this level for all these years? How many years have you been playing, actually, Gav? 6, 7,
I
8?
don't know, just go to the gym, drink water.
All
and,
right.
that's it, I guess.
Touch grass, go to the gym, drink water.
I mean, my rules just ascend so much. I feel like throughout the 3 years I was there, you know, I really had to take a step back and play a different playstyle, I think, and it's just what's fitting us the most right now. And it's always a new challenge that you have to rediscover yourself throughout the metas, and it's what makes me like still here.
Words of wisdom. Love it. Well, that's the end of EMEA Masters here, of course, but the weekend doesn't stop here. We have LEC coming back tomorrow with Fnatic facing off against the Mad Lions. I want to ask you guys for some predictions here. Who do you think is winning tomorrow and why?
Well, I think the wonder that never practices the best wonder, so I'm expecting Fnatic to actually go to the final against G2.
Elise?
What's the match?
Mad Lions Fnatic.
Team Niski?
Team Niski or?
No, I'm not Team Niski. I think Fnatic will win. I'm not Team
Fnatic will
Niski.
win. All right. Twix, any predictions before we sign off?
I mean, I'm with Niski all the way.
All right,
All
well,
the
we'll
way.
see about this tomorrow. Guys, thank you so much once again. Twix, merci beaucoup.
Merci
It's been a pleasure.
beaucoup.
It's the first time. It's the first segment we do together this year, actually. And
With you, it's a
Montpellier,
breeze.
once again, merci beaucoup. Thank you so much for everything you've been doing today for Carmine Corp, for this incredible mood we had. We will be back tomorrow, 5:30 for the pre-show, 6 p.m. for the beginnings of games. Fnatic versus Mad Lions. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Bonsoir Montpellier, j'espère que vous êtes prêts pour la toute première finale des EMEA Masters ici en public.
Coming Corp, the experience, the history, everything that has gone behind this team, it is too perfect not to happen. It is written in the stones, and the gods will have it only one way. Coming Corp is going to win it.
Forced to fly to safety, may need to flash. Ignite's thrown out, the exhaust won't catch Super, but Alvaro stunned. First blood to France, to Carmine Corp.
Yeah, win this, win this, win.
I need to base. Remember Renek is no ult?
Look at him.
Nice.
On the Cassandra, which is not the best. Every single other ultimate just get thrown out. Surely there's not a solo kill out of nowhere. He's just going in. Kalist!
Kalist starting to run
That's an
for
ignite.
his life. The turnaround, it's Alvaro, forced to flash. Cycling gets first blood. Super does get a reply. Look at my horse, it's amazing. Super's caught out. What is happening? Bro, sets it up with the winter's bite. The crash down comes forward.
Let's go, Silas, after.
Pin me. Salah slash. Kill Lulu. Salah.
Between Carmine Corp and a game 3 at 2-0. There goes Super.
Another Emperor's Divide to set it up for a double.
Surely you don't die here.
Oh, let's find out.
What's it?
Slice, dice.
Oh, hold up, Marky!
Under the tower! He does it, he gets away, it's Bobby.
Super, fresh, let's go. And Marky, this motherfucker because you are even better than this, okay?
The Zeri stepping forward, but he's caught out, rooted back and smashed into the faces of Bobby Star. Feathers have been pulled forward. That's the
Oh my God, Kalist!
The feathers! Oh, Super gets taken down! It's Targamas! It's Kalist!
Is it ready, guys? Look that up. Yeah, flash on target. No flash that up. Let's go! Let's go!
And after 5 games, Carmichael take their 4th EMEA Masters title!
Buraya ilk gelişim değil. Ama bu defa onları yerle bir etmek için buradayız.
Alles stand in Flammen. Aber jetzt ist die Zeit für Rache. Na pokrewna z tej teraz wiele trudności, jednak tym razem nie śmiej powstrzymać.